Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Veronica, say hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
We are so excited today. We have a full program, guys. We are essentially for today, as you saw on all of our social media, we are celebrating Global African Excellence.
Yes.
And as such, we have some people that are going to be here shortly who's going to rock with us today. We're going to open up this great long program. So again, I want you to go kick back, get you some water or get you a nice glass of wine. It is a celebration, or some champagne, even better. But first, we're going to bring up our professor, Kwame, who's in Cape Verde. He's just going to just open y'all up, warm y'all up a little bit. And I'm going to let him in now. One moment. I'm going to let him actually have the complete stage. So, Kwame, it's all you, brother.
Yes. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Kwame Gamal. This is Kwame Zumbi, my son, here from Cape Verde, and we're going to show you some of our culture. We're going to play two rhythms, and what we want to say, this is not a Cape Verdean traditional instrument. It's a balafon from Guinea Conakry. We don't have it here in Cape Verde. In Cape Verde, it was the first place where the Africans were cut to their culture, and then we were not allowed to maintain our traditional drumming and traditional drums. Then what we had to put our culture out of African rhythms was in the colonial drums that was brought by the colonialists. Okay, we are going to play now, and what we do is we are trying to bring back traditional African instruments to our rhythms. Okay, to make them return. We are going to play a 3/4 rhythm that is from Fogo Island. It's a bandera. going to play Batuku. It's the most ancient rhythm, African rhythm that we know in Cape Verde, and it was held by women. It's a rhythm that it's played by a group of women in a circle, and then there is one that is in the middle that dances, and it's a moment of the dance that it's like a climax. Okay, but we are not women, but we have the X chromosome. We are going to play a Batuku. Thank you. This was a bandera and a batuku from Cape Island. See you then.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Woo, 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 woo. Veronica. Rebecca. It was amazing. Thank you so much, Kwame. And if you like, you can always go backstage on Hopin and enjoy your time and network there. Next up on the program, we have a really amazing experience. So I always like to open it up just with some drumming so we can get the ancestors going and the energy going. But on top of that, we want to sing something today that is very in the moment and it's very impactful. So I'm going to welcome our next guest, Miss Rashena, who's going to be coming on to our stream now. Hi, Miss Rashena. And Miss Rashena will be doing two things for us. She will be singing the classic song. I'm a Motown fan, so this is very reminiscent of my childhood. But she's going to sing A Change Is Going to Come by Sam Cooke. Again, it's very impactful. And then after that, she's going to do a universal prayer. And then we'll start the program. Okay, we're kind of already started, but we're going to go even deeper in the program. So without further ado, my love, you have the stage. She's going to serenade us right now.
All right, give me just a second here, get my technology going. I hope everybody's doing okay today. But as Shayla said, I am going to be singing A Change Is Going to Come. And I hope you guys enjoy it. I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movie and I go downtown. Still they tell me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother, and I say, brother, would you help me? Would you help me please? And then he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there were times that I thought I wouldn't last for long, but somehow I was able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
Good job. I want to keep you up on the screen. Amazing, Rashena. Timely for this as well.
Thank you.
So now we're all, if everyone is with us today, I know we're virtual, but we're going to just bow our head, pray in the way you want to pray. And Rashena's going to open us up in the right way, in the African way, right? Which we pray before we do anything.
Amen.
So, amen. So go ahead, Miss Rashena. Please
Let
pray.
us pray. God, we thank you so much for this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for our health and our strength. We thank you, God, for the ancestors who have brought us, who have been with us, and have paved the way for us to be in this moment. And so now, God, we ask that you would be with us on this day as we go through this program, that people would see you, that they would see our rich culture and our heritage in all that we do today. And God, that you would be glorified. We ask that we pray a special blessing over Resplendence and all those who are involved and all those who have yet to be involved but will become involved. God, we thank you for blessing this endeavor, for blessing this company, for blessing this organization. These and many other blessings we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rashena. We're going to come back up and join
you. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, you're my sister. You know that. You look beautiful, by the way, darling. You are ready for all the African gods, okay? But thank you so much for blessing us. And I'll see you soon. So let me let you leave from the stream. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was Rashena. She blessed us. She blessed us 2 times with a beautiful song, and then also obviously prayer. So I do want to take this time a little bit and explain who we are and what we're doing, and just talking about this global African excellence. So I'm Shayla. I'm the founder of Resplendence Language Arts. And it's so funny. I didn't want to give myself a title. Remember that, Veronica? I was like, just call me whatever. I didn't want to be called owner. That sounds ugh. So I was like, this kind of works. Let's just go with this, right? And we started building this organization, and we don't even call ourselves staff, right? We call ourselves tribesmen and women, or tribes. And we really do see ourselves as family, really trying to curate this experience and curate this moment for all of global Africa, right? It's never been done before. This has never been done before. I'm not even talking about this live. I mean, just in general. So I'm just so happy that we can provide this type of experience to people. At first, we were just going to launch the website and say, okay, it's launched. But we were like, no, let's actually make this a thing, right? So we made it a thing. We definitely made it a thing.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people coming through. But before we get into that, I've explained who I am. I'm going to let Veronica explain who she is, and then Rebecca explain who she is as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica Mutisia, and yes, I'm born and raised in Kenya, and here at Resplendence Language Arts, I am the education director, and I teach Swahili. I'm so happy and so excited today. It's a big day for us, the tribe, and everyone who is working together with us. So welcome very much. Be part of these today and even in the future. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rebecca Dufio-Forsen. I'm a Ghanaian, born in Ghana, and I'm the lead tree professor here at Resplendence Language Arts. I'm more than excited to be with you all, and we are happy to launch our website finally. Yeah, so stay tuned. There are more events coming. See you. Bye.
Sorry, I always mute myself. I'm actually Kwame. If you're back there, I want you to introduce yourself too. So throughout the broadcast, we'll have like tribe. Again, we call ourselves tribes member. We'll have members of the tribe to come up and say hi if they're free, obviously. So let me bring you back up, Kwame, if it's okay, so you can tell everyone who you are, where you're from. Oh, I got a mic. Unmute. There you go.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Professor Kwame. I'm the Criollo teacher in RLA. I joined a few months ago, and I'm very happy to be in this project because it has a lot to do to what I do culturally in my country. And for me, it's an honor being in this blackness organization. Okay. And yeah, see you in the Criollo classes.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, we actually plan to start our classes on April 17th, which is awesome. So it's not too far away. I'm going to show you guys a little preview of the website, if I may. I'm going to, hey, guys, hang on for a second. I'm just going to do a solo really quickly. Hi. And then with the solo, I'm just going to share my screen. Share screen, la 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 la. Which application I want to share? That's the thing. Let's just do an entire screen. Share. Bam. So that's some of it that you can see now. It's fabulous. Honestly, you know how you've heard a song that you really like, and then you were like, I wonder if we can remix it. So we're actually currently remixing the website. So what you see now is going to be slightly different because we want to just elevate it a little bit more. I like things to be absolutely perfect. But just so you know, in terms of the languages that we offer currently, we're always expanding. We're always looking for teachers around the globe who serve their country, who love their country, who love their language, and who want to share it with the world. But right now, in terms of the languages that we offer, and it's different levels too. So we have beginner level 1, beginner level 2, intermediate level 1, intermediate level 2, and advanced in all of our language. And some of our language we actually do upgrade it. So as you can see on our screen, we offer live online group courses. We also have private tutoring too. Private tutoring is there's actually more than what you see on your screen. I'll get to that in a second. So we offer Swahili group class, Tree group class, Ga, Criollo, French. Our professor is from Benin, Republic of Benin, Bobe, from Bioko Island, and that's a very specific ancient language. And actually, our professor, who I don't even know how we got him, he just saw the vision, and he was like, "Okay, I'll do it." But he's a scholar. Like, he has been teaching for over. Let me just put it this way: he has a Wikipedia. All right, that's tell you enough. And so he teaches Abochi language, and then soon we'll do Spanish of Equatorial Guinea. Yoruba will actually be teaching that in the April 17th slot, and much more. The much more is we offer private tutoring in Kikuyu, Luguru, Kikamba. Did I get that right? I think that's everything. And some additional ones too, I probably forgot. So some of our basic courses are 5-week-long courses, as you can see on the screen. 1 hour class or longer, because sometimes it can go over. So, that's just the way it is. And then weekly flashcards and memory games. We do role play and pronunciation during the classes. And we have access to our exclusive audio chat. We right now are testing something kind of new for us, which is we're going to upgrade some of these courses like Bobe and also Tree. So we can, you actually have access to the recordings for an extended period of time with some additional things as well. So If you go to Resplendence LA, you'll see, again, we're remixing the site, so some things are not just perfect just yet, but it'll be perfect and probably give it like 3 days. It'll be perfect. We also allow you on the website to take a free practice test because some people just don't know where they are in language and they need to know where they are, right? Sorry, I'm doing something. And you can take that free practice test. Sorry, that's my computer. You can take a free practice test. You just simply type in your email, you subscribe, and then on the back end of that, you can take a free practice test to see where you're at, right? This is our map of courses that we currently offer or will be offering very, very shortly. Oh, and I forgot, houses offered in a tutoring fashion as well. We have the sign-up page. We have online events, and we also have free live streams that we do. It'll probably be on the website and also on YouTube land. So we'll just sometimes, from time to time, we do live streams. Now, we do have an upcoming series that I want you guys to all come to, and he's actually here on our live today. He'll be singing with us today, which we'll talk about who's the lineup and what's going on in a second. But it's Abochi. He's going to be with us. He's from Ghana, and he'll be singing. Today, he'll be singing Prison Break. On Saturday, he'll be singing Bestie, which I love that song. If you haven't seen that or heard it, please look it up on YouTube. It's just a really clean song, and he has a wonderful voice. So it's just really great to have him on a stream. Definitely follow us on our Instagram. As you can see, we always try to put some fun stuff with our teachers there and a couple of TikTok things. This is actually one of my favorites right here. It's from Benin. It's like a festival. Check that out. Again, we're looking for tutors. If you know of any tutors, we're always happy to, again, keep expanding, keep helping us grow. So if you have a moment, definitely go look at it. To get a sense of, hey, is this the right fit for me? We honestly have students from, our students are committed to us. They stay with us, which is really neat. Sometimes they find in some organizations that, let me go back from the stream again. Sometimes you find in some organizations that some students, they're not very loyal, Well, our students are very loyal. And we just finished like last Saturday, like a Jeopardy live. And wasn't that fun, y'all? Rebecca lost. She's angry. Veronica you actually won. What's up, the Black Panthers? So we do things like that all the time on YouTube. We sometimes do Jeopardy in class. So it's not just about learning the language. Another part of it is that you learn the culture too, right? Because you're getting taught from people who live in the country. They grew up in the country. So they're going to teach you about, the different things in their country in order for you to really, really understand the language, right? We also teach history. We're unveiling an a la carte series, which is really cool. Hopefully we'll get someone it's in the process of Bobe spirituality, voodoo, or sometimes you hear it's voodoo, from Benin Republic. We also are doing noun classes in Swahili because we noticed people were struggling with those noun classes. It's, it's really, I'm learning Swahili and it's really difficult. So we're offering that as a la carte. Orisha guides, so you can learn what that's about, since we now offer Yoruba. It's just amazing things we're doing. You probably saw on the website that it says a curated experience. I'm not going to talk about that, y'all. We're just going to put coming in soon in parentheses, because that's a whole nother endeavor that you guys can hopefully journey with us on. For now, we have our first guest, Miss Rachel. We're going to pull her up in a second. But before we do that, we're going to tell you, I'm going to share my screen again of everyone who will be joining us today. Now, Mr. Maya, as some people like to call him, he will actually be here. It's just going to be later because he's on a current plane right now. Hold on for 1 second. He's on a current plane, but I think he's doing it about 6 o'clock. So it's a little slight differences from here, but this is essentially what we're looking at today. Mr. Maya will be here. Miss LizzaBitty will be here. And then we get into African repatriation. This is the fun part to me. Sister Ya, RJ in Senegal, Sister Ya is in Ghana, and Chief Foday is in Sierra Leone. They're going to talk to you guys about repatriation. The Abochi is going to kick in and kick us up another notch and sing Prison Break, because we got to break out of this, right? We got to break out of this. So he's going to sing that amazing song. And then we're going to just keep showing you sections, on the website. Then we're going to talk about real estate with James. He's the regional owner of Remax Tanzania. Amazing guy. Dynast Amir. He's going to talk about One Africa property. Then we have a singer from the Ivory Coast at 2:30, and these are all Eastern Standard Times. Beware of that. You may have to do a little bit conversions. And then we're going to talk about community building with Bamboo Roots. Bacchus Marshall is coming with regards to understanding water and the methods of assessing water. Then we have a little short break again. And then we have, again, when you're going through this experience of thinking about repatriating or thinking about better connecting to Africa, you need to know, like, hey, is this my purpose? What is my life purpose? So that section will be with Joy Medina. And then we have another short break. And then we get into spirituality, gang. So Latrice Whitney will be with us. Just a brief overview of Orisha gods and Baba Bolekia. I call him Baba, but you know, he will talk with us about Bobe spirituality. And then our professor, Professor Gerard, will go over voodoo. And then Miss Natasha will have a moment with connecting with spirit. And then Miss Chloe, I love this song. Miss Chloe is going to warm our hearts with a song called Whole and Warm. And then we talk about people who actually repatriated, right? The successful repatriated business owners. There's many, but we have two on our show today. Brother Yazid, who's in the Volta in Ghana, and Brian Willer, he's gone everywhere, but right now he's in Namibia. And then we almost conclude with our concierge and tour operators who can help you. And these are all like verified, all right? These folks know what they're doing. I didn't want anyone on the broadcast who didn't know what they were doing. So Samuel is, he's highly rated a tour operator in Ghana, and then Jolie from Cape Verde. Again, if you know Cape Verde, if you visited Cape Verde, you know who Jolie is, period. And then we're going to close it out. We're going to close it out with Muhammad, who's going to sing Hausa. He's in Morocco. So again, global African excellence. We are celebrating today. Gentlemen and ladies, we are just so excited. We have a huge program that we are celebrating. So without further ado, I'm not going to hold people up too much. I'm going to go ahead and Miss Rachel, we're going to bring her up. I'm going to take some of us off so we are organized and on code. So I'm going to put you just a little bit down. All right. Veronica, I'm going to put you down as well. Rebecca, I'm going to put you down as well. And then we're going to bring Miss Rachel up. Hi, Miss Rachel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Of course we can, beloved.
Oh, okay.
Love your hair wrap.
Oh, thank you. Hi, from
Um,
London.
nice. So I'm going to ask you all of those things. And first, I'm going to let you have your solo layout, right? And then I'm going to kind of ask questions behind the camera, okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm going to give you your flowers so you can be solo. All right. So Rachel, tell us what you do, tell us where you're from, and tell us what inspires you. So all those things. And if you don't remember it, I'll just repeat it again. But tell us your name, even though it's right there. But tell us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
So, hi everyone. My name's Rachel Bashabe. I am Ugandan. I was born and lived in Uganda for 20 years. Then I moved to London, where I currently am. Got stuck because of lockdown and shielding. My passion is all about community building, literally being the bubbly glow of the light. So that's where I started my fashion line, which is an e-commerce African print fashion line. We are literally talking about heritage, boldness, confidence, literally daring so it started off as women's wear, but we're going to be launching menswear soon. And we were daring you to be the most bold, confident version of yourself, literally standing out in the crowd, wearing your African print, wearing heritage, and also taking you through the journey of the different prints and what they relate to my culture as a Ugandan. And yeah, that's literally, I'm all about fashion, community building, growing, and shouting about my heritage, really and truly, and anything Africa and Uganda.
Excellent. And tell us where people can find you. And I don't know if this is kind of slightly off the cuff, but do you have any beautiful fabric that you can show us today? Do you? Outside of your beautiful hair wrap?
Actually. So you can find me on veryldesigns.com. That is our website. We do ship internationally.
And make sure you drop that link in the live too. Just don't forget to drop the link in the live.
I will just put it in there right now.
Tafa, darling.
1 second. So I've put that in the chat right now.
Okay.
So you can find us on there, but in the other bits, we do ship internationally. Most of our production is in Uganda, but I do so as well within my house because it's like pain therapy for me. With some bits about fashion, funny enough.
Yes, I'm ready, queen.
So this is part of some of our new collections meant to be going out for summer. So these are blazers.
I see you, Miss Rachel.
Yeah, we're all about the color.
Open up the inside. I want to see the lining on that. Can I see the lining?
So because of how hot summer gets, we don't really do lining in the UK, but we do have a bespoke section if people ever wanted lining in there.
Okay.
That being said, for example, the next piece, which is a blazer dress, 2 tons.
I love that.
So this is part of our summer collection. Now that has lining within it. So we do try and be flirty pieces that you can wear.
I love that. How much is that?
This is 75.
And tell us the price, or not the prices, the sizes. Is it custom?
So with this one, because it's still part of the summer collection, it's still custom made. So it's only one that has been made so far because we're trying to still design it for summertime. So it's only pre-order, and we do it in different colors because we do understand people may want it in other colors. Sizing wise, we do have, so what's available on the website starts from size UK 6 all the way to UK 24.
Awesome.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, should be the US 22. But we do also do custom. So if you drop us a message, we literally make sure that we give you your mood board, we understand you, and within 3 weeks you have your custom made piece. Everything else that's available to order on the website, you do receive it. If it is within the UK, within 2 days. Outside of the UK, that's Europe and the rest of the world, between 5 to 10 days you have your package. And we also have DHL Express, which is normally 2 days.
Excellent. And what inspires you to do this too? Because that was one of my questions for you.
So funny enough, I never studied fashion. I was an accountant. That's what I was doing.
That is way different.
So I am a qualified accountant. But I fell really, really ill 4 years ago, and I was told I can't go back into work. So sewing became my alternative pain therapy. I do have endometriosis and fibromyalgia. So I expressed my pain and all that recovery to fashion because I've always loved to stand out. I used to sew when I was a little child. So this was me channeling my energy, and it became business. We then got recognized by one of the biggest brands in the UK last year. We're going to be going into their stores. Yeah. So we're preparing for that. So that's why there's that colorful piece. But I suppose outside of all of that, my inspiration came from teaching people, the woman to be confident. I've always loved to stand out. I've always liked to be different. Also making emphasis on it doesn't matter what size or ton of color you're, as long as you can express yourself. That's why even on the website, you see the models, we always put them in the, whether you're a size 6 or a size 20 or 26, you still want to feel sassy. You still want to feel really premium and like whatever you're paying for, it brings your inner bold self out. So
That's
for me,
right.
that's the inspiration. And yeah, we can see it from all the different customer when clients buy their pieces and they send the pictures and they're like, oh my God, yes. And the
Aww.
style that they put to it. So yeah.
I'm sure that's definitely rewarding. That's a good feeling, especially when people are thanking you. Like, hey, look at what I'm rocking. I'm rocking like a Rachel original.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, because we do not produce a lot of pieces, so we like that whole exclusivity. So some pieces you can find, your 1 in 5 people in the world are going to have them. Also the prints, we do source them. I'm very particular with the prints because I don't want prints that you can easily find, so I can sit through quite a lot of back and forth with my tailors. So it's just all about making you feel special, standing out within any room that you literally, I mean, like, look at my head drop. It's just
it's fab.
So I just love to, for a lack of a better word, arrive, as they would say.
Yes. Arrive, darling. That's right. All that African excellence. And so this is one of my most final questions for you today. And thank you so much for dropping in. Well, actually, it's 2. The first, do you have bags? I'm a bag queen. I love bags.
Yeah, we haven't.
Come on, darling. Come on, darling. I need a custom Rachel bag.
We have not yet got to bags, but then the vision with Veryl designs as well, not just for me, it's also to showcase the different artisans within. So we're starting off with East Africa, then expanding to the rest of West, because we want to have a section where designers put their stuff on there, but obviously quality, because we know people are tired of buying things and they rip up, or they're not really worth the money. So with Veryl designs, even the stuff, the people that I'm looking for, the artisans, because we do get bespoke orders where people want us not only to make a dress or a suit, especially menswear, they want you to team it up with the tie, with the bag, the little accessories. So I then go to the artisans and I'm like, let's look for this. So it's all about quality. But for me, on the other side, is to show what other people out there are doing, not just me, but people who are amazing at their work, but they don't have a platform to see that. So that's literally that other side of Veryl designs.
Now, in terms of your fabric and designs, do you get most of the inspiration from Uganda, or where are you pulling it from? Multiple sources, like where?
So majority of my inspiration is kind of like taking you on a tour of Uganda, especially the red striped prints, which is more like the East African print, kikoi. But other than that, then we have tie and dye, where we do it ourselves, only because when I was in secondary school, it was one of the lessons. Then we also import some of our stuff from Tanzania. I've been looking at going into Ghana as well for the stretchy kente and other.
Yeah, that blue, that Ghanaian, that blue, that kente, that blue is.
So it's kind of like
it's hard to
tour
find.
of heritage. Yeah, so we're taking you on like a little tour to show you that print is not boring, print is not standard. It literally is all about your imagination, the yellows, the pinks. It's just like you're going through a color journey, really and truly. And we love to see it when people are like, I'm not sure about that color. Then they see it on a model and they're like, oh yes, I want that. So yeah.
And now, what outside of your website, what are you doing in this year? You know, we were just going to forget about 2020. We're not. I mean, I know you had probably a great year in 2020, but what are you doing this year? What are you most excited about this year?
So 2020 wasn't actually a great year for me because
it wasn't for anybody, my love.
Yeah, 2020 was on that. So this year's going to be in June is going to be our 1 year anniversary. So we're going into stores, big brand John Lewis. There are 4 stores we're going into. We have other stores that we've been picked up. We got picked up by the only black store in Canterbury Street, which is one of the fashion streets in the UK, the biggest one. So
what's the name of it? I'm not from the United Kingdom. What's the name of it?
Black in Canterbury. It's called
Love.
Black in
Okay.
Canterbury. Yeah, so it's amazing. It's by LizzaBitty, and I remember making the joke of that's where I'm going next because any designer wants to be in LizzaBitty. And also trying to do a runway show for the first time because everyone's been asking.
That's going to be exciting.
So yeah, so that's
is that going to be in the fall? Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, so that's going to be like probably around July time because Sunny. cocktails culture, and we're also now going to be allowed out in the UK. We've been a really, really, really strict lockdown since November.
Yeah.
So today's actually the first time we can all see our family members. So
Wow.
really yeah, we've been indoors. So it's all of that that's coming up. Also growing the website, growing our reach. Most of our customers are actually in America and Eastern Europe.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, yeah.
Excellent. Now, for those just tuning in, because obviously it's going to keep growing, the live is going to keep growing throughout the day. Tell us your website one more time and say it slowly and spell it out for everybody.
It's www.veryldesigns.com. So veryldesigns.com.
Perfect. You have been amazing. I'm so excited. I hope I get a pass to your show, Miss Thing. Okay.
Thank you for
I better get one of my email box. I'll be like, knock, knock, knock. Hold on. That's Swahili, by the way. If I don't get no pass or something to that beautiful show you're gonna put on. So thank you so much for attending today. Obviously with short notice, again, we're just out here just having a good little time. I wish we were there with you. I wish we were all together. But if you drink, have a little champagne.
I'm gonna take
a little taste.
It's dinner time. It's dinner time. So
yeah.
But thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. And go to hop in and network with everyone. Because there's a couple people back there waiting to be networked with. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Bye.
I'm gonna remove you from the stream and go solo. And I'm gonna bring up our teachers really quickly, so they can talk a little bit about their courses. Hi. So who wants to go first? Veronica, you want to go first and tell us about what prospective students can expect from your class?
Yes. So I teach Swahili. Swahili is one very interesting language. You will agree with me if you've tried learning it. So what should students expect to learn in my class? In my class, we practice pronunciations. We practice colloquialism, like how am I supposed to speak if maybe I find myself at this particular location or country, because we know that Swahili is spoken at, we have a large area that Swahili is spoken like the whole of East Africa. So that is why we have a teacher in Tanzania who is my co-teacher, Professor Hamisi. He will be joining us probably later on. Yes, we work together, and that is the reason as to why we say we give our students a kind of a unique experience, because we really want to know how it feels like to speak Swahili in the real country you're going to, or the location that you're targeting, maybe to repatriate to or to move to work at. So once again, I'm so very excited. It's my honor it's such an honor to have the opportunity to share my culture and also to help students in the whole world learn Swahili. So you're very much welcome to join our classes. We will be sharing information on how you're supposed to register for our courses, what is expected of you, and much more. We just have so much. You've heard that we have special classes. People have been asking me, oh, Veronica, noun classes is very confusing in Swahili. But I tell them, once you start learning them bit by bit, you'll realize that they are not as hard as you think. So be ready to learn. Welcome at Resplendence Language Arts anytime. I'm so happy to have everyone, and I'm looking forward to having you all in my classes. Thank you,
and don't forget to tell everyone that you also tutor for your cucumber. Cucumber. Can you give us a little cucumber now?
Oh, yes. So cucumber is like, yes. someone was asking me earlier today, oh, I didn't know that you're so fluent in Kikamba. And I was like, oh yeah, this is the language that I was born like speaking. So it's my back to drawing board language that every time I'm trying to speak English and I'm speaking with someone who understands Kikamba, like if I lack words, I'll go back to Kikamba and I'm like, yes, you're supposed to understand this. So yes, I will be teaching Kikamba, sharing what you're supposed to expect when you're learning Kikamba, the culture, the culture and the language go together. So yes, Overwenyu, that is how are you all? I'm excited also to share my mother tongue as well as my Swahili is also my native language. So yeah, I'm happy.
Perfect. I love it. Now, Rebecca, you want to tell everyone what people can expect from your class? And can you say a little bit of Tree and tell us just whatever you like?
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Rebecca, and I'm the lead professor of Tree here at Resplendence Language Arts. I work with my co-professor in Tree, known as, she's called Frank. We love to teach Chi because that is our language and we want to share our language, our culture, everything about us. We want to pour it out to the world. It's language breaks barriers. Language, connects people. So if you're coming to Ghana, you need to learn how to speak Chi because Chi is the most popular language spoken here in this country. So we would want you to join our class. Come and join our class. Come and join our class. Register. Come and join us. We would love to teach you colloquialism. We'd love to teach you how to, talk about stuff, like anything at all. Come and learn our culture. They were talking about the famous kente. Yeah, it comes from Ghana. Yeah, we'll teach you all about that. Teach you about food, about culture, everything.
I can eat, girl. I can eat, girl.
But
I love to eat.
Yes, come on board. We eat good food. Fufu and tasty. Just imagine, just come on board. Come and let's learn how to even cook these kind of dishes. And so you can just sign up for our classes. It's going to be interesting and fun as always. So let me teach you a little bit of Chi. So to say how are you, you will say etiseng. And the response is eye, which is I'm fine. Yeah. So if you want more, just sign up. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm so excited. Let me put myself back up here. Hello, everyone. So, okay. I think LizzaBitty is ready. Are you ready? Thumbs up, LizzaBitty? All right, great. So we're going to bring this. She's just a fantastic human. It's just that simple. She does so much for all of us. I'm just going to let her talk because I don't want to get it wrong. It needs to come out from the mouth of excellence. So without further ado, we're going to bring on Miss LizzaBitty, and I'm going to let her have her flowers here and get her solo. Look at you. Okay.
Hello, world.
I see you.
How are you?
Okay, give us a look. Do the look. Give us. Oh yeah. Work, baby. Own it. But anyway, tell us, for people who don't know you, tell us your name. Tell us so many stuff you do. So we're gonna have to go down the bullets of like what you do, sis. And just vibe with us. So let's start there.
No problem. So the name that's on the lower third that you see is Afrithiopia, which is, my new podcast. And what the podcast is about is pretty much all things Alkebulan: education, culture, business, social norms, social engineering, and all of that. So there's a vast array of topics that we talk about on there. And on the last episode, we did have Resplendence Language Arts on there. So thank you for being one of our guests. The episodes are weekly every Sunday. And so you can come on there and listen to some of the commentary and the discussions that we have. Now, the conversations on the podcast itself are different than what you are going to see on my YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is under LizzaBitty. And there it is a bit diverse as well, but I am less unfiltered on the podcast, if you will. So on the YouTube channel, there are discussions about things in terms of African leaders, collectivism with those in the diaspora, with continental Africans, my travels as well, just different tidbits, as well as certain things in current news cycles that I feel like affect continental Africans and those in the diaspora as a whole. So, excuse me, those are just some of the topics that I do typically discuss on the YouTube channel. So all of this came about just as a person who is always working a worker bee. There probably will never be a time that I'm actually not working. And so just media, Black media in itself, and the stories that we tell are different than the stories that are going to be told by those that do not look like us and come from where our ancestors come from. So we do a better service, the ones who are on code and not with the shucking and the jiving, better than those others. And so that truly is the intent of my personal storytelling and how I articulate or discuss certain topics. Now, yes, some of my topics can be emotionally charged, but you adults, get out your feelings. Sorry.
You know what popped in my head with was that Prince song, Controversy?
Controversy.
That's
yes.
right.
So just in totality, even with the podcast, I allowed previous guests to just, of course, speak freely. I think that's important because popular media really does censor us when we're trying to speak truth to power. Okay. Now, a little bit about myself. I am an American, originally born and bred in Dallas, Texas, and moved later all across the U.S. I'm a nomadic person. And so I started moving, of course, once I entered undergrad and in grad school and in grad school. And then, of course, made my way back home, then went abroad and kind of have been abroad in and out for the last umpteenth years. That's what I'll say. The last umpteenth years. So my experiences are not just on the continent of Mama Alkebulon. They are 6 continents wide. I've seen a lot. I've done a lot. I've experienced a lot, even in my personal life. And so the bread of knowledge that I have is unique, and it can be simultaneous with others who have traveled as well. One of my, I don't want to say it's necessarily an Achilles heels for me, but even Plo Lumumba talks about this when he addresses how difficult it is for continental Africans to maneuver on the continent. And I hate that, because the continental Africans should be the ones surveying the scene on their own land to see how their other brothers and sisters are living, surviving, et cetera, exchanging ideas and all of that. Now, of course, we can do that more so than ever, let's say via computing and all of that. And that's all good. But at the same time, we need to lay eyes on things. There is nothing better than things that you read about that actually come fruition through your eyes. And so it does sadden me that a lot of times when continental Africans are wanting to travel, they get a lot of roadblocks for visas. Now, I do know that they are trying to limit that with this new passport, with this new African passport, and I hope that it does, because those indigenous persons need to go around and see just what is going on elsewhere. That is very, very important. It shouldn't be just diasporans who are able to freely move throughout these countries because we have these Western passports. But that's a topic for another day. We know why that is. So I say this to everyone who is listening. First, let me congratulate you on your website launch. Of course, that's a big thing. And so,
thank you, sister.
and wish you the best just overall in business. That's the thing. And so for those of you who don't know, even when I upload the Afrithiopia podcast episodes, the Resplendence commercial is running on there. So you will see that, as well as also in the description box on how you can reach out, contact them for different languages. She, meaning Shayla, and Veronica both have a wealth of knowledge that can aid you in your language journey. Me personally, in terms of language, you know, being from Texas, you know, Spanish was one of the languages that you had to take. I hated it. Let's just be honest. I hated it. The only language that I have truly mastered in all facets, okay, meaning even being able to interpret for folks. And I was trying to get someone to come here, but she's a bit more camera shy, and so that wasn't going to work. But American Sign Language, I love the art of being able to convey and converse using your hands. And so just because it's so pictorial and the conveying of language just through your hands, it as a kid, I just became enamored with it. And so it was very easy for me to pick up the language. And so, as you know, there are different signing systems on the continent. There's different signing systems on the continent because sign language is more cultural based. Most people don't know that. And so that is even an avenue that at some point Resplendence could likely get into as well, just to aid others who are wanting to communicate with the deaf persons within the different nations that are on Mama Alkebulon. So language per se for me, it is dear to me. I think it's important. Even as those in the diaspora decide to move back on the continent, it is going to be imperative for them to learn the local language. Now, sure, you have countries who have said, okay, well, English is the national language. I won't have that conversation here, but there's a lot that goes into that. And for us in the diaspora, we are hypocrites in this regard, okay? We'll say, well, I want to go here to this country because it's easy for me to maneuver to speak English. But the backstory to that, and we can have another conversation about that.
I'm sure we will.
Yes, the backstory behind it. But the indigenous people, the continental Africans, definitely will respect you more for learning one of their native tongues. It is. I mean, that is such a respect thing, you know. Even if you're, you know, a novice in it, and just picking up some of the basic greetings, or, you know, talking about how to navigate, let's say, doing commerce, whether you're out in the market and you're bartering. Maybe you can't articulate everything, but you could say a few phrases to know, okay, I know I'm not going to pay more than 50 peshwash for this, even though they're telling you, you know, maybe it's 70 or whatever. So I think that the small strides that one makes, that is very, very important. And we need to think about that when we come on the continent and not be so pompous to say, well, no, I'm not going to learn the language.
Absolutely.
One of the biggest, yes, and one of the biggest things that traveling has taught me worldwide is that as Americans, we are so pompous and downright nasty because we feel since we have a particular passport that we're better than people, and they should bend to us and not us bending to them. And that's wrong. That's wrong. So just an overall mindset change is definitely what we need. And
I think we're going that way. I feel like we are, obviously we're doing this live today, so people can see the many. I don't think some people know that a lot of these resources are available to them, right? And that's kind of why we chose to go this route. When we don't see it as a celebration of our website, we see it as a celebration of all of us, because what you're doing is important. What Sister Yahoo's in the back says, what she's doing is important, and they're in those, so and therefore, but a lot of people don't even know that the resources are available. You see, so that's why when I started connecting with you, I was like, wow, you know a lot. You know more than I do in certain sectors, right? And I want to learn from you, and you can learn from me. It's like we can all learn from each other. And when you use the term of like pompous, or I like to use the word hubris, right?
Yes.
Where we're very prideful of saying, hey, I may not know this, right? And, I have been putting my pride to the side lately. And it's not necessarily taking a knee. I don't bend my knee. But, it's a way for me as an opportunity. And I hope it is a way for others to have that opportunity to grow, to grow in this experience of what it's like to be on and off the continent and what it is to be an African person in descent. I did have a question for you. I don't know if you want to answer this, so you can tell me openly. What are you doing, like NGO? Talk about your NGO, because I know that's a big thing. I know you don't really, you say that your friends shied away from this, but I feel like sometimes you shy away from your NGO, and I really want you to highlight it.
Well, so I am a person, my personal character is not one of, I'll receive my accolades as I continue to follow the principles of Mayat. And once I go on with the ancestors, I'll get what I'm supposed to get. That's just who I am as a person. But just in terms of the NGO in Ghana, it is called Hatshepsut's Migration. Many people say, well, why did you pick that name? Kind of like how they asked you, well, why did you pick Resplendence?
Oh, yes.
Like
I get that all the time.
But this comes from our own history out of ancient Kemet. What most people do not know is that a vast amount of the relics that are still standing in ancient Kemet was commissioned by a woman. And her name was Hatshepsut. Okay? So migration itself means a myriad of things. One of the things that it means, you basically are like a shapeshifter. You're changing from one form to another form. And so that's how I put the two together. So when you think about construction, you're coming from, let's say, a bag of cement, and then it becomes a structure. And that is an actual form of migration. Not in the sense of moving per se a physical place to another physical place. And so that's how that came about. But what the NGO is about sanitation for water sources, as well as the primary focus, Bakers to Business, is about teaching teens with sensory impairments a skilled trade so that they can be on a path to contribute to their own local society.
Love it.
So they will be taught how to bake all kinds of items and how to sell their wares in terms of small business. Something, of course, it will take time for that. This is not something that is going to take 2 weeks and they'll get it. No,
exactly.
One, there's going to be cultural things that go on there, as well as language barriers. But I am up for the charge. Listen,
I know you are. You're a Leo.
Of course. And when I actually taught in schools, what many people and look, Laquita is here. She could probably tell you herself being a former educator. But when you deal with special education in arenas of sensory impairments, people that look like you and I, Shayla, are few and far between. When I first got into the field of deaf ed and deaf blindness, let me tell you something. I was some of my students' first ever Black teacher. And some of these kids, when I taught high school, they were, 16 and 17 years old. And they loved me because they had never been able, outside of their own families, be able to identify with someone to educate them in that manner. It opened up doors for them just culturally and intrinsically. And so I have always applauded myself with that. And so when I made my first trek onto the continent, which was in Malawi, and I worked at a university with some other colleagues of mine that worked with people with sensory impairments as well. We were teaching teachers different techniques on what to use to educate these children. And it was eye-opening for us coming from the West, for the mere fact that everybody that worked at the college, they was Black. Never in my career have I ever worked with a room full of educators who are working with persons with sensory impairments, and everybody in the room, Black, melanated, African American, whatever these terminologies you want to call them. I had never experienced that in my life, and I'm telling you, I fell in love instantaneously just because. So there you have it.
Now, can you put your website below for us, or just tell it to me? I can put it in the chat. So if you have like the website for your NGO, and then I already did your YouTube. And if you want to go ahead and put your podcast and how they can reach your podcast, that would be amazing. Because you just dropped a lot of jewels, Queen. So I don't want people to miss this information.
Type in the podcast. I would type in the podcast in here now.
Okay.
And then people can click, but it is available on all platforms. And so if that is like if you have
I see Apple, it now.
If you have Apple, if you have Spotify, Podbay, all avenues of podcasts, it's on there. Okay. And that's pretty much where we are. That's pretty much where we are. Now the website love is actually under construction because this is going to be a serious undertaking with what we're doing. We're not just going to be hosting the episodes. There's going to be a lot more that goes into that.
That's kind of in the same. You know how long we've been waiting for this website?
I know.
It's been since September. It's been. Woo. So I get it. And us Leos, we are very specific on how we like to put things out in the universe.
Yes. And in terms just of the YouTube channel, it is LizzaBitty. Okay. It is LizzaBitty. There's nothing new or unique.
Yeah, I dropped that already too. So you're good on that.
Right. So, but that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. It has been my life's work. I have worked with people with hearing losses since I was a child. I love sign language. I love deaf people just like I love hearing people, but in some regards, I love them more. For different reasons, of course. So, but that's pretty much it. Anyone have
Thank you so much for coming. I love you so much. You know that. Yes, if you can, because since you talked about it, can you sign language goodbye or see you later? Look at me trying to do it. I don't know what I'm doing.
See you later.
Wait, what is it? Wait, slow down.
Here we go.
All right.
See you later.
Later.
Yeah. See you and later with the L. Later. It's like a
swoop,
like a shortcut. So see you later. See you later. See you later. Now, of course, someone else may just say too, like, bye-bye, hello, So, it just depends.
Excellent. Well, enjoy the backstage if you have a moment, Lizza. If you can go backstage and hang out with everybody, network. There's a lot of people backstage and hop in networking. So go there and make some more contacts. See you, love.
No problem.
Thanks for coming.
Let me see. How do we...
I got you. So Rebecca, I'm actually going to let you introduce our next guest because you're in the same country. So it makes sense. So I am going to let Miss Sister Ya, you ready? Thumbs up. You ready, Sister Ya? I hope she is. Let's see, Mrs. Oh, great. Okay, she is ready to talk. So I'm gonna let you talk to her. Ask her how she's doing all that stuff. Y'all in the same country, you might as well.
Yeah.
One moment, let me bring her up. Hi, Sister Ya. How are you?
As to say,
I'm fine. Greetings. Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm very fine. So so I know you are with Sankofa Repatriation as assistance program. Tell us more about this. We want to know more about what Sankofa is all about, because Sankofa is a tree term, means that going back to take something so tell us about it. Why Sankofa? Let us know more about that. And you can also introduce yourself, who you are. Tell us.
Well, I'm Tanya Safir Ankama. I am founder and CEO of the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, as well as vice president and co-founder of Ankama Group LLC.com, which is a Ghanaian-based company that I have with my husband. We do construction, importation of cars and things like that. So anyway, Sankofa, you're right. It is an Akan word. The symbol of it is a bird with its head turned back, reaching back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what it stands for is to go to fetch what you've left. Go back and get what you left behind. So
yeah, exactly.
I thought that would be the perfect name for this program. I am a nonprofit in the state of Wyoming, working on my 501c3 application. It's a lot to do in the States to get your 501c3, but we are NGO already registered here in Ghana. And to give you a little history about how why I created that program was to provide some support to brothers and sisters who are returning, predominantly in Ghana, but I don't want it to be limited to Ghana. My dream, my vision is that it will spread throughout Africa. We're currently getting registered right now. We've got our paperwork pending in Gambia. What we want to do is to be like a business incubator for brothers and sisters, because what I observe is that the vast majority of repatriates, vast majority of them who are able to repatriate are retirees, pensioners, older people who have a steady source of income. Well, the overwhelming majority of us who have not reached retirement age have just working 9-to-5 jobs, and paying bills and waiting for the next check. So a lot of our brothers and sisters are having difficulty in repatriating. And I am of the opinion that repatriation should not be, the ability to repatriate should not just be for pensioners or well-to-do people. It should be available for anybody who is a descendant of kidnapped and enslaved Africans who've been in the wilderness for 400 years. Beautiful. And they want to go back home. You understand? So that's the whole purpose of it. And people can learn about it on the website. I've sent you the link there in the private chat if you want to post it. The idea of it really is from what Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, did with the UNIACL. So my idea is that while a lot of our people don't have that money individually, collectively we do have it. All we have to do is pool our resources, and then we can repatriate ourselves. Well, I mean, not to say that we won't continue our fight and struggle for reparations because it's owed to us. We need that too, but we don't have to sit around and wait for it. You understand?
Yeah.
We
Like
can
folding
help
your arms,
ourselves.
just waiting to, you know, get all the resources before you can do whatever you want to do.
Right,
That's
right.
good.
We have to practice group economics, and when we see other races of people practice group economics, they're able to lift themselves up economically. So you know, lift up families, lift up communities, and everything. So the idea behind Sankofa is let's follow that model. I mean, it's not a new idea. This is what Professor Claude Anderson, this is what Amos Wilson, so many of our scholars, Marcus Garvey, this is what they were telling us all the time. Is this what we need to do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's it.
To help each other, to pull each other
Yeah.
up, you know, to bring ideas, to support us. That's a very good initiative, I must say. But your name strikes me as a Ghanaian. Sister,
Well, I'm
yeah.
born on Thursday.
Yeah, great. So we're talking about repatriation and all that. What can you say about it so far? You've been in Ghana. How have you seen the country? How have you seen the whole process of, you know, repatriating?
Listen, first of all, let me just say I love Ghana. I love Africa, but I love Ghana. I only have been to Ghana. I started coming to Africa it was Ghana. I haven't had the opportunity. My plan when I came back this time was to travel and go around, but then COVID, you know, because of COVID, now I'm kind of like, you know, I want to go to Senegal in June, but it just depends on what the requirements are, because while I'm not, you know, I'm making a decision for myself, my body, my choice. I'm not going to take a vaccine. So if it's going to be a requirement for me to move around, that is going to be a problem because I'm not going to get one. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, I guess.
But but I'm making some connections in some of the other countries so we can try to organize our you know, NGO in different places. Like I said, right now our paperwork is at the administration now for NGO status in Gambia, and then we'll go to the next country after that. But right now we're still in our fundraising phase. It's just trying to get people to know about the program, make them aware, you know, get people to support it. Try to get some more volunteers over here on the ground until we can get the resources where we can actually bring people on staff and hire people, because it's a lot that I'm doing right now because it's, you know, kind of just me on the ground right now. But because I have my own private businesses that I'm also trying to get up, I need staff to come on to take over some of the responsibilities so I can, you know, plus I have an 11-year-old that's in school here in Ghana. So I have a lot. Yeah, I got a lot on my plate.
Yeah, I guess it's okay. That's interesting. Thank you so much. Can you just leave a link for if anybody wants to join in the fundraising or something? Can you just leave a link or something that can just help us?
I put it in the private chat already.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Okay, perfect. Let me pull it out. I'm gonna pull it out and put it there. Also, could you tell people briefly about Nkoma group? Sorry, I'm getting your link. Can you tell everyone briefly about that? I know you talked about Sankofa, but can you talk about that as well? Because I know you have like a construction business, right? Can you briefly talk about? By the way, this is a brief insert. All right. I don't know how to word it. Okay. You look amazing, Miss Thing. You turned it out. You left the tag on United States and you said, Miss Thing, I'm going to get spelt and I'm going to bring it all together. And Miss Thing, you achieved that.
Let me tell you something. That is what this beautiful African sun has an effect on you. And then good food, non-GMO food. It just has that effect on you. It's good. Africa's good for the body, oh.
That is right. So I was like, wait a second. I saw you recently. I was like, Miss Sid is up there and got her complete life together. Okay, you was up here in the United States. We was both, we both East DMV area, and so you was over in DMV. I was like, you was looking sad. You was looking tired. I
can't take. Listen, I hate being cold. And then I just hate the whole environment. The whole.
It's so stuffy and it a lot of anxiety. And
then when
you go, it's like
never know
anxiety.
Never know when somebody's gonna be shooting. You're always looking over your shoulder. You know what I mean? Too much.
But you turned it, honey. You went to Mama. And Mama is treating you really well. Okay, let me say that,
my dear. Thank you, my dear.
But
Uncle Group. Yes, it's my company. We have a company here registered. It's Uncle Premium Company Limited, and then we do several businesses. So with the umbrella group, it's Uncle Group. Okay, and it's really a family business because my husband has a lot of family members over here that do all types of things, you know what I mean? So we're capable of providing a lot of services. And what was happening is they were this one was over here doing this thing, this one was over here. So I said, no, we have to come together as a family, and this is going to be a family thing, you understand? So what we do, construction. My husband's family they go way back. A lot of houses around here in Medina and North Legon, that they built in Turquoise and Central Region. So that's one thing, construction. So, if you need us to build anything, land purchases, what our people need is access to land that is not going to be litigation free. Litigation free. Yes. So that's one of the things I do. I get with the right people and do the background check and make sure who owns the land and all that. So when you say, sister, I need some land, I can say, okay. And you can be confident when you put your money down that you ain't gonna have no problems. You ain't gonna get scammed. Right. So that, and then now we're importing cars. That's another thing that we're doing. So
that's new.
You
want to talk a little bit about that? By the way, your brother is backstage. RJ just joined us. We're gonna bring him up in a second. But tell us about the car. Like, what are you doing with the cars? Importing cars.
So there are a lot of there's a couple things. We buy them in the States at auctions and things like that, and then we ship them over here and then we sell them. And then there are people over here that want specific cars, and they send the money to us in the States. And then, because my husband has a dealer license, and then he goes to the auctions and he finds those cars, and then he ships them over. So anything having to do with, because one of our family members is works at the harbor as that's what he does. He clears goods coming in. He's been doing it for more than 15 years. So we got somebody reliable that when your car enters the port, we're gonna get it out without any problems, as long as you got your money right. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we do. We just looked at what each family member has a skill in, has a trade in, and we said, okay. Because our people are coming and they need reliable people, and that's one of the biggest issues they have. They need trustworthy and reliable people that when they get here, or if you send your money, like for example, I have a sister and her mom in California. They're not ready to travel because of COVID. So they was like, sister, y'all, we want some of that land you got over there in Shy Hills. So the sister just sent me the money. I went, met with the developer, paid, got her land indenture, got everything she needed, all her documents, and stuff like that. And even down to building. There are people who say, okay, I want to start building, so I'm still here working. Can you and your husband, y'all, work on my project? So we got architect that can get with you if you got an idea about, he's got some designs, but he can also get with you and help you come up with some based on what it's in your head, or what, your idea, what you want. So just kind of every little thing, that you need to get over here and be successful. What I want to have people just pop up and be like, I meet them at the airport, pick them up, and here's your key to your house. We done it. We got it all. Here's your documents to your land. Here's your keys to your house. Enjoy Mama Africa. You know.
I love it. And actually, right before I'm about to bring on RJ, and I'm actually going to keep y'all on stage because then right after that is brother Chief Foday. So I'm gonna keep y'all on the stage because y'all know each other. But before I
need to let brother RJ get his personal time on.
Yeah, he coming. I'm gonna take you off and I'm gonna put you on. But I know you know Tree. So can you talk a little Tree with Rebecca? I know you know Tree.
Girl,
I know you know a little bit.
Listen,
you don't put me on spot.
Don't put me on spot. Listen, I know some phrases and things like that, but I'm not fluent. In fact, I have my son is helping me. He's 11, and he was actually in the car.
Yeah, I love your son is helping
because he's when children pick it up so much quicker than adults. He's in school, and also he's being taught it in school. You understand? And then his tutor that comes over after school also teaches him. So he's getting it a lot quicker than me and my daughter. You know what I mean? But I'll get it. I offer language classes to Sankofa Repat donors. I think you already know about that. And this next class starts on April 5th. Y'all don't hit me up because it's already booked up. The class is full. But I'm going to participate in that class myself so that I can get better. You know, one of the problems, I'm gonna blame my husband. I'm gonna tell y'all. It's my husband's fault that I'm not better. because listen, he's lazy in teaching. He's very lazy in teaching. And it's like, okay, but I know why he is. It's because my husband literally gets up like 6:30 in the morning, and he doesn't, he works until sometime 9, 10 at night. He's if there's some money on the table to be made, my husband's gonna stay at work. He's gonna get that money. You understand? So by the time he come home, he wants his palm nut soup, his rice ball. He don't want to be teaching. He don't want to teach me tricks. You understand?
Well, I ain't gonna put you on the spot too much, sister. I'm really not. I know a little bit, but I don't know as much as obviously Rebecca.
Now I'm gonna get back. I do know something. I know something. It's not that I don't know anything, but I don't know as much as I need to.
It's easy to pick it up, especially if you're
and you know what, for me, I can hear it better than I can speak it. So when because I even know when they switch from Tree and start speaking Hausa, I can tell the difference. I can hear it, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
perfect. I love it. I love everything you're doing. I'm gonna put you and Rebecca backstage for a second. We're gonna bring up RJ because I'm looking at him. Hi, brother. How you doing, sir? We're gonna bring him up so he can tell everybody what he's doing, and then I'm gonna bring you back up in a little bit. So hang tight if you can. If you can't, then go on and hop in and network with everybody. There's a lot of people over there.
I might be moving around, but I hear you when you call me.
Okay, I got you. Hold on, let me get you out. Hold on, remove. I don't want to remove. Yeah, I kind of do. There we go. And then bye, Rebecca. I'll see you in a bit. And then, of course, everyone, that was Sister Y'all. I dropped all the links. Make sure you go to her website, connect. She's doing so much. And I mean, obviously you heard everything. So now we're going to bring up brother RJ. So he's in Senegal. So excited to hear him talk. This guy, I mean, again, we have so much great talent today. I don't even know how to introduce people. So I'm going to bring him up. He's amazing. Honestly, the way I first found out about you, sir, is when I was working at SRAP myself. So I was working in State of African Diaspora as the director of HR. So, and then I had to do my own thing because it was like RLA, Resplendence was like taking over. I was like, I can't do this no more. But tell everybody what you do. You've been on a continent for a long time. You've been around celebrated celebrities. So you talk, brother. It is your floor. I'm actually going to give you solo. I'm going to give you your flowers so you can solo. There you go, brother.
Well, peace and blessings. And first of all, thank you, Shayla, for this event. I love the building that's going on in the community, and people like yourself are driving that building, that development. So appreciate you for having me. And I appreciate what you're doing also with the sharing of the language and skills. This is important in today's era of movement and communication. Myself, been here in Senegal for going on 7 years now. From Atlanta, Georgia, originally moved around the States quite a bit there. Decided to leave the corporate America thing behind and build something more, structurally sound and something more productive here in our mother continent. So in 2014, with our 1-year-old son at the time, my wife and I moved here to Senegal and spent literally the first several years just building with the communities, just kind of creating different opportunities for the community in which that we lived and that we were welcomed by. And then, essentially began being a bridge to others who wanted to communicate and get involved in different ways as well. And so in being a bridge, we've been able to connect, countless families, folks who want to travel or visit or invest or even relocate to this, West Africa region in particular. And so we've done considerable amount of work in the Gambia, next door here to Senegal. I've been there about 15 times. We have created, amazing partnerships and relationships and, just all around collaborative, organizations and institutions here that are just, all working together with us to help the diaspora to connect further. To be able to come and have ease of access and doing business and owning property and building homes and raising their families here, and just, contributing in any way that, we see that we're able. And so we've seen a lot of success in bridging that gap. And so as of late, the past couple years here, we've been on the path of building our own collective city structure here in Senegal, for members of the diaspora to be able to come and build and develop their own communities. And
what is the name of that community you're building?
Al Kabalan.
Got it. Love it. Okay.
Yeah, Al Kabalan. And Al Kabalan, for those who don't know, is the first known name on record. It actually translates to the Garden of Eden. And it was the name of Africa before it was named Africa, right, by the colonizers. So, we see that name as an important name, especially as we return and want to start over. We want to start over in our own Garden of Eden. We want to create that same environment around holistic practices, around agriculture that we grow, creating and consuming our own products. Developing our own structures for education, for medical systems, improving the birthing systems here in Senegal and West Africa, bringing additional resources to assist with manufacturing, transformation of local products, so they don't have to be,
manufacturing,
taken outside of Africa to be transformed and sold back to Africa at 10 times the price. And literally, it's the difference between having a machine and not having it. And so we've committed ourselves to, not only researching what things were, necessary right away, but also where to get them, how to get them, getting folks invested in them, and then creating collective institutions and organizations where they can all operate. And so that will be done in our city of Al Kabalan. And at this day and age, what we're just looking to do is to, work with everyone who is productively connecting with the continent to see how they fit into these kind of projects. How can they contribute? What skills do they have? I guess, as you can imagine, building something like a city is pretty intense, right? Has a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of economic needs involved. There are a lot of leadership needs involved, right? All of these different structures, businesses, institutions need leadership mentality, people to come in and take a hand in them. And so that's a major part of our role right now in that development group. And our organization, or my organization, is just one of several that are participating in that development. And so we all collectively, bring our ideas and expertise and advice together to create that structure. So that's where we are today.
Now, can you do me a favor, brother? Can you put either in the chat, the main chat, or the private chat? Could you put the website in, and then I'm gonna bring Sister Ya back up. I was hoping Foday, Chief Foday, will come up too. He'll be here shortly, but so you guys can talk about the Exodus Alliance too, if that's a possibility. Once you have that in there, I'll let everyone know it's there. You put it in the private or the public one?
Oh, I just put it in the I guess the YouTube chat.
Okay, that's good. That's a public. That's good. That's good. Yeah, you've been let me bring myself up so I'm here. You've been doing a lot for a very long time, and listen, you probably got a lot of flowers from many people, but here's my flower to you. My bouquet of flowers to you. You are one of the, I would say, modern day people who have really made that difference and see the opportunity and see what we need to do. And you're like rolling up your sleeves and you're like, let's do this. So you have, you have really created the space. I know when I first started really kind of combing through the resources, you were one of the first. Sister Ya was one of the first, and with some couple other people too. And I was like, oh wow, this person is really, really doing it. Like they're not talking, because a lot of people sit up here and talk. You know that, I know that, everybody know that. They'll sit up here and talk, and they'll just talk. I ain't got time for that. Let's do something, And then for me personally, I was like, we need like a hub, like literally just have like we need a hub where all our languages, we can just go to one place, centralized place. We can get all our languages and then repatriate, right? And use these different organizations like what you have, what Sister Ya have, and therefore, like even Miss Rachel, who was here earlier, and she had beautiful fabrics from Uganda and elsewhere. Like she's doing fab. So make sure you go back to the live and see that. But like, we just need to use our own resources for our own goods. Like you mentioned, stay on complete code. And you can't stay on code if you don't know where the code is at. We try to look for the 0101s, and we're like, okay, it's scattered, But we're trying to, at this point, in a modern day ideology of things, is to centralize it, because we're here, we're there, we're everywhere. And so I'm just so happy that you came so we can just get the information out there when people can recast this and rewatch this. I'm going to bring up Sister Ya again.
Thank you
Sister,
so much,
you back there? Thumbs up? I think she is. I'm going to move her up here. So y'all can talk. There you go. Hi.
That's my sister.
I don't even know if she knows she back. Okay, good.
Be on there.
So I want you guys to tell me about the Exodus Alliance. Chief Foday should be coming soon. But
what's up, bro?
I'm gonna kick my own self off of my own broadcast and talk from behind.
Wow. Did we lose her?
What happened? What did she want us to talk about, the Exodus Alliance?
Well, hey, I guess so. So I mean, I guess I'll jump it off. The Exodus Alliance is something that came about in 2020, early 2020, right? I think I guess it came about because we saw a need for collective effort. I think this is something that is really overlooked in a lot of our progressive movements, a lot of our conscious movements. We really overlook collective effort. And so as, the year of return came and there was a ton of buzz from that. And mind you, we've all been here on the ground doing what we're doing a lot, earlier than that. But that, raised the pace of demand in, repatriation. And so with that raise in pace, those of us who were here on the ground already building resources and creating structures saw that in order to properly facilitate, in order to properly and securely and safely and, transparently facilitate these types of assistance to help our brothers repatriate, we're going to need each other. We're going to need resources, that some of us don't have, right? So somebody brings something, each other or each person brings something, and then those organizations can stand as a stronger body for the assistance of repatriation. And so after I was appointed to the State of the African Diaspora as a ambassador in early last year, one of my first tasks, or one of the first mandates that I was given, first of all, was to build stronger structures for repatriation. And so that was the way that we decided to do that, was to bring organizations together that all shared that cause. And so included in the Exodus Alliance are 6 organizations, including Sister Ya's Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, the Made in Africa Project, which I'm the CEO of, also the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, or the UNIA ACL, the State of the African Diaspora, the ECO6, the Economic Communities of the ECO6 government, and the Black Star Action Network International in Sierra Leone. And lastly, the Al-Kabalon Development Group, which is the collective development group building the city of Al-Kabalon for repatriates in Senegal. And so those 6 organizations now have all locked arms to strengthen the support, to strengthen the resources that are applied to assisting people in repatriation.
Mm-hmm. And what are some of these projects? Is there? I know these projects are huge, so obviously lots of them are maybe 5, 10, 15 years out. Are there some projects that you guys are maybe mutually doing or separately doing, meaning you, Sister Yao, and of course Chief Foday, whenever he gets here? But are there any projects that will be completed, let's say, in the next 5 years that we can give to our brothers and sisters out there?
Absolutely. Sister Yao, you want to start with what projects you guys have in Ghana going on first?
Well, like I said, right now what I'm doing on the ground is when brothers and sisters come, they need to get their residency. I do that right now. So I work with the office of my organization is registered with the President's Office of Diaspora Affairs to be a liaison to assist them with getting the proper documentation that our people need to get residency when they come, as well as helping people find long or short-term housing, helping them find the land, helping them do whatever they need to get settled on the ground. And what we do with each other's organization is we go over these things, what we are doing, and we try to support each other in those missions. And that's the collaborating. So whatever RJ got going over there, if there's any way that I can play a part to help, or whatever I'm doing over here, if there's anything that Made in Africa or BSANI, a State of the Africa. So we just kind of help each other. So right now there's the Lumi. We're pushing the Lumi. That's something that's a state of an initiative. So all of our organizations push that because we need everybody to know about it. You know what I mean? So that's something that we're all doing together right now, is to get our people educated on what the Lumi is and to get them signed up so that they can get it.
Could you talk about that briefly too? Because there's some people who don't know. I may know it, but some people don't know it. So could you mind just briefly, just inserting that into it now in terms of what it is?
Well, it's a digital currency that was created and it's being used, and it's an official currency of the Maroon. I don't want to mess their name up, RJ, so I'll let you pronounce the name of Maroon. Akapong Maroons in Jamaica. So you understand, they are sovereign. They are sovereign from the government of Jamaica. They always have been. That they are a Maroon community, so they have their own currency. They've always had their own currency. They've always had their own fiat currency, but now they're going to digital currency, because I'm pretty sure all of our educated listeners know, everybody's aware now, that the fiat currency system is going out and we're moving into crypto space and digital currency. It is now, the Lumi is not a cryptocurrency, but it is a digital currency, and it is backed by gold and the sun. Is that not right, RJ?
Right. Right.
And right now,
Backed by
what the
solar renewable energy.
Wow.
solar
Amazing.
renewable energy
Amazing.
and gold.
Right.
And gold.
Absolutely. Right.
And and what they're trying to do is get our people to become independent and away from the central banks, you know, and to get out of debt and to get free. And so they're encouraging all people of African descent. Right now, they're even giving it away. They're giving everybody $100.
I have
the
one.
equivalent of $100.
You got yours, Shayla.
Yes, if you
You
sign
already
up
know.
right now, yeah. You
Nice.
sign up, you get the equivalent every month deposited into your Swiffin account.
Yep.
The equivalent of $100. It's a stimulus. It's a stimulus. And what they want to do is get us all to start trading and doing business with the Lumi.
Right.
They even have stimulus if you have a business account. I'll let RJ talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead,
heavy.
RJ.
It's you know, we always talk about having, you know, our own financial freedom. But what we fail to realize is if we keep using the financial systems of, you know, the people that we want to exit us from, then we
gotta take ourselves off their chessboard.
Right, we have to actually get off of that, and so it's going to take some time. It's not something that we can just switch over to automatically. We understand that there's still some, you know, things that we do spend money on that perhaps may not be able to be, you know, paid in Lumi, but it has to start somewhere. And so these things can only become stronger the more we support them. And so we see how things like Bitcoin and these other currencies are skyrocketing, and they're being used in alternative markets, right? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, nobody thought that was possible.
Yeah.
Now they're a mainstream thing. So that support that was put behind them early on is what put them in that position to be able to do that. And so the same thing is present here in the Lumi. The more of us that use it, set up accounts, even if you don't use it right now, go ahead and collect that stimulus, $100 a month, keep it in your account. And then when you get a chance, now you can start to use it to purchase different items, to pay for trips and tours.
Oh, they're asking if you can drop the link. Can you mind dropping the link? I told you some people don't know, right? This is what we're here for. Sister, can you?
It should be something. If they go to the state of Africa,
it's right. If you Google Eco6 Lumi currency, you'll find it.
I'll send it to you.
Website is eco-6/Lumi-currency. So I know, right?
I'll get it for him.
Yeah.
Keep
keep
cooking, brother. Keep cooking.
yeah. So it's on the Swiffin platform. So if anybody knows Swiffin is a currency trading platform where you can store different currencies, trade them between currencies, etc. You can even use it just like a PayPal and send people invoices and collect transactions. So for instance, if I have Lumi and you accept Lumi for a business product, you can literally send me an invoice on the Swiffin platform. I can pay that all the way in Africa here in Senegal, and you will get the funds immediately, literally the second I hit go. And then you can then trade that over into your account. And now you've got those funds in your account to use on other things or put into a different currency. So it's very user friendly once you actually get set up. I mean, it takes a little bit to get set up. I think that's what frustrates a lot of people. It asks for things like your photo ID.
Yes, it does.
You gotta hold your ID next to your face, and it's gotta be clear and get approved. But that's what makes it secure. Essentially, that's what would happen if you signed up for any online bank account. So, you know, just take it seriously, and it may be a good resource. Go ahead.
And plus, they want to know that it's one of us.
It's you.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So just be clear. It's for us. You understand? They don't want every other body, you know, taking advantage of it. It's for us. So you need to prove who you are, you know, and then you don't have any problems. But our people have to understand money. Money is whatever the people decide it is. Currency is whatever the people get confidence and decide that it is. So if our people say this is our money, this is what we're gonna use, that's, you know what I mean, to barter and trade and do things and do business with each other. That's it on that. Can nobody stop us? You understand?
Yeah. And that's why I mentioned. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say just jumping off what she said there. And again, it requires the support of all of us, you know, to make these things stronger. So we can't continue to complain about what our communities or what our people don't have when these things kind of come out and they're there to support us. They're strong, they're backed, right? This is backed by solar renewable energy and gold. This is not something like, this is not a crypto agent. This is not some, you know, something to throw around. This is a real currency. But, you know, for it to come and to actually be deemed the official currency of the diaspora and the official currency of the Eco 6, you know, that's huge, right? So, you know, we got to go ahead and get on it, support it so that it can be there to support us.
And like I mentioned before, it's an opportunity. It's a way for us to get off that chessboard. You see, you understand? Because right now we're on a chessboard, and it's the chessboard that ain't meant for us. Let's be clear on that. So we have to be resolute in the way we have to examine how to get off that chessboard. This is a great step forward to make that first move for all of us. So, by the way, I just got a message from Chief Foday. He said his electricity was off. He's coming like right now. So I'm going to try to stall a little bit because he's literally the next guest. Like, you guys are all in the same segment. Thanks for saying. Okay, I'm reading some of the chats. Give me a second. Thanks for saying that money or currencies, whatever. Yes, correct. Anything else you guys would like to say before?
So I mean, just to answer your earlier question about what other projects we have going.
Yes, please.
So here in Senegal, our main project is the Al-Kabalan project. You know, we're talking about 1,200 acres of land, very near the coastline, beautiful fertile land, incredible views and different terrains within that 1,200 hectares, 600 hectares, 1,200 acres. You know, that project is something that, you know, we're looking for a lot of folks to just come on in and start to, you know, build, right? Whether that's residential, whether that's commercial, whether that's coming in and, you know, taking part in our educational systems. We do need additional people with educational experience who know how to run schools and who have experience in African-centered education and curriculum building. Another thing that we are looking for people to get involved in right now in the city is agricultural transformation and wellness. Folks who are skilled in, you know, building these wellness brands. Working together with the state of the African diaspora, also as they build out what's known as the Pan-African Pan-African Agricultural Commodities Exchange. Which is a program being built out in partnership with the African Kingdoms Federation. And so together, they're literally building these giant agricultural hubs around the continent that can essentially be the breadbasket of our people. You know, too often are we looking at, you know, fertile land being turned out and the product of that land being sent out of the continent or not being used for our benefit. You know, we have to actually take control of that. These are the proactive measures that we're taking so that we can ensure that we can feed ourselves. I mean, it's literally that dire of circumstances. We see right now with the pandemic, certain powers around the world are able to shut down or lock down or shut us off from certain things, stop our movements, our travel. What do we do then if we can't get? There was just a ship blocking one canal. A ship blocking one canal in Egypt, and that ship stopped 1,200 other ships from reaching their destinations. Countries around the world are literally starving for products right now.
See, I'm a conspiracy theorist, by the way.
One canal. You understand?
Yeah.
So we got to have backup plans. We have to have our own food. We can't be relying on grocery stores. When the pandemic hit last year, people couldn't even find toilet paper. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's simple stuff. We think of it as simple stuff.
Yes.
And we take it for granted. And we think to ourselves, this will always be available. I'll always have grocery stores to go to. I'll always have my bank account in good standing. What if your bank shuts down? We've seen them do this. We've seen them go, you know what I mean? So we have to have.
They call them bank holiday. They just ain't gonna open. You can't get no money.
Exactly. It could just happen just that easy. You can wake up tomorrow, they can be like,
I mean, look, Greece, if anybody, they did it in Greece.
Right.
They did it in Greece. they just shut down the banks, and they basically told people you can't get more than, well, I think it was like $60 out of your account a day or something. You know, it happens. It can happen.
What's going on right now in UK? The UK just shut down travel indefinitely right now. You cannot leave the UK without a government permit, and that's only for emergency purposes. If you leave the country, if you're in UK right now and you try to leave, you can be fined 5,000 euros or pounds or whatever it is.
No, it's 7,000. It's 7,000, sir. It's 7,000. And can I tell you all that Jenna, African superstar, she just went back over there. Yeah, for about a week, she went over there, and she told me even in the UK you can't move around. They had everything is zoned. Like it's you can't move outside of your zone. You know what I'm saying? So let alone talk about. Yes,
it's just the beginning.
Yes,
and if you want to be a player on this chessboard, you need to position yourself 2 steps ahead.
Right. That literally
and you know, a lot of people,
every goal when it comes to the Exodus Alliance, when it comes to the organizations that we all are affiliated with and driving forward. Literally, that is the focus. It's being 2 steps. We need to build the things that nobody else is thinking about, but we know we all need. And what a part of our job, when you see us on these types of programs, a part of our job is to bring awareness and educate. But behind the scenes, I mean, we are building these kind of things here on the ground. And you'll be surprised when you get here how many resources have been built already that, you'll see as normal, but we know 2-3 years ago didn't even exist.
Yeah.
And we're talking banking partnerships. We're talking, all types of things that were extremely difficult just 24 months ago. We've built strong partnerships here in the past 6, 8, 12 months that have eliminated those difficulties, or at least made them a little more, a little more feasible for people to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to say, for those people who think, certain things cannot happen, New York just passed some law now. In New York, they're going to be having a vaccine passport. They're going to be just, like Israel. I don't know if y'all know, in Israel, they have a vaccine passport, and they're basically, if you don't get that vaccine, they're basically cutting you out from anything social, basically from going anywhere. And the people are over there, they're blocking them being able to get out to tell people what's going on in Israel. But yeah, it's a whole thing.
They're blocking the internet?
Their ability to get, to let people know what's happening, to talk about it and stuff. But a few people been able to get their message out. But a lot of people, they don't want the vaccine, and the government is literally trying to force everybody to get it. And then I just saw in New York, it's been all on the news. Y'all just look up, Google it. Google New York and vaccine passport, and you will see it. So don't think that if it passes in New York, New York is a very major. That's an international travel hub. People coming through JFK and everything. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I told my husband, you got to speed it up, because he don't want to. He right now is not in Virginia, but I'm like, you don't know when it's gonna come. You got to speed it up.
If nothing else, just have a plan B. You want to have somewhere that you can at least fall back to, and get out of the mess if stuff hits the fan, right? And so we just want to make sure that place is somewhere that we have the maximum control over our own destiny in that environment. And that's really the hope and goal of any person anywhere in the world, right? To be in a place where you are able to actually, control your own life and the life of your family.
Exactly.
So the only way that can happen is if you're on your own land. You build your own land.
Thank you.
Anytime you're in somebody else's place, in their city, in their house, in their state, under their government, under their rules, you have to abide by them. And if those rules have never historically helped or been in your favor, do you trust those rules to be dictating what you do in times like this? Right? That's
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Over the past 400 years, do we think that's going to change today?
Absolutely. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Just like how, go ahead, sis.
The sister asked me if we have to get the jab to come into Ghana. No, not right now. Not right now. You don't. You have to be tested to come into Ghana. You got to be tested to go back into the United States. You understand? So it's a lot, and that's one of the reasons why I'm like, no, I'm gonna sit down for a minute because I don't even want all them sticking this stuff up my nose.
Man,
you know, just
Jenna
told me it's literally 5 tests involved between her leaving Ghana to go to UK for 1 week and come back 5 tests. And I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? And you have to pay for these. These tests are not free. You understand? So that's the whole added cost of travel.
I ain't mad at them because we don't want none of that mess they got in UK down here. So get them tests, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying, I just don't want anybody constantly sticking things up in my nose is what that's my point. You know what I'm saying? Right. So my thing is, sister, y'all finna sit down for a while. I'm finna get somewhere and sit on down. You know what I'm saying? I gotta let the heat cool down.
And we're welcoming people here on the ground like every week. We just got a new family here on the ground just not the last night, the night before. Just touched down, already found their apartment here, already got them a place. It's happening quicker and quicker. It's like, you know, a year ago it was like a month, you know, a couple months that it might take you to get settled, and then it became like a few weeks, and then we had a lady that came and did it in like 4 days, and now we got somebody who just came and did it in like less than 48 hours. Like got on the ground, rested up the first day, that evening got out, saw some places that we lined up for them. They didn't like any of the initial ones, but the next morning they went checked out another one, which was this morning, and they found what they want. They're done. They got their contract. So
amazing.
You know, yeah. So that's the kind of assistance that we're providing for people here on the ground because we understand it's difficult. This is not a transition that we expect that anybody will find ease in. You know, let me be clear. It's not just about money. I you know, some people think that, you know, I got enough money, I can come there and throw around my money and I can get my way and do whatever I want easily. Don't kid yourself. You know what they say, a fool and his money is easily parted, right?
Party.
Right. To have some guidance, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we're here for. We're here to provide that guidance, and we're not here to, you know, jerk you around, waste your time. We're not here to run up costs of things on you. We're not here to, you know, flam you. Like, we're literally here to put you in the best position that you could be in, whether it's to live here, whether it's to do business here, whether it's to, you know, invest, et cetera, right? So take your time. Allow yourself to have that research and that consulting that people like myself and Sister Ya provide. Because we've done the research for years. We know the cultural nuances. We know all the speed bumps and challenges you're going to face. We understand the language differences. We understand, you know, the things that you're going to see and not even understand. And we already like years ahead of you understanding it and everything. You know what I'm saying? So don't kid yourself and think that it's easy. Don't kid yourself and think that it's, you know, something that you can just, you know, manipulate the way you do in every other capitalistic society around the world that we operate in. You know, because it's not like that here. So we can definitely guide you in a way.
We had a sister that just got deported. We had one of our people just get deported back to the States because listening to people that didn't have, you know, trying to, we can get some documentation for you through the back door, and you know, and not doing it the right way, and it got caught, and now they booted her right back to the States. See, you understand? Like, you know,
yeah.
Just do it right. Just do it the right way.
I want to go back just a smidge too, because you mentioned something that when people are coming, I know when I had went to, as you guys know, to Tanzania, you know, I made a lot of contacts and things of that nature. But also in that same movement, I saw a lot of people who were going and thought, hey, I'm going to take all my stuff and I'm repatriating. I'm going to do a solo with no help, by the way. And I started giving them contacts. But another thing I noticed is the psychological, like, you have to be ready for it. A lot of people, they get there, they don't know what to expect, and they go, I'm getting out of here. right? And so I think some people maybe who are kind of not really you laughing still, who not really
we
ready.
See it all the time.
Exactly, and I see it too.
About.
And I'm like, and that's why we have someone on the show today who's to talk about like, the counseling of it, because it's different. You're coming from United States where you see caucasity all the time, right? And it's a different type of beast on all levels. It's a piece to it. I definitely had a piece, right? But it's a difference, right? Mm-hmm. And if you're not ready for that difference and you're just jumping in because you saw somebody on YouTube, it was like, hey, come on. And they played that little funky music and the sky drone things and made it real sexy for you, right? And then you get there and you got lizards in your room and it's different than what you thought it was. Right? You already know what I'm talking about. And so, like, people need to understand that part of it when you got to change your mindset a little bit.
Well, that's the first thing. That literally is the first thing.
Well, let me just say this. Last night, the sister was talking about how good I look. Well, last night I wasn't looking so good because the lights went out. It was hot as hell. I was sweating like a Hebrew slave, and I was miserable, and my kids was miserable. And this lasted from 7 to like 12 o'clock in the morning. We couldn't sleep. We were just miserable. You understand what I'm saying? So these are the types of things that you need to know that, you know what I'm saying?
It's a sacrifice.
I try not to present this rosy, like everything is I try to be honest with people. It's people on the street begging all the time. This ain't the same begging you used to seeing in the States. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of things are not, where I don't want this picture perfect idea of Africa that you're gonna come over here and we all playing with lions and tigers and and walk. No. Sometimes the lights go out. There's a lot of poverty. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of beautiful things. There's a lot of beautiful things. Okay, a lot of beautiful things. A lot of beautiful people. And most importantly, it's a place like where you and your children can. Yes, you and you. But you know what? It is a place where you and your little black kids can just blend in and be just regular old black people. Or just regular people. Regular people. You know what I mean? Not black people, just people.
The same family that I was just saying that came the night they came. We took them out to dinner, my wife and I, and we were talking about this, about just being in your blackness. We were sitting in a restaurant, and a very nice restaurant, beachside restaurant, is dope. But we were in there and we're laughing, we're joking, in an environment that in the US, you would probably be like, oh, we got to keep it down, right? White, you try to shy your blackness. But just as we noticed how loud we were, we glanced around and we noticed several other tables of folks that looked like us that was just as loud and enjoying themselves.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is how we all black. Yeah. We all act the same. Yeah. And in a nice, beautiful environment, right? We ain't in the hood. Yes. We not nowhere dangerous. We not nowhere, intoxicated behind our right. We in a beautiful, nice spot. And we all just being black as we want to be. And we
call that kickback. A kickback. You just kick it back.
And I have to say, there is something to be said for being able to, not that I don't ever see other people. I see some other people sometimes, but not all the time, not every day. I can't tell you the last time I saw a white person. I saw one, maybe I think was last weekend, but it's like not every day. You know what I'm saying? So that is something to be said for that. Something to be said for just being every day surrounded by your own people. When you go outside and you buy you buy pineapple and banana and bottled water and whatever else from somebody that looks like you. You understand what I'm saying? It's something to be said for that. So I can't beat. So
I think a lot of people even have the notion that, a lot of the major things here are owned by the colonizers, right? And some of sometimes that's true. They do own a lot of major organizations, institutions. But now we're even seeing our people owning huge telecommunications companies. right? How often do you see that in the West, right? A black person owning a cell phone company, a GSM operator. How often do you see a black person owning the largest poultry factory in the country, doing something like 10 million chickens a year, you know, supplying neighboring countries? How often do you see that in America, right? We talk about serious industries. Like, how often do you see a black man owning banks? Like, we talk about in America, like, we got like a few black-owned banks. They're old and, you know, they're not really that formidable. We can't really use them for everything we want, right? Right? Some of the major banks here are black-owned. We got UBA here in Senegal, United Bank of Africa. Beautiful bank. I'm talking about like to the standard of a Bank of America.
And that's in Benin too. That's in Republic of Benin.
Brother.
That's why I send the money to Republic of Benin.
Tony Elamelu, right? Black brother, right? Own a bank, a big bank with a lot of branches. You know what I'm saying? We don't even see these kinds. So when you're in an environment where you're looking at,
and I'm so glad RJ brought that up because
we got 100 locations in the country, right? You know what I'm saying? That do something for you. All right, so it's a mentality.
It's the confidence. It's the confidence. I feel like, you know, some people didn't grow up the way I did. So, for example, if y'all maybe know, because y'all from the East Coast, like me, I grew up in Prince George's County, right? Y'all know what that means. Y'all might know what that means. So I grew around all black people. You right. So, like, I grew up around all black people. So
and Prince George's is a wealthy. It's the wealthiest black neighborhood in the country.
You speak on that. You speak on that, Princess.
Yeah.
So, but like, you know, I won't say I'm different, but I've had a different experience, right? Than say someone who grew up in Tennessee around a whole bunch of backwood, you know, Obroni, right? Or Muzungu. It's a different experience. So, like, I come offering Africa like what I have. I'm not looking for necessarily escape. I just want to be home. You understand? Right. Some people are looking to escape because they've been called, you know, nappy-headed, whatever, big nose, you know, all those things that you grow up and you're like, ooh, my confidence went down, right? I never had that issue, right? My thing is I see a shift in way we are. And I see how, again, I'm a conspiracy theorist. So I see kind of how this is playing out. And if we don't get it right, this is going to be a Thanos snap to where it's like you walk around like, hey, what just happened? What just happened? Right? Kind of what they're doing in UK. Like they shut the SHIT completely down. Right? So we got to be 2 steps ahead or get off of the chessboard because the chessboard is filled with, well, I can sit up here and talk about conspiracy theories.
I mean, it's clear though. It's not even, you know,
but it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's literally happening. It's like literally happening. So,
yeah.
What'd you say, RJ?
It's clear as day what's going on, and it's also clear as day that we are going to be at the bottom of that totem pole anywhere we are in the West, especially. The best chance that we have as a people are within our own nations that are governed by us.
Absolutely.
You know, and under our control, right? So that we can partner with our people through the hard times. You know, anybody, you just think about it in terms of just you and your family, right? You move out of your house early, whatever, right? You're out there in the world, times get tough. You know, you're getting bullied by the world pretty much, right? What do? You go back home to mama, right? When you need to start over, you need a fresh start, you need a reboost, you need a spiritual uplift, you need some of that soul food, right?
Yeah.
You go home to mama. You take your butt home to mama's house, get you a little room, right? Get
yourself a plate.
Right? And you stay there until you get back on your feet, until you get back strong, until you get your weight back up. All right, till you get that job, you get your little money together, you get your wheels, you get your paper, and then if you want to, you can venture back out into the world stronger, healthier, more spiritually aware, more productive in yourself, right? Because mama do that for you, right? That's the same thing that Mama Africa do for us as a people. You come home, mama gonna take care of you. She gonna feed you good. She gonna give you that spiritual healing.
She gonna give you that vitamin D. Don't forget that.
You know what I'm saying? That's what we doing.
Oh yeah,
we in mama's house.
And that's kind of the reason for me personally. That's the reason. Like, and by the way, I don't know what Chief Foday. He said you coming. I don't know what's going on. You know, this happens on the continent. We know how these internet intermediate out. Like we already know, like, you know, and that's why we set up the program kind of tight with the 5 minute. But let me just say this real quick. Like when I was in Here he comes. As soon as I said that, here he comes. Look at brother Foday. Okay, hold on. Let me just make this point though. So when I was in Tanzania, for example, I was blessed. I just felt, I mean, you get to a point, it was this place, I shouldn't even say this out loud because I don't want everybody to be going there. I was like, oh my God, I felt like a piece of heaven. It's this place called Jambiani, all right? Completely just villagers. I know a villager there. So he like, hey, I got a house here. You can, look at it. This is when I was looking at staying there for quite some time. And I went to that beach and I literally dropped to my knees. It was that like emotional moment for me, right? Because like you said, I was home. I was with mama and it felt really good. And it felt authentic. And it felt right. I had all that good vitamin D, 100% all day, every day, and I, at first, like before I went, just to let you guys know, like I had some issues with my blood pressure. I went there. I was like, and my heart was like, it was too much. And I was checking my blood pressure. It was like 116 over 58. Right? I was like, I don't need this blood pressure medication. There's something with that, right? But it was healing me. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, it's a healing process. And you have to be open to put away like these little, these things we want all the time, like Amazon, for example. You may not get Amazon. You may not just get Amazon, right? So take that off the table, but put on the table like your feeling of confidence, your feeling of this feels like home, like you mentioned. I love the way you mentioned it, RJ. You mentioned the best I can say. It's mama, it's home. And so that vitamin D get into you, you're happy all the time. I was happy every day. I was happy all the time. I mean, with the lizards and everything else running around, I was happy. And you come back here, and which I didn't, but you guys probably know my story. Like, my grandmother passed, obviously. So like, but when I came back here, I felt, as soon as I got off the plane, I felt the anxiety. And it wasn't because my grandmother was dying. You feel it like people. It's a terrible feeling. And then, and I'm just counting it. Like I have like things I got to do before I leave again, but I'm like counting the moments because I'm like, this is terrible. Like to go from that and to come back, like, and then, honestly, my family think I'm crazy. They like, because they don't see it because we were told back, I'm 40, right? So back in the 90s, we were told like, Africa's like this horrible, terrible place, all the bad stuff. Meanwhile, between time they buying up all the coastal land. Be clear on that, right? But like, we were told all these horror stories, and you get there, and it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. It's very I mean, to me, I had a peaceful time, and it was amazing. It does have its, its issues. It has its pluses and everything like that. But it's like you said, it's
we got some things on the continent that we need to fix, and that's right. A fact. But at the end of the day, I'd rather fix up my own house than be fixing up somebody else's. So
right, that's right.
I have to go, but I want to leave y'all. And I'm not,
brother. You didn't set up here. We didn't set up here and vibe too long. Hi, brother. Chief Foday, excuse me. I mean, we being proper. We being proper. How are you, sir?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
How y'all doing?
We know how this goes.
Hey, my brother. How about you?
What's going on?
Not too much. Before y'all go, before y'all get into it, I gotta run. But I just want to leave y'all with this. I want to read y'all. Let me read y'all something real quick. It's really short.
Before you read, if you have time, go to hop in. It's a lot of people networking back there and changing business cards.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
I want to tell y'all now this is for all my spiritual people. I'm not a big Christian or a Bible person, but when I saw this scripture, it struck a chord with me, and I want to read it to y'all real quick. And this is Isaiah 13:14. And it says, "And it shall be as the chased roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. Thy shall every man turn to his own people, and flee everyone into his own land." Okay, so y'all look that up. Look it up.
I like that.
Love it. Love it.
Yes, every man shall turn to his own people and flee everyone to his own land. Isaiah 13:14. Y'all check that out.
Thank you, sister. Y'all, thank you for joining. RJ, if you want to stick around, you can. There's also the backstage hopping, but I just have to bring someone up quickly on the stage. Mr. Maya himself is here. Just a real quick hello. At first I told y'all he wasn't coming because it was the whole plane situation. But hold on, James. Hold on. Let me bring him up. Chief, give me one moment.
All right.
So I can leave, right?
Yes, ma'am. Let me move you.
Okay.
Get you right.
Bye-bye.
Please, sis. Mr. Maya. And Chief, I'm gonna put you back real quick, okay? Hold on, Chief. There we go. Mr. Maya.
Yeah,
You
I
up?
can hear you. How are you doing?
Hi. I look different from yesterday, don't I? Clean up very well.
I'm at the airport right now. I don't know if you can hear me.
I know. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. I clean up very nicely, don't I? From yesterday. I looked a little rough yesterday. Where are you on your way to?
I'm going to.
Oh, you're kind of shorting out.
So I'm just I'm going to Somalia, so just connecting my flight right now.
Somalia.
I'm at the airport. Yeah, I'm going to Somalia tomorrow. It's crazy, but I have to do it. You know, I have to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, you need no introduction, obviously. You really don't. But tell everyone if you can. I don't know if this is like exclusive information, but what are you doing over there? So your final destination, where you're going to? What are you doing? You there?
It's so hard to hear you right now.
Okay.
It's so hard to hear you, but I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, good. So you said I should introduce myself?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I mean, everyone knows you, but you know, it's like the proper thing to do.
Oh my God. Oh, so I mean, my name is Wode. I'm the one and only annoying village boy from Ghana. The young guy who is on a journey to change the narratives of Africa by traveling all the 55 African countries, just to bring out positive stories out of the continent, so that to be able to invest, to attract tourists and also investment to the continent. So basically, that's what I'm doing at this very moment. And so far, I've been to 18 countries in Africa. I'm on my way to my 19th country. That's Somalia. It's going to be like a crazy adventure, but I just have to do it. I mean, it's Africa, and I have to take the risk because I love taking risks. So that's why I'm actually going to Somalia. Yeah, but it's so nice to see you in here. I really want to try my best to be here today. That's why I'm doing this at the airport because
I know.
I promise that I'm going to be here. My whole plans failed. That's why I couldn't get, the right time to be here. But being here, I think 5 minutes here is awesome, right? At least I'll put smiles on people's faces today. Yeah.
And make sure you watch the live again because we're dropping a lot of jewels here, brother. A lot. You heard me? Make sure you
one more time. Come again.
Make sure you rewatch the live because there's a lot of jewels that's being dropped today. Just when you have time, maybe you're in your hotel room.
Definitely. I'm definitely gonna rewatch it because I have the link and I'm definitely gonna rewatch it. But I just want to say congratulations on your launch.
Medase.
Yeah. Oh, Medase. Oh, you speak Ghanaian language? Is that the only one that you know? Medase?
Very little.
Very little. Yeah.
Look. I'm gonna bring someone who can talk the language with you because she's laughing. Rebecca. Y'all talk some tree.
Hello, Maya. I say. When you say, maybe I'm sure on YouTube and then it's me show how to many Japan. I'm sure on YouTube. Oh, okay. I'm a tell Kapa. I am sure on YouTube. Me follow pa on YouTube.
Oh, Nice. So,
Hello?
Yeah, he's freezing up a little bit.
Yeah.
I know. Mr. Maya?
connect back again. Let me try to connect back again.
Okay. Yeah, come back because we got some people in the backstage. All right, Chief Foday. So everyone, this is Chief Foday. He's amazing. Again, I don't like to introduce people because I feel like they can probably do better job than me. So I'm going to bring the Chief here, Chief Foday. And I'm going to move you, Rebecca, really quickly. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting, Chief. Thank you. Thank you. So tell us about BSANI. Tell us about where you at. Tell us about where you just tell us. Vibe with us. Talk to us, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, Shayla, for organizing this great forum. I just seen Wode Maya. Shout out to the brother, man. He's a goon on the continent, man. Gotta respect Wode Maya. Also, my excellent co-host on the BSANI on the Exodus Radio show. Sister Ya out there killing them with SRAP. Brother RJ, the king himself, up there in Senegal getting it down. And so, you know, it's just beautiful on the continent right now to see so many people waking up and answering their calling. I think that we could all receive the same calling, but only few will respond. And it's beautiful to see that I wasn't the only one and that there's many more coming. So my name is Chief Foday Ajamu Mansere. I am a diehard Pan-Africanist. I love Pan-Africanism. I just love being African, you know, but I was born and raised in the United States of America, of course, the state of Pennsylvania. I'm a Gullah Geechee. My father's lineage both ways. And I'm very deep into ancestry. I'm very deep into genealogical studies. I like to know who I am and where I come from based on my ancestry so that I can remain within that trajectory of legacy. That being said, who is Foday Ajamu Mansere? Well, I'm the average, ordinary brother that came up in a difficult world under some very, you know, traumatizing situations. But at the same time, I've always been inquisitive about the truth, no matter who tells it, no matter where it comes from. I've always been a seeker of that. Always been the type of person to research and, you know, study. And at the end of the day, always been the kind to put it into work. Always that if I do study and I do learn things, it's so that I can learn how to apply it. And so that being said, in 1999, I began my career as an organizer, actually under my mother. My mother had put me on to a community program. It resulted in me getting some AmeriCorps training, which really helped me to know how to identify the problems, define them, develop plans, and then ultimately execute what it is that needs to be done. And to do it without going outside of the resources that are available within the community that we already have. So basically learning how to organize at the grassroots level is what I learned. And I just fell in love with it. Before that, I was just like any other young person. I was about 20 years old at the time. I was caught up in the hip hop, caught up in what was happening in my neighborhood, and just, you know, the whole sensationalism of Black life. But I was looking for the right way. And I didn't find it in a book. I didn't find it from a scholar's lecture. I didn't find it from a YouTube video. I was at a point where I wanted to change my life. My mother was there. My mother was a minister, ordained minister. She also was a community organizer, someone who had backslid, quote unquote, and redeemed herself through community service and really showed me the way to be self-determined, that there's no vice, there's nobody, there's no amount of money that should be able to break my will to serve. And so that is the kind of background I come from. It's been 21, 22 years now since I've been organizing, and I never stop. Every day, I try to find a different way to push forward the movement by contributing my organizational skills and developing capacity with that. So that being said, when you're a community organizer, particularly in the United States, there's a lot of support there. There's a lot of systematic support. You know, different ways to get to the resources, and you have a lot of skills there. You have a lot of education there that's available to you that, you know, makes it more simplistic to organize if you choose to. And I know that because I was a part of that process. In that process, I began to realize the inequalities that we face as Black grassroots community organizers when we're trying to solve problems for ourselves within the United States of America. And a lot of the begging we have to do, a lot of the fake smiling and code switching that we have to do. They change codes on grants every other year. They force you to keep up with a system that should be very responsive to our needs. And so I begin to understand the political contradictions. I begin to understand that it wasn't just that we're not organizing, it's that we don't have power. And that led me into a journey that took me into political organizing. I got involved in political activism, human rights advocacy. I joined several organizations. And through that work, I became more exposed to the internal struggles that happen within organizations as we vie for power over the control of African lives and our resources. And, you know, so through that, I just evolved and to the point that at one point, for 2 years, I served as international outreach coordinator. It was the first time that I had the opportunity to organize and be in a regular communication with African organizers, people on the continent that were doing the same thing for their communities in different ways, but seeking the same result, and really being able to understand what some of the challenges were on the continent. And me being in America and never having come to the continent, but really wanting to come here and feeling literally out of place in my birthplace, I just fell more and more in love with just being able to support the people on the ground in Africa, even if it was just with knowledge or, you know, a couple dollars, or, you know, sometimes we have journalists getting locked up and they need petitions, you know, they need letter writing campaigns to their embassies, you know, they need call campaigns. So I begin to feel as though I had to be a reinforcement for my brothers and sisters on the continent that understood that Africans nowhere in the world will ever be free if all of us don't find a way to be practically united in our day-to-day struggles. And so that led me just to fall all the way in love with the ideal of coming home and immersing myself into the struggle here in Africa, where some of the ideals and skills that I was able to obtain in the United States, I would be able to transfer them over, and at the same time, be able to sharpen them, be able to develop them as well. So since I've come to Africa in 2013, I've been able to assess the ground with my own eyes, with my own brain, with my own understanding and resources. And what I learned now, looking back, is that if I didn't do that, then I would never have known the most fundamental information that any African coming back to the continent from the diaspora needs to know. And the main thing is to understand the culture and make it practical. People have the same exact issues that we have all around the world, but on the local, it might be a little bit different in terms of the political dynamics and the resources available. So what I did learn is that for a little bit of resources in the diaspora, we can go even farther in Africa than what we can go in the diaspora in terms of resources, efforts, and even human capacity. I learned that because I came here. Now, what led me to come here is that in 2009, I conceived the ideal to create a Pan-African movement that would be anchored on philosophical Garveyism. So not just Pan-Africanist in the sense that the broader sense of the ideal philosophy and movement, but to create a particular movement organization that within the Pan-African movement would represent practical applied Garveyism in the 21st century through the medium of a network activist organization. And so I came up with the idea to create the Black Star Action Network International. We chose Black Star, of course, because of Garveyism inspires this whole movement. It's because of Garvey and the Garveyites that we chose to take this path. And so we pay homage even in our name. We are the Black Star, and our middle name is Action. And we're a network internationally. So if you don't understand what our name is, you break it down, it defines who we are and how we operate. And we did that on purpose because we have to brand our new movements and make sure that they're rooted and connected to the traditions and the knowledge of what our ancestors left behind, because that's not enough. That didn't get us free. What they left us didn't get us free. So that means we still got work to do. And if we don't know that, then we're not going to know where to start at. And so because I took a special interest in serving as a grassroots organizer, someone that will go down into the grassroots, meet the market women, meet the ghetto boys. I'm not going to look at them like dirty or filth. You know, I see the value. I'm from the ghetto. You understand? And so just understanding that more people like me from my side of the equation needs to be actively involved in the grassroots struggle globally, it really inspired me to come to Sierra Leone, which I consider my home because I am a Gullah Geechee, and Gullah Geechees were among the 1,200 founders of Freetown City, Sierra Leone. And it felt as though if I was going to come back to the continent, then I would follow my ancestors' path. And they came here first, and I live in a city that was founded by them. So I chose here. I also chose here because of the conditions in the country. I didn't want to go to a country where a lot of issues were already being handled. I wanted to go where I was needed. I wanted to go where the smallest resources can go the farthest. I wanted to go where I would find people who I already been working with for 6 years prior to coming here. And I didn't need an introduction on the ground. I didn't come with a lot of money. I don't come from a lot of money, but I got heart. And that's what I came out here with. So that's who Foday Jamu Mesere is. It's a lot of things that I do, but that's who I am.
And if you can, could you drop, or I can drop it for you, what's the website so people can find you as well, Chief Foday?
Absolutely. Well, we have two websites. We have www.BSANI.com. That's BSANI, BSANI, Black Star Action Network International. Now, just as a heads up, that site needs to be updated. Let me be honest. And the reason why it needs to be updated is because we've developed a union. We've took 3 organizations and merged them together into a legal and legitimate union of organizations. So we have BSANI, which is a nonprofit organization incorporated in the United States of America. And we have the Gullah Nation of North America, which is a community association and nonprofit 501c3 registered in the United States of America. And here in Sierra Leone, I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Gullah Redemption Mission Sierra Leone. So these 3 organizations, along with our partners like the Exodus Alliance, SRAP, Made in Africa, everybody that we're working with to try to connect the dots, we all represent a union, but particularly these organizations came together to create what we call the Gullah Leone Union. Because everyone knows that Gullahs and Sierra Leoneans have a special connection, but we want to establish that unity now. And so we created the organizational capacity to do that, and now we have the umbrella organization, and we have a website for that, where you can go see all of the joint work that all of us are doing, not just BSANI, but Ganona, GRMSL, and BSANI, and some of our work of our friends. And so you can go to www.gullahleone.org. That's GULLAHLEONE. GullahLeone.org, not com, .org. You go there. If you go there, you'll see that we are petitioning the Sierra Leone government for citizenship for Gullah Geechees. We might be the first group of Gullah Geechees to even do it, but I think it's about time. Most of our people out there in America, you need to really trace your roots, talk to your elders, dig into them files. Some of us, many of us have ancestors who were in the military. You can get their military files. Inside every military file is an autobiography. Your ancestor left information that nobody has records of. All you have to do is research it. And so our enemies our adversaries have all this information on their files, and all we have to do is request it and know it, and then move on that. And so we advocate that. We also have our executive board coming. We have 7 of our people coming from America this month. One of them will be seeking their citizenship, probably will be getting it. And we're also helping other people along the process of obtaining their citizenship in April. We just launched our 2021 Tools and Seeds program. We just cleared 12 acres in one village. We cleared 10 acres in another village. We got 1.5 acres in Freetown that we're working on for the African Diaspora Village. So we are literally, when you say putting in that work, that's what BSANI represents. That's what I came home to do. Now, money, we can make money later. But if this work is not being done, then we shouldn't start making money yet. We should make sure that we have a passageway home, a bridge of support home, that we don't need to be introduced when we come, because we've already been here financially, spiritually, culturally, supporting before we got here. So that's what I would say, sister. Thank you.
Perfect. And if you can, you said a whole bunch. You dropped a lot of jewels. And I put the website in the chat so people can reach out to you as well. But this is a small thing too, because you didn't say what you love about Sierra Leone, because Sierra Leone is beautiful. Tell us what you love about Sierra Leone.
Well, what I love most about Sierra Leone, to be honest with you, is the people. I love the richness of the culture. You know how in the United States we always say people be so fake all the time. You know, they're just not themselves. I don't see that here. Like, people are pretty who they are, who they present themselves as here in terms of personality. So if you're a bad guy, you say, man, this is a bad guy. If you're a good guy, you say, man, this guy's good. It's not difficult to detect. In the States, people can cover it up and they be a snake, but they look like a lion. But you know, here I feel like it's more relatable to the people are more honest, they're more real about themselves. And I appreciate that, first of all. That's one of the things I was like, man, I know that even in America, the realest people I find be the ones at the bottom, because they understand the struggle. And the fakest ones be the ones at the top that we all be chasing behind. And so the same thing goes for Africa. When you come to Africa and get down with the real people, the people at the bottom, you realize that the culture is so free and so loving, and everybody's struggling, but we still got love. You know, we still love the place. A lot of miseducation has crippled our population here in this country, but the desire for the people to learn is another thing that I love about Sierra Leone. The fact that people produce majority of the food that they consume in Sierra Leone is beautiful to me. The fact that the majority of the medicine used to treat sicknesses in Sierra Leone is Sierra Leonean medicine, because people can't afford to go to the hospital and there's not enough doctors. We still have a traditional medical system here. Another thing that I love about Sierra Leone is that they have secret societies for the cultures that bring people together across their traditions. So you might be a Mende, you might be a Korenko, you might be a Kano, but you all be part of the same Poro society. Or you might be a Timni woman, or you might be a Mende woman, but you might be part of the same Sande woman society. So I realized that the ancient societies that our ancestors put in place were based on having a society for men and a society for women. And for the men and the women to take the children through a rite of passage as soon as possible to prepare them for adulthood and their responsibilities to their families, to themselves, and to the community. Very, very important. So by the time a child is 12 years old here, the whole village has determined what their special skills are and where they should support them at. That doesn't happen in our communities outside. So I appreciate that as well, that they have an age grade society system where if you're not a part of it, you don't know nothing, and that it survived the transatlantic slave trade, it survived colonialism, and it still exists today. I love it. I love Sierra Leone, the beauty of Sierra Leone. I've never seen so many different landscapes in such a short distance. Right now, I live in Freetown. Freetown is the host of the largest natural water harbor in Africa. We don't know this, but that's why the Europeans chose to settle Freetown here. because they wanted to make it a naval shipyard. And this is where they suppressed the transatlantic slave trade from. The population of Freetown is made up of the Black Americans, people from London that was Black, Jamaican Maroons, and over 85,000 liberated Africans who were rescued from slave ships and brought back to Freetown. So this is a very, 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 very special place for its history and its culture. I love Freetown because I love Sierra Leone because it's the first country that any African from the diaspora since slavery came back to and tried to settle and do something. And the evidence that Freetown exists and the Creole people exist and the people and the country is here is evidence of a success and not a failure. That means we didn't miss our mark. It means it didn't happen the way that some of us may have been happy about. But the fact that I can say this right now from Freetown, I'm in central Freetown right now talking to you. I've been here 8 years, and I can go and say, yo, I'm a gullah, and they'll be like, oh, my brother, do you understand? It's very, very powerful. I love the food here. I love the fish because of the harbor. You got so many different fish that you can choose from. Although the Chinese are here stealing it, and other people are off the coast because we don't have a Navy. They're stealing. And so, but the fish is great. Y'all should come and help us secure them. Come and help us push the bad guys away from the fish. Instead of saying they're there, yeah, they're here because you're not here. And so it is a big situation that we have on the ground. I love Sierra Leone also because Sierra Leone is the first country in Africa to accept Africans back and give citizenship based on genetic evidence. That right there is powerful. That's powerful because even this month, in the last 2 years, there's been over 30 people come and get their citizenships in Sierra Leone. And this month, they might have even more than that in one trip. So you got to understand that there is an exodus happening. We're not just bluffing and creating brains. Something is happening. If you're not on the continent, you don't feel it. But we that are here, we feel it because we are it. We are the exodus. And there's nothing that I would say that I love about Sierra Leone more than the fact that it's Africa. If I love anything more, I don't love anything more about being where I am than the fact that it's Africa. I would rather be in Sierra Leone than the whole 50 states of the United States of America. And I've traveled around the United States of America. I've served communities in my community, Philadelphia, New York, Florida. I'm an activist first. I campaigned for Mumia's freedom. I fought for Sean Bell in New York. So not to bluff, but just to let you know the character of the man that is telling you why I love Sierra Leone.
I love it, brother. I love it. And I just want to thank you so much. I want to give you your flowers because you've been doing the work for a very considerable long time. And it's not too many, out there that publicly embrace it, publicly talk about it, publicly say it's time to go home, as long as you have been. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madase. I can speak. I can say obrigada. I can say Madase. I can say a couple other languages, but thank you in any language, any African language.
It's all blood,
You know what? I didn't get to call you what I wanted to call you today. I wanted to call you Blood.
For the blood. So the blood come first.
So for
What's up, Blood?
Those who don't know, I told Chief Foday I'm bringing back Blood. You know how back in the 70s, the 60s, we called each other, hey, Blood, hey, young Blood. I was going to bring it back. I'm bringing it back. So anyway, thank you so much for stopping by. If you want to, you can always actually have your wife help you too. But you can go to Hopin and network. It's a lot of people back there networking. So get some cards, spread your brilliance there. There's a lot of people that can learn from you. So thank you so much, sir. I put the link in the comment section, and we'll see you soon, hopefully in Hopin.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you. Mwah. So next up we have, and we're just coming, we have so many people backstage, I'm trying to bring them up. We have, our next segment is really about real estate. All right, so that concluded repatriation. So now you know how to get to the continent, right? What they're doing, how people are doing the work. how, we shared contact information, all of those types of things. So now we're going to talk about, okay, real estate, right? So who better to talk about real estate than James? He is in one of my favorite places, which is Zanzibar. And I'm making sure he's ready to come up. Give me 1 second. He's going to be talking to you about real estate and how he can help you. And let's see if he's ready. Are you ready, James? I think you are. Let me bring you up. If he's not ready, I'll take him down because we also have a performance that's going to happen too. So let me bring up James. Hi. How are you, James?
Hello, Shayla. I'm good. How about yourself?
Good. You're celebrating, by the way, he's celebrating tonight.
Yeah.
It's like, what
Good
time is it there? It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 9 o'clock. So, he's having a good little time there. He's celebrating global African excellence. So tell us about what you do. Tell us, your background. Tell us about the real estate landscape in Zanzibar, in Tanzania in general.
All right, you guys. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Shayla, thank you for inviting me. Yes, I'm here now at a restaurant because it's pretty late now. We're talking about 10 to 10 in the evening. So I've already had a few beers. So if my words stutter, then you guys just correct me and let me know if you miss
You're fine. We're celebrating
any part of this conversation. All right, good. So I'm James Prevost, native San Francisco, California. I've been in Africa now, I don't know how many years, since 1995. I guess that's what, 26, 27. How many years is that?
A long while.
26. I'm sorry, you there?
No, you're back. You froze a smidge, but you're back. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Missouri.
Yeah, so like I said, native San Francisco. Went from San Francisco to Nashville, then to Atlanta. Went to school at Tennessee State and Middle Tennessee State. Went to Atlanta. Was supposed to be a stockbroker in Atlanta. Ended up getting into commercial real estate. And then after 5 years of commercial real estate in Atlanta, I decided to pack up and move in 1995 to South Africa. So South Africa was quite a number of years. I still have a residence in South Africa and a home, but now I reside in Zanzibar, Tanzania, where I've been for the last 6 years. And I'm now the regional owner of Remax Tanzania. I don't know if you guys understand how the Remax model works, but everything inside the United States is owned by Remax Corporation out of Denver, Colorado headquarters. Everything outside the United States has a different owner. Each country has a different owner, and I happen to be the owner of Tanzanian region. So we're a franchise model. I use the brand. I pay royalties over to Remax Denver, and we basically are the industry leaders in the country. We don't have much competition. In Zanzibar in particularly, Zanzibar, we're the only brand on the island. Everything else is done informally. And we got expansion into mainland. We opened up more offices. So it's a good time now for real estate in Tanzania. More particularly, Zanzibar has been a hot ticket ever since we opened the office. Just to give you a little background, usually it takes like 4 years to break even with any type of real estate franchise. We broke even in 6 months with our franchise in Zanzibar. So that gives you a scope and scale of where the industry is. Mm-hmm. And right now, the real estate market is not just here in Tanzania, but globally, it's exploding. And I've told people many times that if anybody's ever thinking of buying anything or selling anything, this is the time. If you don't get into this opportunity this year, you're gonna be sick that you didn't. This is like the gold rush, and since the recorded history of real estate around the world, nobody had any data on where we are right now in real estate. Never in the history of real estate has the time been equal to buy and sell at the same time. So you guys, we're in this business. It's going crazy. Our phones in our entire office, it doesn't stop. Emails doesn't stop. Inquiries doesn't stop. And it's a good time to invest in Africa and on the continent, whether it's Zanzibar, Tanzania, Ghana, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Liberia. I have to give everybody a hip is get you a piece of land somewhere, anywhere. I don't care what it costs, whatever your budget is. I would say do that, because this market is not going to last forever. Since there's no data on this market, it's totally a false market right now. So we don't know when this balloon is going to explode and when it's going to be over. It could be 2 months, 6 months, or a year, but we never been in this situation before. So we don't know how long it's going to last, because there's no recorded data on such an industry. Other than that, so Zanzibar as a destination is where I'm at. Here's where real estate is probably the most affordable island in the world that you can get real estate from. For example, here for, let's say, an acre of land on the beach here, it would run you plus or minus $350,000. If you want to go anywhere else in the world and try to get an acre of land, you on the beach, on an island, you're going to spend minimum $1 million, $1.5 million for anywhere in the world. And Zanzibar beaches have been rated one of the top 10 best beaches in the world. You're talking about white sand, fluffy sand, no rocks, no seashells, debris on the sand. It's just fluffy sand. Matter of fact, I'm sitting in sand right now. I'll show you. This is what I'm talking about, just to show you. Wait a minute, where's that camera?
Where are you at? You in the Chandri?
That's
Where are you?
that. I'm in Jambiani, actually.
I just talked about Jambiani.
Yeah.
I told you it's my favorite place.
I heard you. That's where I'm at. I'm at this. I wish I can't reverse the camera, but I'll show you. I'm at this it's the first Taiwanese restaurant on the island, and it's just amazing. So I'll let you guys see.
Nice.
Yeah,
beautiful.
that's the owner right there. Hi, that's Kim. Yeah. So I'm here to really, I can talk forever, but I want to hear what people want to know, and I'd rather open up the floor and ask some questions, because I can go on a tangent and I might not touch anything that anybody wants to know.
How us real estate agents are. We can talk.
Yeah. Sorry. Cheers to
global African excellence.
Yeah, that's right. Blackness.
That's right. I will actually, I'm either going to be in 3 countries sometime this year. All right. Tanzania is like heart to me. So, hopefully, we have some stuff that we got to talk about too. So,
right.
I'm hoping to see you soon. What you can do though for now, do you know how to do the hop in? Because there's a lot of people backstage who are networking. The count went up. So there's a lot of people in backstage. I'll send it to you on WhatsApp.
Okay.
And you can go in and you can literally network with them, answer questions, and then if there's any questions in the chat, I'll filter it to you.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And what about you? You're gonna have ourselves in. What is you had another one from real estate?
Yeah, Dynast. So I don't know where Dynast is. Some people are late, some people are early, and backstage, as you can see, it's a lot of people back here. So whenever he gets on, he'll get on. It's like we're just having a party. It's a kickback. We had some order. Okay. Sometimes we get unorderly. Sometimes what is the word, Veronica? Shagala bugala. That's a Swahili word. I'm trying to say shagala bugala. It's a Swahili word for unorganized. Seriously, look. I promise.
I got to ask somebody. I don't know that word.
Look, watch.
Veronica.
It
don't mean nothing.
It means unorganized. Veronica. Oh, wait. You're muted. You're muted. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes. So shagala bagala means
shagala
bagala. Oh, that's a little bit different.
It's not that
See,
I'm trying.
You
Look,
said, she said,
I love that word. It's long, and I don't know how to spell it because it's like a really long word.
But Shayla, you said shuckle up, buckle up.
Shuckle up, buckle up.
That's what you said.
I love it.
It's like
I'm learning.
Yeah, that's good. And Veronica's in Tanzania.
No, she's in Kenya.
I'm in Kenya.
Oh,
we do have
okay.
a Tanzania teacher.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana. Yes.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so, I want to give. No, I was going to tell you guys that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You say?
No, go ahead. It's your floor.
Oh no, I just wanted to tell you that.
I'm giving you flowers too.
Since this COVID thing started, before I've been coming in and out of Zanzibar for since 2008. I moved here in 2014. But since I was in South Africa, it was an easy flight, 3-hour flight. So I would come here 2 or 3 months every year for about 7 years just to study the culture, how business was done. And all this time I've been coming here, I'll be lucky if I had bumped into, I'm talking about over 10 years. I'll be lucky if I had bumped into more than 20 Black Americans in Zanzibar in 10 years, right? I'm talking about tourists. Forget about the investor. I'm probably one of the only Black Americans that's an investor on the island. I do hold 2 citizenships. I hold South African citizenship and I hold American citizenship. So I'm the only Black South African investing in this country, and I'm only the Black American investing in Zanzibar. So if you take this over the 10 years, if I say I met all of 20, maybe let's say 30 people of tourists, and but during the COVID time, since COVID started last year till now, I probably met 30 more. That's how many people have come here. Not only that, I know at least 7 American families who've moved here. Now they didn't do their research, and this one thing I gotta tell all my Black people.
We just talked about that.
You cannot just get on a damn plane, hop on a plane, and think you're gonna put a flag in a damn country. It's called immigration. You got to go through paperwork. You don't just and I hate to say it, but at least 7 of these families, at least 5 had to go back because they didn't do their research. You can't just sit in somebody's country indefinitely without your paperwork. And when you come to a place like Zanzibar, anywhere in Africa, you got to come with investment. They're not going to let you just stay there and camp out and collect a welfare stamp. That doesn't happen. And it goes on and on. Now, me, 95, I was ignorant. There was no Google much. So I got on a plane and I came and I made a success of it because I didn't know anything. But back then, immigration was very relaxed. You know what I mean? You just had to pay for another stamp, go out the country, come back in, get another stamp. Those things don't work anymore. So I want to tell all my sisters and brothers who think you want to move to Africa, do your research. Don't think because you Black, you're going to land here and everybody going to give you open arms and welcome you like kumbaya. It doesn't work that way. And before you get on a plane, read about people's culture. Before you get it, you have to know.
Yep, we do that. We do that in our courses. We talk about culture because it's such a big thing.
It's the first thing they should do. First thing you should do is understand if you're going wherever you're going in Africa, find out who are the tribes in Africa. Find out what's the cultural norms. Understand the cultural norms. Because if you come into Africa showing loud talking American, big mouth, like you know it all, you're gonna get thrown out of here because it's a sign of disrespect on a continent. People here are humble. You don't talk loud, and it's one thing I hate when I see Black Americans come here. I don't want to meet them sometimes. I swear I don't, because they talking loud and nobody don't want to hear that loud talking. loud talking is a sign of disrespect. You humble your voice, talk softly, and you have your conversation. So I just want to tell everyone to make sure they understand the culture before they come. And you got to have, there's certain signs in Africa. The way you shake someone's hand is not the same way you shake someone's hand in the United States. If you want respect from someone, there's a handshake. It's an African handshake that says, I respect you. If you don't know that handshake, you can Google it. Just say African respect handshake on Google, and it shows you how to shake someone's hand so that they give you respect immediately. If you think you're going to stand up tall, shake somebody's hand firm and look them in the eye, that's actually a sign of disrespect in Africa. You don't go look at an elder in the eye like you his equal. You must bow yourself like you do a gorilla. The same culture the gorilla has is the same way African culture is. You bow your head when you speak to an elder, and you humble yourself, and you never if the elder is sitting down, you sit on the floor. If the elder is standing up, you sit your ass down. You don't raise yourself above an elder. So this is quick things, but I just like everybody to please do that research, because I've seen so many African Americans. I actually don't like the word African American. It's black. Okay, come over here, and they don't make it. You know, they don't make it 6 months, a year, 2 years, and they have to go back because they didn't understand the basic information of cultural respect and cultural norms. They just missed that mark because they went to Howard or they went to some nice little school in the US, and they come over here thinking they're gonna teach somebody something. You ain't teaching nobody in Africa nothing. Trust me. This game has been done before we were even born, before we even got on slave ships, went to the United States. The game here is strong. So you should come here and be a sponge and try to learn something before you try to teach somebody the stuff that you really don't even know yourself. Okay? So with that said, get you a piece of real estate somewhere in the world and stop messing around, do some research, and don't come to Africa thinking you're going to save the world. Nobody want to hear nobody come over here talking about, I want to give to the village. Oh, I'm coming to help the children. Oh, I want to start a foundation. No, first come over here, be you, and see what people need. But nobody wants to be saved here. All right. Because everything's good. People need to be saved in the United States. They don't need to be saved in Africa.
It's Poa.
All right.
So thank you so much for your time. Keep celebrating.
You're welcome.
And we'll see you
All
soon.
right.
Actually, I'll see you soon, hopefully.
I hope
see
so.
you.
All right.
Enjoy. All right. So next we have, and sorry guys, we're a little bit behind on our program, but we have a performance from the Ivory Coast, and I'm going to bring them on to the stream. Hi, Didi Michael. How are you? You have to unmute yourself. Let me see. You unmute yourself? Okay, you're unmuted. So they're going to talk to us.
Yeah.
So I think there was some internet issues. Hopefully they can come back. But thank you so much for performing. I just like blinked out. But thank you, Dale, for setting that up. I'm not sure. I think we lost connection. We know how it goes on the continent. But our next guest is Mr. Donato. He's from Equatorial Guinea. Let's add him to the stream. Hi, brother. Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
I'm trying.
There you go.
Hello,
Donato is amazing because he has this really legit YouTube channel called Visit Equatorial Guinea. So I'm gonna let you talk, give you your flowers so you can have your full screen. All righty.
Hey. All right. Hey, hello everybody. How's it going?
It's
yes.
Going well.
My name is Donato, and basically I was supposed to be here on time, but the time I was not I was not aware of the time difference. So that's what happened. Basically what I do, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Visit Equatorial Guinea, where I talk about our little country. We are the only Spanish speaking country. I keep saying that. I hope everybody knows that by now. The only Spanish speaking country in Africa, and we are right in the middle of the equator. The country has many different islands, and is like the one that I'm right now is Bioko, and is home for the Bubi group. It's one of the ethnic groups here, and many African Americans trace their roots back to this island.
That's
so
right. I'm ancestral Bobe as well. Yeah.
Exactly. So I try to display the culture, the traditions, and things like that. Besides running that YouTube channel, I also participate in our school. We have a school here that we are building, my mother and I, and a couple of friends too. So we're trying to set it up. She started it like 4 years ago, and because of COVID right now, it's a little bit more difficult to run because we have like curfews right now, and so the students cannot come. So those are the main three things that I do here in Africa. I work for this company, it's an oil and gas company, and I also do the YouTube thing, and the school thing. If it weren't for COVID, I will tell everybody to come here, to come and visit. EG is very beautiful, and many people really don't know about it. If you speak French, you can move around easily. It's not a problem. Spanish is the main language, is the first language. And in the capital, here in Malabo, people also speak Pidgin, which is kind of an English language, but it's like broken English. So you should be good with any of those languages.
And tell
So
me why you love Bioko Island. Because if you look at Bioko Island, it's actually right across. I'm getting a relay. It's right across from Cameroon.
Cameroon,
Right?
yes.
It's like super close. Tell me why you love Bioko Island. Tell me why you started Visit Equatorial Guinea, that YouTube channel. Because like I said, it's very legit, like Visit Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, so tell us why you love it so much, and why, I mean, a lot of people don't know about the country. So, explain a little bit about that to us for me.
Yeah, the first thing I love about Malabo is the weather. Normally you have 6 months of rain and then 6 months.
And Malabo is the capital, right?
Yes, the capital. It's in
Just
Bioko,
so everybody knows.
Yes. So what happens is that you have 6 months of rain and then 6 months of dry season. But during the rain season, the weather is very calm, and it's like even temperature all during those 6 years. The nature here is very good. Like, it's green everywhere. Since it's an island, you have beaches everywhere, and it's also the capital. So all international flights they land here. So that's the one of the great things about Malabo and Bioko in general. You can tour around the island in less than 6-7 hours. You will you can tour around it in little time and visit the small towns, etc., etc. Also, Bioko is a little bit more international than the mainland. You have American companies working here. Spaniards are also here. French-speaking people, many Cameroonians, Nigerians, people from Ghana. So the whole continent is represented here somehow. To be honest, I have not met really many African Americans. I know some people don't like the term, but I've met probably 1 or 2, but they were like temporary workers, for oil and gas companies. But they do not live here.
I think the more and more people know, like I did my DNA and I did ancestry and I did African ancestry, and I think the more and more people find it there, like for example, I'm maternal Bobe, and I think more and more of us who find like what we are, then we are more intrigued to come by and know our spirituality, know who we are as individuals. So continue, yes, please, yes.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say many. I think many. I know one famous American movie star who also traced his origin back to Equatorial Guinea. He was also part of the Bubi tribe. So yes, if people keep doing those tests and trying to trace back their roots, they will definitely know about the country. And I think that's the disadvantage that we do have is the language. It's kind of an advantage, but it's also a disadvantage. Like everybody knows about Nigeria and Ghana because they speak English mainly. So we are more popular in Latin America, like Mexico. So they tend to know more about us than even sometimes our own neighbors. Like people from Cameroon, they know we are there, but they don't know the culture, they don't know the traditions. But yeah, it's Bantu. I don't know if you guys know about it. Bantu, the Bantu people. So we are part of the Bantu people. We have here 4 different tribes, around 4: Bubis, Fang, Dowes, Bukebas, and Oboneses. And each one of those tribes has like a territory where when you are more likely to meet them. So the Bubis, they tend to live here in Bioko Island, and the Fang tribe, which I belong to, they tend to be more in the continental part of the. And overall, we tend to get along. Overall, of course, we've had some issues in the past. Some of them are still going, but they don't. I mean, there is not like a war or dangerous incident related, like guns, and it's very rare to have those type of things here. We are a very peaceful nation. That's for sure, and we tend to be very transparent people. That's also true.
Yeah. And can I just say this? I just love the way you speak. Those little rara, you're I always wish I had an accent. I don't have one. And so it's like it's very
I can avoid it.
I can
try
literally
to
listen to you all day.
I try to get rid of that R.
What? Why? That's like your thing. Don't do that. It is. I'm like, talk more, please. You can talk about the beach. Yeah. You can talk about anything you want.
About our Spanish, people say that our Spanish is the best Spanish that's spoken worldwide, because Castilian Spanish, the one from Spain, is very straight,
Rigid?
very formal.
Yeah.
Yes, the one from Latin America tends to be very a little bit too joyful, and we are kind of
So I'm like, but anyway,
so
that's just me. I love accents.
Si queréis aprender español, venir a Guinea. If you guys want to learn Spanish, si queréis aprender español, if you guys want to learn Spanish, venir a Guinea Equatorial.
Actually, I've been talking to your friend Christian, because and I kind of announced this early on the program. We probably in the summertime. It's hard to find it. The issue is finding someone from Equatorial Guinea who speaks English and Spanish. That's the problem right there. So we're trying to teach that version of Spanish. Hopefully by the summer. But yeah, un poquito. I have a little interest because I took 5 years. But right now I'm kind of obsessed with Swahili. So
yes, I've noticed.
I mix it, more than likely I'll say obrigada, I'll say medase, I'll say, caribou. Like I'll just mix language. I love mixing languages. So I'll literally say 2 or 3 different languages in one sentence. It keeps me like alive. It keeps it in my mind fresh as well. But I posted your link. So I want everyone to go to his YouTube channel. It's a lot of awesome content there. You're probably going to see a lot more of him, at least tied in with Resplendence, because we got some other projects that we're doing on Bioko Island. And so I'm just so happy you dropped by. If you want to, I think I gave you the link. You can go into the Hop-In, which is the networking after party.
Okay.
If not, I'll drop it into. I'll message you. And then you go into Hop-In, you have to register. Remember that, but I'll give you like the unique code for the private ticket link. And so it's a couple people back there networking. And what you want to do is click on the networking. Okay.
That's perfect.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
See you later. Adios.
All right. Bye.
So next up, who we have? Oh, let me bring up Dynast. Dynast finally is in the building. Dynast, are you there? I see your sculpture. Where are you? If he's not there, I'll bring up Beck. Maybe he stepped away for a second. He's probably like, you bring me up the minute I step away. That sculpture is everything now. I will say that. I will say that. So I'm going to put him back down and we'll bring up Beck. Beck, are you ready? I know you're ready, Beck. So let me put him back down until he comes back and then we'll bring up Beck. I love Beck's like Instagram and Facebook because it's so easy on my tongue. It's like check with Beck.
Yes. Straight to the point.
Yeah, check with Beck. Straight to the point. No chaser. We get to the point.
Absolutely.
But tell everybody what you do. You do a lot. So tell everybody what you do, sister.
Absolutely. So project-wise, I serve as a trained environmental scientist and a certified environmental health professional where I focus on water-related waterborne diseases. And overall, I focus as an environmental and water consultant. So just water, environment, or just water will be fine. So that's what I get to do on a daily basis. The Trek with Bet project is important to me, and it's special to me because it is a initiative of my company. So my larger company is an environmental company, but the Trek with Bet project is an initiative that focuses just on Africa and the African diaspora, which is very important. So there's 3 different areas which I focus on, which is I work with scholar groups, which I get them excited and focused on Pan-African science, tech, engineering, mathematics. We really need to focus on connecting scientists who are already across, the globe, connecting them together so we can solve our own problems and not having to depend on others to do that. So I work on networking us together, and if possible, if they have companies, I try to work with them to bring them onto a project, or I get invited onto a project. And then from there, it's kind of like scholars is, I want to say I kind of flipped it a little bit. Scholars, I would say is more of actually undergrad. And I also work with high school groups from time to time, but really undergrad, kind of getting them excited about and knowledgeable about working on solutions to empower African diaspora. Most of the time what's pushed is to go to all these other different countries. They go to Europe and all that to solve problems. And when they do come to Africa, it really kind of don't like the vibe. I want it to more to be from an empowerment position and to focus on innovation. And the last group is stakeholders. And for the stakeholders, those are primarily the groups are women, and it's women who want to work with another woman who is involved in water because they feel more comfortable doing that. And so that's the gist of what I do when it comes to the Trek with Bet project. I stay busy.
Excellent. I have someone who wants to say hi to you. I'm going to pull them up.
Who wants to say Veronica? Hi, Veronica.
That's her teacher. That's her Swahili teacher.
Yes, Veronica.
Mambo, Becky.
Yes, Mambo. Mambo. Let's see. I'm doing good. So I want
to say, it's easy. It's the one that starts with a P.
It's not. It can be Poa Salama. See?
Yeah,
I got it. Oh man. Hey, Veronica.
Yeah, so good to have you here, Beck.
Absolutely. It's great. You're a great teacher. I look forward to you either we do a private tutor or a class. I can't wait to get back into a class again. I need to continue to practice.
I can't wait.
April 17th, I'll be in class with you too. I'm thinking about starting over again, just for me personally. I like to make sure I know everything. I'm just one of those learn. I'll probably be in the class with you too, more than likely. But Beck, tell us where they can find you on social media. And I want you to get into talking about assessing water too, because that was your topic today. But first, tell us where they can find you on social media. And if you want to drop it,
I would just say you can do @Trek with Beck, but right now I'm going to invite individuals to go to trekwithbeck.com and just subscribe. I have so many different opportunities as far as internships. When we're talking about looking for more strategists and scientists and things like that, I'm going to say the best thing is to subscribe, because some of the offers that I get or some of the knowledge that I get, people don't want me to broadcast it. Mm-hmm. So that's unfortunate, because if you're not connected with me, you don't get the opportunity. So I'm just going to say go to trekwithbeck.com, subscribe. I want to say Wednesday, I want to start send out some information. Also created a few classes that people wanted me to create regarding water basics. It's a free course. So I'm creating some free courses and things like that. And so I think subscribing will be best. So no matter if you follow me on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, it's @TrekWithBeck. But if you subscribe, then you can kind of get everything at once, and you don't have to kind of try to keep up, and you can get the sign up right when I send out the email. So I think that is working best for everyone, because I work on so many different projects. Getting that one local email probably is going to be best.
Okay. Good. And tell us about how, if people are repatriating back to the continent, how do you help with, like, tell us what a water strategist does, right? And how can you directly help a person who's repatriating?
Absolutely. So I think number one is really about education. So some schedule a strategy session with me just for them to be educated on the different just things you should know. But I like to go over something real brief to help everyone. The first thing is when you are dealing with water is to understand what you're going to do with the land. I think a lot of times people just want to have land but not understand what they're going to do from an agricultural basis or just what they're going to be doing with the land. So it's really important first to focus on purpose and use of the land. And then that can tell you where you will need to go your next step when it comes to water. Now, assessing water, I do a lot of what's called a preliminary report. And with the preliminary report, I look at first, I like to call atmosphere, which is going to be your wet seasons and your dry seasons, which is very important. And then from there, looking at the actual terrain. When you have your terrain will tell me a lot about where water may collect, how green it is. And so that's one level. The last level is looking at vegetation and things like that. Certain vegetations will tell you a lot about the soil. So for me, it's pretty much I can offer a preliminary report to give you an idea. It can't be 100 because you actually, I do also recommend to get an assessment to just verify everything. But I do research and do the preliminary report.
Oh, I have to unmute myself. I was saying excellent, excellent, excellent. And what projects, if you don't mind, do you have upcoming that you can publicly share with anyone? Just anything publicly. If not, it's okay. Like any conference you're doing that people can tune into?
Not quite yet. Like that's all I'm telling everyone to subscribe. I get invited to a lot of different things, and I do a lot of yes and a no. I will say what has been interesting. One of the projects I've been invited to is water vending. Women in different countries and interested in vending water and how they want to scale their business, how they want to how the water is being treated, filter, the source. So I think that's exciting. When you look at the trade agreement. A lot are just wanting to get more into water. So I think that's exciting. And I put that information up on my social media platforms when I'm invited to those meetings. I would just say right now, when it comes to women in water, there's just a lot going on. There's a lot going on globally, which is very exciting.
And you were a perfect part for this program because we talked about repatriation. We talked about, how we had a real estate person here. So, yeah. And so you kind of integrate in all those sectors where you can help us get back and you can help us make sure we understand water quality and so forth. So any other thing you would like to say before we let you go?
No, I'm going to say the main thing. I think for the community.
Let me give you a flower. Hold on. Let me give you your flowers. This is called giving you your flower.
I would say the main thing when we're looking at African diaspora, of course, make sure you subscribe. That's very important when we're sending out surveys and things like that. I'm going to say make sure you do your research. And absolutely, you can always reach out to me, tretwithbeck.com. You can contact me, and I will be creating some courses and ebooks to help you all out and to really being able to understand land purchases better, water, in the environment if you are deciding to repatriate. Thank you, Shayla.
Thank you too. You are wonderful. I can't wait to see you in class. With that, I sent you the link for the backstage privilege. Let me send it to you now. Oh, so my friend said water vending. So I think you guys can talk about that. I'll probably connect you to see how this works. I connect you people. People connect with people. It works. I'm telling you. So speaking of connecting, yes, but wait. Before you go to the backstage on Hopin, so you can network with everyone else. I just sent the link to you on WhatsApp. Okay,
sounds like a plan. I'll
be
there.
Bye, sister. All right, Veronica. I'm gonna let you introduce Miss Joy, if you don't mind. So let me bring Miss Joy up. Her name is just like her personality. All right. So I'm excited to have her here. The reason why she's important, because now we're moving into the program where we talk about spirituality, right? We talked about a repatriation, different things for repatriation. We had Mr. Maya on the live today, and we just finished with Beck, who knows everything about water. And now we're moving into a part of the program where we get into spirituality, right? And what Joy is going to talk to us today is about finding one's purpose. So we're going to bring Miss Joy up here to the stream. Hi.
Greetings.
I'm going to remove myself, and Veronica is going to interview you. Give me 1 second.
Hello, Joy.
Greetings and salutations. How are you? Blessings.
I am fine. Blessings to you. Much welcome. We are happy to have you.
Madase.
So if you don't... That's nice. I like the word medasi. I would say karibu sana in Swahili for welcome. So we are excited to have you. And before we do anything else, I know your name is on the screen, but do you mind telling us and everyone who you are, please?
Of course. So my name is Joy Medina. I am first and foremost a child of God. I am also a mother of 2 kings in training. And I homeschool my youngest one. My oldest one is a teenager, so he is in high school. So I've been definitely afforded the privilege to be able to homeschool my children. Also, I am a psychology graduate, so I do have a degree in psychology. I recently attained my certification in life coaching, and I'm just a woman who wants to speak life to power when it comes to people, and most importantly, our people. I have a heart and a passion for our people, especially what we've been through, and where I see us going as a people. So while I do speak with everyone, and I do minister and speak words of encouragement and motivation and things like that, and inspiration, I do have a heart to see our people in a better state, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And like Chief Foday said earlier, I am also a truth seeker and a person who is here to serve the people. So that's just a little bit about me.
Wow, that is nice. That is nice. Do you mind telling us where you're based before you get into telling us what you have for us today? Because, you know, every time in this social life and every time that we need to transition into a change, and now I'm referring to the repatriation because everyone is talking about repatriation, we need some sort of spiritual, psychological, and emotional preparation. So before then you go into that, could you tell us where you're based and where you give your services and everything that rotates around that? You're welcome.
So I am originally from New Jersey here in the United States of America, but I currently live in Florida because the weather is the closest to parts of Africa with its beautiful weather. But I'm definitely even looking forward to, in the next couple of years, actually living abroad. So I am I've been more open to that concept in the last couple of years, as many of us Black Americans are open to repatriating over to the motherland. So we'll see where God takes me with that. But currently right now I live in Florida.
Okay. That is great. We know where you are. Yes, some of us are here in the continent waiting for all our brothers and sisters who are coming home. We give them a warm welcome. We tell them how to stay here. We tell them they are welcome. So the next thing I would like you to tell us is, yes, introduce your topic and what you have for us today.
No problem. So definitely when Sister Shayla came to me about what she wanted me to speak about, you know, at first I was like, okay, Lord, Father, what do you want me to speak about? But then when she sent a message and said, you know what, girl, I want you to speak on finding one's purpose, I thought that was so fitting, because with everything that's going on, with how, especially us Blacks in America, are starting to step outside the box when it comes to our history, when it comes to our culture, our roots, and our heritage, and how we're looking to repatriate back over to the motherland, and how we're searching for our identity and our purpose. I thought that this topic was fitting. And so if you do see me looking down, it's only because I'm looking at my notes, because I kind of want to stay on topic. So I thought that topic was definitely fitting. And I'm like, you know what, Sister Shayla, she chose the right topic to talk about. If you think about finding one's purpose, Dr. Miles Monroe, he was a prolific teacher and author from the island of Bahamas, the late Dr. Miles Monroe. He wrote a book called Rediscovering the Kingdom. And in it, he talked about purpose. And he said, where purpose is either not understood or unable to be attained, abuse is inevitable. And I thought that was very perfectly said, because when you think about what Black people in the country of the United States have been through for over 400 years, there's definitely some abuse when it comes to our identity and when it comes to our purpose. And so we see that ill effects of that, us not knowing who we are. We see us being abused and taken advantage of in the entertainment and music industry, with the educational system, even with our relationships with others and our family dynamics. And so I believe we all can agree that finding one's purpose is extremely vital and extremely important if we're talking about taking our whole self to another level. And so if you had asked me several years ago, or even several months ago, would I be speaking to you today, all of you today online, about this very topic, I would be like, y'all, bye. But I, in my own journey of walking in my purpose, I told God, I said, Lord, if you open up a door, I will walk through it. If you give me the opportunity to empower and uplift your people, I will walk through it with your spirit. With your help, I will do that. And so when you think about purpose in its most basic definition, it is to understand the reason for which something is created, or the reason for which something exists. And if you think about us and how we move in our day-to-day lives, we have to really consider, why are we here? Why are we existing? Why are we at this job, or this place, this state of being that we're in, this environment that we're in? Is it contributing to my existence? Is this what I'm here on earth to do? And many of us are barely surviving and existing in our jobs, in our relationships, with other people, just in our environments. And yeah, we're existing, but the question is, are we really and truly living? And not even that, but we're surviving, but we're not thriving. And I don't want to knock work, because work is such a vital and important aspect in our lives. To be able to be productive is extremely important for our overall well-being. Our Creator created us to be productive. However, the issue is, which Sister Ya and Brother RJ talked about a little earlier, is that when we're working, is the work or the benefits, the fruit of the work, coming and benefiting our people, or is it benefiting someone else while we continue to be trampled on under their feet? And so I think that's the issue when it comes to work and what's going on, what we see going on in our country, and even what we see going on in the continent of Africa. And so when we think about that, we need to be asking ourselves, is what I'm doing benefiting and enriching my life? When you think about life as a whole, life is about constant growth and evolution, and not only just in one area, but in all areas. Because if you think about it, we are a whole human being, and so therefore our advancement, our fulfillment must be on a holistic nature. And so I want to talk about, how do we come to this place of purpose? because when we come to that place of purpose, there we will find our fulfillment. And so I kind of broke it down into 3 aspects, because I thought about my own life and I thought about my own personal journey when it came to purpose. One of those aspects is self-assessment. It's basically perceiving and understanding and seeing the need. The reason why this event is going on today, the reason why you have so many wonderful, excellent guests coming on and speaking about what they do, is because there's a need that was saw. That you guys saw a need, and so because of that need, it propelled you. It compelled you to take action and to do. And so while we understand, and while we're sitting here, we're discussing our earthly origins, and we all know at the end of the day, all peoples come from Africa. Everything started from Africa. So while we acknowledge our earthly origins, we also must understand our heavenly origins. And our heavenly origins our spiritual origins come from heaven. And so when it comes to rediscovering ourselves, our identity, and our purpose, we have to go back to the beginning. Now, my faith teaches me that our source, the Most High God, is our beginning. And when he created mankind, he created them for 2 purposes. The first one was to be fruitful and multiply. And I want to kind of break down a little bit of the definition of that. That's basically to produce good or profitable results while consistently being in a state of growth and increase. A lot of times we tend to think multiplying on a more physical sense, but there's also a qualitative sense to multiplying. And then also to have dominion over the earth. And that means to have full sovereignty, control, and power over not only our environments, but also our personal lives. And so we can, even though our Creator made that on a more expansive sense with regards to mankind, I think honestly it has a more profound effect when we kind of really take a more personal, reflective nature of that. So we ask ourselves, in my own personal life, in my own relationships with people, am I being enriched? Am I being fruitful? Is this relationship, this job, this environment being fruitful in my life and producing increase in growth? And am I exercising a certain level of power? Because if you think about it, at the end of the day, we want a sense of control over our lives. We seek for a sense of control over our lives. And so when we think about that and we reflect on that, we can ask ourselves, do we see these things being reflected in our lives? And if not, that's where that pull should come from. One of the reasons why I sought to be a life mentor is because I saw so many people struggling to find their purpose, so many people struggling to find fulfillment, so many people operating outside of their divine identity. And so I too personally was one of those people that was struggling. And I thought to myself, my God, is this what life about? Is life about me working for this corporation while they reap all the benefits of my hard work? And so I had to get to a place where I had to understand, I had to do a self-assessment. I had to do the inner work that was needed so that I could see what work that could be done on the outside. And you know, y'all, at the end of the day, we all have a testimony. We all have a story to share about where we've come from and where we've been. And that story not only helps us to heal and to grow and to walk in who we are as people, but it helps and it blesses others. So definitely my first thing would be that we need to take a self-assessment. We need to see the need. And instead of just us acknowledging the need, we need to be the change to change that need. And so the second thing I want to talk about is going back to the source. This whole event is in the spirit of going back to the source, going back to our earthly source, which is the motherland. But again, I also like to think too that again, we have our earthly origins, but then there's our spiritual origins of coming back to our source. Y'all, it wasn't only until I actually connected with the Creator that I was able to better understand myself as a woman, to better understand myself as a child of God, but also better understand my purpose and what I was called to do. Everything, we must understand at the end of the day, everything everything starts at the source. And my question to you is, are we moving towards the source? Are we getting back to the source? So in the book of Jeremiah, the prophet, he talks to a group of people, the Hebrews, and he says, you know, God, he gives God's heart for us, and that God wants to plan. He has plans for us, and he wants to prosper us, and he wants to give us hope in the future. And at that time, he also talked about bringing them back from exile. And isn't that fitting? Because for over 400 years, we've been here exiled in this country and receiving all of the muck and the dirt that this country has thrown upon us, though we've given our blood, sweat, and tears to build up this land. And so that's God's heart for us, to see us to prosper and to have abundance in life. And so our source promises that not only does he have plans for us to give us a hope in the future, but he also wants to gather us and bring us back to the place from which we were carried from. And so we see that with this movement going on now. We see that with even this event of bridging the gap so that people can repatriate back to the motherland. And so it's funny, Chief Foday talked about the fight that we're doing, the fight and the struggle that we're still continuing on, because that our ancestors fought as well. And I want to say that fight, we must understand at the end of the day that the fight is a spiritual fight. And we tend to want to fight in the flesh and in the natural, but everything is spiritual at the end of the day. And it starts spiritually and it will end spiritually. And so I encourage each one of us to turn back to the source. Just as we're turning to the source of our earthly heritage back to the motherland, I encourage and just encourage you all to turn back to the spiritual source, which is God the Most High. There you will find freedom. There you will find liberation. There you will find power, and there you will find your purpose. And the third thing I want to talk about is stepping out of fear and into faith. I believe each of us were born with certain gifts and talents, things that God put in us to not only bless ourselves, but to be a blessing to those that we're connected to. And let me tell you what I love about children. Children have the audacity to dream. They dare to dream. They dare to hope. And they live with such a creative imagination that they're almost unstoppable. But y'all, somewhere along the line, somewhere along our lives, as we step into this system of bondage, of work, of living to work and working to live, somewhere along the line, we lose that. We lose that childish fervor that we have, that passion that we have. And we actually start operating in a place of fear. Where's my next meal going to come from? How much money am I going to need to pay this rent? Who am I going to marry in life? And once we operate in fear, we understand that purpose, true purpose, cannot exist in the realm of fear. In order for us to walk into our purpose, we must walk by faith. This event, this launch of the website is an action of faith. It's women coming together to take a step of courage, to take a step of faith, to bridge the gap between two worlds. And so I want to implore all of us to go back to our childhood, go back to those dreams that you've had, go back to that passion that you have, and that's where you will find your purpose. I remember when I was younger, my friends used to always say, Joy, you might as well be a life coach when you get older. And it's, little did I know that would be a prophetic declaration. And here I am today, operating and living as a life coach. And it's all because I decided at one point to take that leap of faith. It's not easy, y'all. Work and life will throw blows at us. We'll deal with all different types of situations. But y'all, at the end of the day, we have to have the courage to take that leap of faith into our destiny. And let me tell you something, fear will never be able to take you where faith can take you. Fear will never be able to take you where faith can take you. And so you have to ask yourself, what are your gifts? What are your passions? I admonish you that you will not be fulfilled. We will not be fulfilled in life. We will not walk in the true calling and the true greatness that we were called to walk into until we implement those 3 steps: self-assessment, seeing the need, sharing our testimony, sharing our life with the world, sharing what God has done for us in our lives, going back to the source, whether it be physically or whether it be spiritually, and then also taking that leap of faith, taking that courage to step out and be the change that you want to see in the world. Y'all, the word of God says that the creation, the entire creation, waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. The question is, will we answer the call? When you come into those 3 things, that's where your purpose, that's where you will find your purpose. That's where you will find your calling. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Thank you very much for sharing. I am sure almost everyone out there and in here wanted to hear that.
And let me tell you how nervous. But at the end of the day, it's my faith that will carry me there. It's faith that this is occurring today, because faith will open doors that no man can shut. Faith will make divine connections. Sister Shayla was the one that reached out to me when I said, wow, and when she explained what you guys were doing, God will bless it, because it is an act of faith. Y'all are taking the courage to step out and do this. So I bless y'all.
Bless you too, sister. You was just up here. Amen. Yeah, amen. Like, you just sat up here and just slaughtered my heart. You slaughtered my, in a good way. I'm gonna be tearing up, child. You slaughtered my everything. You was sitting up there preaching. I was feeling everything you was saying. We definitely need to do that. That was love right there, Miss Joy, Sister Joy. That was love. That came from the spirit. That came from the ancestors. You sort of slaughtered me. I'm like, oh Lord, she took me out. So I was going to have Dynast come right now, but I think we need to have a moment. I think we need to have Abochi sing Prison Break, because it is like the right time to do it. So Dynast, hang tight. He's not going to sing too long. But I think it's a perfect time to do Prison Break. It's exactly what we're talking about, is freeing ourselves.
Amen.
Right? We're freeing ourselves. Amen. And we've learned throughout this broadcast that it's possible. We learned throughout this broadcast with you, Joy, as well, that spiritually it's possible for us to ascend, right? So now we're gonna bring on. Thank you so much, Miss Joy. I'm gonna send you drop your any of your social medias, things of that nature, in the chat so people can communicate with you, because they need you when they're repatriating. They need you. So you're very needed. So also, have a little virtual networking opportunity over in Hopin.
I've been watching the show, and girl, let me tell you, when you were talking about the young man, what's his name? I wrote it down. Donato. And you was like,
oh, Donato, I love Donato. Girl.
No, don't stop the accent. No, of course not. So, and it's crazy, so much I've been seeing with that's what I love about Africa, the diversity. I didn't even know they had Spanish-speaking countries in Africa.
There you have it. This is why we do this. This is why we have this. Because we are so strong. We are so beautiful. We are so what? We're so resplendent.
Yes. This is truly Black excellence.
Mm-hmm. We're so resplendent. And that's the reason why we named it the organization Resplendence. Because if you look it up, it means splendor. We are so beautiful in everything we do. We're huge. I mean, I don't even know the word. We're abundant. That's the word I'm looking for. We're abundant. And so we have to keep doing these things to show people that we're here and we're doing things, and that there's an opportunity for us to grow. And it's endless. It's abundant. So yeah, hang out, go to network, go to Hopin, go network. It's a lot of people that want to talk to you, I'm sure, after that, because you done slaughtered all of our souls at this point. So
thank you. I appreciate you. I thank you.
Thank you too. I love you, sister. I'll talk to you soon. And then what we're going to bring up now is Abochi. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? And Dynast, we're gonna bring you up afterwards. It's just that I needed a moment. That was a moment. That was what she gave us. It just touched me so deep, and so I think it is certainly right to have you sing "Prison Break." But before you sing that, tell us about yourself. Oh, also, Abochi would be on our live on our Instagram singing like one of my favorite songs, which is "Bestie," which is Instagram live on Saturday. So go to Resplendence Language Arts Instagram, and you'll be able to see him live perform. I think it's in the evening for us. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna give you your flowers. I'm gonna give you your screen time here. Tell us who you are, what you do, and then I want to hear the Prison Break.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and it's a lovely show. I was blessed by the privilege, and thank you so much for. Abochi is an artist, a high life artist from Ghana, West Africa. I'm also a producer and a songwriter as well. That's who Abochi is. So
excellent. So go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, what inspires you to create this beautiful music? And then after you let us know what inspires you, you can go ahead and sing that song, brother. Go ahead and serenade us.
Okay, so what inspires me is sometimes I feel as a musician, we are the mouthpiece of the people who are not able to speak for themselves. So what inspires me is finding situations, real life situations that are not being addressed, and then I address it through my music. So that inspires me, and I believe what I'm doing is going to change lives. It's going to give answers to unanswered questions about life. So that is what inspires me to do the songs.
Excellent. I'm so happy to hear about that. So without further ado, please serenade us with Prison Break.
Okay, so Prison Break. Prison Break is, first of all, let me talk a little bit about Prison Break. I mean, what brought about Prison Break? You see, most times in relationships, some people get into relationships that are not healthy. Some people get into relationship and they are not able to improve their lives. Some people get into relationship with other people and nothing changes in their life. And some people get into abusive relationships and all that. So I did this song for to encourage the people who have been able to come out of such toxic relationships to celebrate on that, because it's not easy to get out of such relationships. And I believe it's an opportunity to start something new, to start afresh, to develop yourself again. So Prison Break, because you have broken out of a toxic relationship. And it goes like this. No girlfriend, more money. No boyfriend, no worry. Hey. Somebody help me celebrate, cause I just broke out of peace. Finally, baby said she don't want me. You know how happy I am. Yeah, no boyfriend, no more money to move to the second class. So plenty complaints that themselves with the money. I said, I don't know, so I'm gonna get mine. Abochi, that's why I get more. And then so somebody help me celebrate, cause I just broke up the freeze. Finally, baby says she don't want me. Know how happy I am. No girlfriend, no money. Yeah. And the reason break me at the you do me favor. So if you want to go, I don't go bother. Shall let prison break me at the you do me favor. So if you want to go, I don't go bother.
over. Smoking penny of rubber. So why say me the you day so I don't go feel make friends with another. Eh, what did that? Why you be my mother? Thank God I am back to say to them from yeah. If you can relate, take your own catches. That's how way the broken up the road, yeah. Cause finally, baby says she knows me. You know how happy I am. Prison break the end. Prison break the end. You do me favor. You do me favor. If you want to go and go. I don't go further. I don't go further. Shall let prison break the end. Prison break the end. You do me favor. You do me favor. If you want to go and go. I don't go further. I don't go further. Come on.
Thank you so much. That was a blessing. That was a blessing. We definitely needed that after Joy took us out. So that was a blessing. Thank you so much, Abochi Madase. And we'll see you on Saturday, right? On Instagram. If you can, drop your Instagram, any of your social medias in the chat so everyone can know, where to find you. Already have a big name now. You have a big name. But go ahead and drop everything in the chat. And then Saturday, he sings my favorite song of his, which is Bestie. So thank you so much again, Madase. And then we'll see you Saturday.
Certainly.
Don't forget to drop your information, though.
I will.
Thank you, brother. See you soon. All right. Without further ado, and Veronica's going to help me. We're bringing in finally, Brother Dynast. Here you are. Brother.
Yes. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay, there we go.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah, I have a new lapel mic though, so sometimes I mix it up with the old one.
Rock that shirt. Stand up and rock that shirt real quick.
Mandela, Lumumba, Sankara, Biko, and Kuti.
All right. On your website, I guess, yeah?
No, this is actually, I think, OK Africa.
I'm going to need you to rock your own stuff.
I just happen to have it on. I just, I still support other brands, but I should have rolled my own. But
that's
guys,
right. That's a good comeback.
Yeah, I still support other brands. But guys, make sure you go to Veronica. Can you hear me? Because you're doing this. Can you hear me, Veronica? Are you muted?
My microphone is somehow malfunctioning. Apparently, I can't hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you.
I can't
hear
you.
Oh,
okay.
Let me move you out, Veronica, real quick. She can't hear you.
Okay, but Shayla, you can hear me. But Shayla, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good, perfect. So are we gonna wait for Veronica to come in before I get started? Or?
No, we're gonna get started. She'll. First of all, I never have asked you this before. The statue right next to you, what is that, your left? Talk to me about this, please.
This is a midday. So when I trace my roots to Sierra Leone, so I have Sierra Leone citizenship. When I trace my roots to Sierra Leone, I'm Mende. That's a tribe that on my mother's side that we originate from, Sierra Leone.
I love it.
This is a Mende mask. Again, it's a Mende mask. So I found this in Senegal. So if you guys want to know a secret,
yes, please.
When it comes to like the artifacts and the art and the statues and the antiques, Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire has them all. Like that's like the best place to go. Because I couldn't find this in Sierra Leone, but I found it in Senegal.
So that's where I'm going. A lot of people are dropping jewels today. I'm getting messages like, "Oh, that jewel was dropped." That's another good one. Another good jewel to drop. But anyway, tell us. I mean, you really don't need an introduction. Again, I haven't really been introducing people. I think I'm a terrible host. I think because I'm just like with everybody. But tell me like about yourself. Tell me about your social platforms, your website. You were supposedly supposed to be on the stream with James to talk about real estate. So you're like an octopus. I don't know when you have time to sleep, brother. But
no. But let me apologize about being late because I had something I was taking care of. I was taking care of and it just ran way over. I'm sorry. God, I respect people's time, especially you put this event together. So this launch together. So, I definitely want to respect your time and what you're doing. No disrespect, and
thank you.
Can you forgive me? You forgive me?
Asante Sana Kaka. Everything's thank you very much, brother, for apologizing.
Okay, no problem. So my name is Prince Dynast Veve.
Oh, I gotta get you a flower. Hold on. Let me get you your flower. There you go.
Okay, perfect. All right. So let me show my other statues too. I got a couple over here.
Oh yeah, I love that.
So my name is Prince Veve Adewale Amir. I operate a platform entitled In Search of Uhuru. And what we're doing, we're building a bridge between the diaspora and Africa. So that's what I do, guys. Go to dynastamir.com to also learn more about the different brands under Dynast Amir. Search for Uhuru. In Search of Uhuru is one. Also, there's Ile Amir, which means House of Amir, which Ile Amir, we deal with, it's our clothing line, fashion, other African, it's an African-inspired boutique, I guess, online store, African-inspired online store. So make sure you go to ileamir.com, which means House of Amir in Yoruba. Then there's our nonprofit, Africa Personified. And what we're doing with the nonprofit, we are, we're focusing primarily on, shout out to Path to the Root, Richard from Benin, shout out to that brother. What we're doing with Africa Personified, we are focusing on renovating the traditional places of worship, the traditional temples, renovating those, and then also focusing on building schools and renovating schools. So right now, our major project is in Bo, Sierra Leone. We want to build a computer lab. It's the Chuck Brammer School in Bo, Sierra Leone. We want to build a computer lab. Right. So right now, so I'm taking a group of right now about 16 people to Sierra Leone, April 19th. And we plan on breaking ground for the computer lab while we're there. So definitely excited about that. Then, of course, there's in the search for Uhuru, but also through In Search of Uhuru, not only are we building a bridge between the diaspora and Africa, but we're also provide tours. So me personally, I'm going to be doing 3 tours each year. So we have Sierra Leone coming up April 19th through the 29th. Then there's Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. That's going to be August 16th through the 22nd. Then we're going to do another tour, probably back to Sierra Leone in November. So check that out. But also we're going to be offering live stream tours, like more, I guess, virtual tours. So
I like that.
If you can't make it to Sierra Leone, we will bring Sierra Leone to your home. If you can't make it to Nigeria, we will bring Nigeria to your home. So that is be on the lookout. That is coming soon. And yeah, that's and then real estate, One Africa Properties. So One Africa Properties, right? So I know that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about speak on real estate in Africa. So One Africa Properties, oneafricaproperties.com. So the real estate, the buying process in Africa is a little bit different than in America, and at times it can be a little bit muddy. At times, trying to, I guess, find listings depending on the country that you're looking for online, is tough because there's really no, I want to watch my words carefully, but the system in Africa when it comes to real estate, depending on the country, can be a little bit archaic. So what we're doing, we're partnering with developers and agents on the continent, and they're able to list their properties on our site. Therefore, if you have a one-stop shop where if you're in the diaspora, you're interested in real estate in Africa, you go to oneafricaproperties.com. The listings are there. We connect you to those individual agents, and we help, we streamline the buying process. And since Africa, you know, depending on what the subject or topic is considered a monolithic, we want to build a database of properties for all of Africa on one site. That's why it's oneafricaproperties.com. So go to oneafricaproperties.com, your go-to source for real estate on the continent. So that's somewhat of some of what we're doing, or what I'm doing. In essence, Dynast Amir, if you're familiar with LVMH, right? That's Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy. So so that umbrella company owns like Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy. They own, I think, Gucci now. They own a number of brands. So Dynast Amir, what we're doing, we're just building our brands under Dynast Amir. And then now what we're going to be doing, because you know, when we speak on business in Africa, sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So you know, let me turn this off. I'm so sorry. So a lot of people, they want to go to Africa, they want to start a business. That's fine. It's completely fine. Do that. But sometimes you can partner with Africans who are on the continent and help them to be more efficient.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So that's somewhat of where the focus is going to be now. You know, going on the continent, you know, and partnering with people on the continent, you know, and helping make their business more efficient and bring more eyes to it and resources. So that's kind of the direction that Dynast Amir is going in now. So working on a project right now in Senegal. I'll announce that shortly, but yeah.
So Veronica had a question for you. Oh, didn't mean to make it that way. I meant to make it the other way. Oh, you know, these stupid things. I know what happened. I removed her. I got to bring her back up. Boy. All right, Veronica, I got a question for you. Go ahead, Veronica.
Oh, so now, Prince, my question is, first, why did you choose the name of the title, Search for Uhuru? Like, I'm interested in this because of the Uhuru word, to be honest.
Okay, so my first trip to Africa was in 2011. I went to Tanzania, right? In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda.
I love Tanzania.
I love Tanzania too. They speak the language is Swahili. So Swahili was the first African language that I was introduced to. So when I arrived at Dar es Salaam, Julius Nyerere Airport, I remember leaving the airport and, you know, the locals coming up to me, because, you know, when you leave the African airports, they got SIM cards, they got this, you got taxi, they got this bomb rush you as soon as you leave the airport. So, you know, they walked up to me, they start speaking Swahili. And I told them, like, you know, I'm not from here. I don't know. So they asked, are you from South Africa? And I was like, no. They're like, are you from Ghana? I said, no. Are you from Nigeria? I mean, I am now. I'm Nigerian now, but at the time I wasn't. I was like, no. They're like, where are you from? I said, I'm from America. They said, okay, Black America, but what tribe are you from? And I was like, I don't know. We were, you know, during slavery, we were stripped from all that. You know, I know now, but back in 2011, you know, we were stripped from that. So, you know, and then that question kept coming up, you know, in Tanzania, just traveling throughout Tanzania and Kenya, like, which tribe are you from? And like, at the time, I was like, I didn't know. So In Search of Uhuru was birthed through that, because Uhuru means freedom. And so my trip to Africa in 2011 went from just a vacation, right, to me trying to find and discover my African root. So Uhuru means freedom, and through this journey, as far as finding my African roots, I will have this sense of freedom. I will have peace of mind. I will be in peace, knowing now where I'm from. So that's why In Search of Uhuru, In Search of Freedom, that's where it comes from.
I like the way that connects everything to the motherland.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't mind, can you tell us why Prince? You know, this word Prince is so very special.
He's a prince.
Even in our African culture, it means a lot. Why the name of the title Prince?
Well, so I was coronated as a prince in Oruro, Nigeria, or in Yoruba we say Omo Oba. So I'm Omo Oba of Oruro, Nigeria, which translates as prince. So
he's a prince. All right, Dynast, what else would you like to share?
I love question and answer. I mean, ask the questions, I answer. So I just want to congratulate you, powerful sisters, beautiful sisters, on what you're doing. It means a lot. Again, and I apologize for being tardy. I just had,
that's how we are. Even in America, we call it CP time. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I don't want to use that as a crunch or excuse, but I was like, because I was handling something, I'm like, oh man, I gotta go. So I mean, I got a commitment. So, but I appreciate what you guys are doing.
You've been doing this for a while, so we appreciate you. We all do.
That means a lot. I'll be honest. I'll be a little vulnerable right now.
Oh, let me give you flowers. Hold on, let me give you flowers.
Vulnerable.
Here we go. Give you your flowers.
I'm not gonna lie. I have my moments at times. Sometimes, I'm human, so sometimes I feel as if I'm not making as big as an impact.
You are. Let's just stop right there.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go be vulnerable.
I have sometimes when adversity or negativity comes my way, I sometimes focus on that versus focus on people like yourself who are like, look, Dynast, you're making an impact. Yeah. So I appreciate that because I have my moments at times. So I appreciate it. And
this is so random what I'm about to say. Have you ever used sound bowls before? It's called singing bowls.
I have not, but I'm familiar with them. I've never used them.
It works. I do confirmations every morning. Sometimes I've been overwhelmed lately, but it helps. It definitely helps to get yourself, because we're all, Veronica, you're back up, so put your head up. We are all like in a frequency, like all of us have our own frequency. Everything has a frequency, right? So it's just tuning it daily. And then for me personally, I do daily affirmations with my daughter. She's like 2, but whatever, I still do it with her. She still gets it. And we're just putting that frequency of positivity in the world. So you're doing a great thing. I know so I call them energy demons. Oh yeah, we got to talk about that. But
I forgot to shout out my books.
Hold on. We call them energy demons, but don't let them energy demons, Dynast, get you down. All right, shout out to your book.
Guys, I'm an author. I've written several children's books.
I've written flowers. Hold on, gotta get your flowers.
Okay. I've written several children's books. So guys, make sure if you go on Amazon and search Dynast Amir, my name, Dynast Amir, all of my books will come up. So make sure you grab a book. Everybody who's watching, go to Dynast Amir. Even if you go to dynasamir.com, there's a link to the books. But if you go to Amazon as well, you can purchase a book. So yeah. But go ahead, Michelle.
No, that was it. That was all I had for you. Did you have anything for us? Because if not, we're going to have you go network if you're able to and hop in. It's still a lot of people back there. Yeah, still a lot of people back there networking. So you can enjoy the after party there.
Okay.
Right? I just sent you the ticket. It's like a private link, so you have to click the
Yeah, but I asked for a password and I didn't see the password unless I overlooked it. So
you have to create like a user account.
Okay, got it.
Once you
Okay.
do that, you'll be able to then click the link again, and then they'll give you the ticket.
All right, no problem.
All right,
All
thank
right.
you for coming.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so that was Dynast Amir, everyone. Next up, we have. I'm bringing the teachers up to the stage for this one. This one is like Baba. All right, Baba. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
We're still in the spirituality stage of things. And this is Baba. I mean, Baba is so amazing. He's a Wikipedia. I don't need to say more. I really don't need to say more. So without further ado, we're gonna bring up Baba. Baba will be talking to us about Bobe spirituality. So how are you doing, Baba?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you hear me?
We can hear you, Baba.
Okay. 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 Hi. Yes.
Cobialo.
Potuo. Yeah.
We're speaking
Wow,
Bobe,
¿cómo
by the
está?
way.
Yes.
Bobe.
Potuo. Bien.
But they don't speak Spanish.
Yes. Yes.
So we're gonna Baba, everybody knows you, but for those who may just not know you, even though you have a Wikipedia, I'm gonna give your flowers. Tell us about who you are. It's so long though. I don't even know if we can briefly say who you are. But what Baba will talk to us about today is Bobe spirituality, just an overview. So without further ado, Baba, it's your floor, it's your flower. Please, Baba.
Okay. Thank you. It's quite difficult to say who I am, because I know that I'm teaching in universities, so that is what I can say about me. And Bubi person since 66 years. So even when I'm in the diaspora now, I'm trying to protect my Bubi identity. Talking about Bubi spirituality is not easy today because of what we have to deal with. But let me ask some question. Why should I have to do what my ancestors did? Why? Thinking about that, I realized that as a person, I have two spaces. I have beyond and here. I believe in what I can't see, in what my elders told me about my ancestors, about my deceased persons, people, progenitor, etc. So I have to keep in good balance these two spaces, beyond and here, and myself as human and the other people as non-living people. So when I notice that there is some imbalance between me and the people that I can't see, I have to go to our native traditional spaces to ask them what I can do, what should I do to recover the balance between me and my ancestors, because nothing can be done without the contribution of our ancestors. Nothing can be done. So if I want to have good health, if I want to have good work, if I want to have good children, good wife, etc., I have to ask my elders, I have to ask my ancestors, what should I do? That's why every time I need to ask myself, what should I do? And since early, I need to learn what I can do to improve my spirituality, because my spirituality is not against my ethnic identity. It is part of my identity. So I have to know which kind of rite and ceremonies I must do to keep good balance between me and the other people, the dead people, the ancestors. So the most important ceremony for a person, for a Bubi person, is what we call Osio. Osio, it means that no nobody is in the earth without without the help of a spirit. So you can't be you can't come to the earth, to the world, if there is no spirit who can protect you. So every time you have to do some food for your spirit. You have to do it. So this is what we call Osio. Osio. So the spirit who helps you to come to the earth, we call him Moel Uru. Moel Uru, the spirit who helps you to come to the earth. So every time you have to do something, you have to do something for this your spirit, for him to protect you against sickness, against enemies, against bad spirit, etc. How to do that? Every day, every single day, you have to remember, you have to do things like, even it takes a simple water. Take a water to a cup or to a tumbler and go to the main entrance of your house and drink that water, like 80% of the water, 80% of the water, and pour the other water in front of the door. In front of the door, you have to open the door and pour the water in front of the door, from your left hand to your right hand, from your left side to your right side. And during that, you have to talk to your spirit. Say, look, spirit, you are the one who let me come to the earth. Please, I'm going to do some work outside, so protect me, so help. You have to do that every time and if every time you have to go somewhere, you have some problem, etc. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen because I have some PowerPoint that can explain you, that can let you see some images of about what I'm saying. Okay, about what I'm saying. But you don't know who is the spirit. You have to go to our traditional church. It's not this Catholic church, it's not Muslim church. No, we have traditional Buddha church. You have to go there and ask the priest, who is your spirit, the one who let you come to the earth. And he will tell you that your spirit is called XUZ. And according to your spirit, you will know what kind of ceremony you have to do every time you have problem, every time you have some difficult, according to your spirit. And every year, you have to give some food to your spirit. Doing that, you can't do that alone. You have to invite some people, but people for your lineage, mother lineage and father lineage. These two parts must be present, must be there, because they are the one who will connect with your spirit and to let him know that you are not alone in the earth, in the world. He is responsible of you to come here, but you are not alone. You have your mother's side and you have your father's side. The mother's side is more important than the father's side. That's why in Bubi spirituality, we have this goddess, Bisila, is the more important goddess in our religion. Is more important. Is a woman, Bisila. Okay, so that is why the mother lineage is more important than the father lineage. So I'm talking, we have many, many ceremonies, but our spirituality as Bubi is manifest by doing this busio, this special food every once a year. But when you need to go somewhere, like you are going to work, like you are going to look for a work, like you are going to the hospital, like you are going to visit someone, etc., you have to do this simple but deep ceremony. Take a water, drink alcohol if you like, put it in a cup, drink like 80% of this liquid, and the rest pour it in front of your door from your left side to your right side, and talking, naming your spirit, naming your ancestor, naming your deceased progenitor if they are not alive, and tell them that you are going out. Please let they have to help you to keep the good balance between you and spirit, you and them, the here and the young. That's why that is what I can say now. But it's more than that. It's more than that. Okay, because this is to guarantee the balance, as I said before, between me and the non-humans, between the young and here, between me and my ancestors, because Ruby people believe that nothing is simple, nothing can be done without the help of our ancestor, without the help of our deceased progenitor, without the help of our spirit, of our God, etc. Are you there?
Of course, I'm here, Baba. I just had to take myself off of mute. Thank you so much for those flowers, Baba. You just dropped a lot of Bobe gems. And as many of you know, I am maternally ancestrally Bobe, and a lot of African Americans, Black Americans, whatever title you subscribe to, are Bobe as well. You'll find that most of our roots are West Africa. You'll find it Cameroon, Nigeria, and the like. So thank you, Baba, for blessing us. I know you were in Hoppin earlier, but it should be some people back there now, and I know they're waiting to hear from you. I know they're waiting to hear from you, Baba. So did you have Baba, did you have any last things you would like to say? Oh, he is teaching with us. I would like to say he is teaching with us again, starting on April 17th. Introduction, beginner level 1, Bobe, and beginner level 2, Bobe. But any last words, Baba?
Yeah, so keep this word. You are not alone here in the earth. You are human, but you have some spirit of you who allow you to come, and you have to do you have to prove your religiosity, your spirituality, to ask him to help you every time. Every time. Even if you are scientist, even if you are a criminal, you have to ask for his help every time. And you have to learn how to do the ritual, how to do the ceremonies. Okay, it is not difficult to do it, but anyway, I can next time I will try to explain it by showing my PowerPoint, etc. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Baba. Go ahead, Veronica.
Oh, sorry, Sheila. I was saying, of course, if you want to get more and more of these cultural gifts and stuff to do with spirituality, these are incorporated in our classes, Bube classes starting soon. Please make sure you join. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Rebecca, would you like to say anything to Baba Bolekia?
Not really. I would like to say thank you for sharing this insightful, information about moving spirituality. I think it has a connection to do with Africa's spirituality as a whole. When you started talking about water and all that, I realized that we have something of that sort in the Akan traditional setting where we also use water to communicate to the ancestors as well. We pour water on the ground to say that they are Santua, Bejinsuo, and all that. So it has this connection. So thank you so much for this insightful information.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Baba. It's just such a blessing to have you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Go make sure you go on the hop in.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. We love you. So we lovingly call him Baba, but it's really Professor. He's a scholar, so it's Professor Justo Bolekia. And it's not too late to register for his class. We will be opening up registration. It should be sometime in the next 3 days. The website, like I mentioned early on in the broadcast, the website is up. All right, which is great. But we are remixing it. Y'all know when you like a song that's really good, you like gotta remix it. We're remixing the website. So it's kind of up and kind of now, but you'll get that notification very soon. To close out spirituality, we have Natasha. We're gonna bring her up to the stage. Hi, Miss Natasha.
Hello, hi.
How are you?
Hello. I'm well. How are you guys?
Good, good. We're going to give you your flowers. How's we been doing with everyone? There you go. And tell us about your background, what you do, and of course, obviously, what you're going to be doing for us today.
Yes, my name is Natasha Dendera. I'm from House of Dendera. I run a small shop in the beginning stages of growing into an adverse marketplace. We offer crystal jewelry, divination, herbal blends, artwork, and much more. A little bit about me. I'm from the diaspora, from Ohio in the USA. And I've always had a connection to the spirit realm, right? I've had a passion for different cultures. My grandmother would take road trips and we discover all types of artifacts and whatnot, but I still didn't have much information about how my ancestors connected to spirit. So naturally that curiosity led me to studying and practicing, and I'm still studying and practicing. That's the evolution of House of Dendera. And I got the name Dendera from a complex ancient university in Egypt. And they were some of the first major incorporated university to actually study science, nature, and religion and the connection of it. So here we have a variety. I do make crystal jewelry. I have a variety of crystal jewelry. And crystals is something we underestimate. That's what drew me to working with them. They can be found throughout the universe. There's even crystals that come from other planets, that only come from other planets, like Moldavite. Their energetic structure of the crystal resonates with our energetic structure. We have atoms and elements that actually act as conductors. So I like to think of Earth as a huge crystal grid, and we are the conductors, and vice versa. So therefore, we're always receiving messages from nature and spirit through certain things like crystals. And jewelry is a good way to harness the energy. So here we have a crystal set, a 2 bracelet set, an earring set with pre-night and adventuring. Now, pre-night opens up your heart chakra, and it helps you to softly connect with your loved ones. And that mixed with adventuring also brings a prosperity element into it. So this set here would be good for somebody who's looking to run a family business or trying to tap into their lineage, make a legacy of love and money and prosperity and wealth and well-being for their family. We also here have a set with amethyst. And amethyst helps you connect to your God self, your royal self. Royalty in the ancient sense was actually connected to being connected to your God self. And here we have a 3 bracelet set of sunstone and carnelian. And that's just like a ray of sunshine. And the thing about crystals is it also affects the people around you as well as yourself. So if you're having a bad day, or like it's a little gloomy here in my part of the world, it's snowing. So you can pop this bracelet set on and people will interact with you. They'll be more uplifting, more bubbly. Now, also we offer incense blends as well, herbal blends here. And I like to use my herbal blends to charge my environment. As you know, herbal offerings have always been, since the beginning of time, a way that we could connect to the spirit realm. Sometimes it's just to say thank you to, for blessings from your gods or your spirit team and your ancestors. And sometimes we burn or use herbs to invoke a certain environment to achieve a purpose. Now, our herbal blends are made with a base, first a herbal base of a grassy type. I chose alfalfa for this because it represents prosperity and it has a neutral scent and burns. I don't know if you can see it there. It burns quite evenly. Added to alfalfa, we use basil, represents money. So this is a prosperity blend. And we also use rose petals as well. The rose petals add protection and growth, expansion. And we also have benzoline, a resin. It adds a decadent richness to our herbal blends, and it's quite known to be an offering. We also have cinnamon oil here, and that's going to be a fiery scent. It's going to alert your ancestors. It's going to say, hey, I have an offering for you. Hey, thank you, for this blessing. And these herbs can be burned in a cauldron. You want to put a little bit of salt in the bottom to disperse the heat. You could put it on a charcoal tab and just sprinkle. Once your charcoal tab gets hot, sprinkle your herbs, and it'll release a fragrance that'll set the mood and the atmosphere that you want to invoke in your life. And also you can put them in a bath as well, or you could just set them out like I have here on a sacred space. And that makes a lovely offering as well. So those are some of the things we offer at House of Dendera. And we are having a website going up at the end of June, so that's going to be fun. We're going to have email interactions, we're going to have blogs, we're going to have recipes. Currently, we have a Facebook page, and we offer divinations, astrology readings, as well as pop-up shops for our jewelry here. So we hope to have a lot of fun here at House in Dendera. Like I said, it's just really about studying our spirituality, practicing what we study, and just making the best life and the connection with the tools that the earth and our ancestors have given us. You there?
We love it. We love it. Thank you so much, Natasha. Can you drop your link and your social medias and things of such in the comment section so people will know how to connect to you. And just really quickly, what are you feeling like for April? How let's talk about a little bit for that. How are things aligning in April?
Yeah. Well, right now we're concentrating on making bracelets and necklaces sets, and also we'll be giving out samples of our herbal blend to charge those jewelry sets that we're making. And we are also going to be doing readings at divination with tarot cards, oracle cards, for reading cowrie shells. We're just going to be doing a lot of things. We want to get some artwork out, and it'll all be posted on our Facebook page to begin with. And then, like I said, moving into June, we'll have our website up and running, so that'll be added as well.
I can't wait to see the information on your website. I know it's going to feel and look right. So I'm just so happy you came here today and sharing your light and sharing your love and your energy with everyone. You are the last person who will wrap up the spirituality segment of the show. So blessings, abundance of a blessings be upon you, sister. And of course, you just got the invite to the Backstage Network. So feel free.
I'm so happy you had me here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. So yes, please go backstage to hopin.com with your private backstage pass and network with everyone there. They would love to hear from you, I'm sure. Everyone say bye to Natasha. So next up we have here is a brother who's been on the continent, particularly in Ghana, for quite some time. We're now moving into the segment of repatriated people. So now we went from African repatriation, like how to do it, and so forth. We had a couple of really touching moments today. We had a couple of singers who sang for us, which was amazing. And then we went into spirituality, because when you repatriate, there's a spiritual connection that you will have. I promise you will have that. And we know how we want to be able to know how to navigate that energy, right? So hopefully you're enjoying the live so far. Without further ado, I keep saying that because it's like an easy transition. Without further ado, moreover, it's brother Yazid from Volta in Ghana. Hi, brother Yazid.
Good evening. How are you?
How are you? Greetings and salutations.
Thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
I hope you're doing well.
I am. Thank you. And you too, sir.
Thank you.
So I want you to tell the viewers out there kind of, when did you first arrive to Ghana? And then, how did you get your footing? Where did you find your calling? And, just vibe with us. Go from that level and then just sprout from there.
Okay. Well, thank you. First of all, let me say thank you for having me. And thank you for putting this program together. It's a great platform for all of us to kind of come together and push each other forward. Gratitude for
Absolutely.
that, including myself and our business here. Well,
let me give you your flowers. Hold on. Here we go. Your flowers.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone can see it. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we started out in 2009. My mother decided to repatriate to Ghana in 2009. She wanted to come and be a part of a community development called Yefa Ojamu, which was the Pihankra project, which was designed to be the African diaspora village here. So when we came initially at that point, when we were in the process of coming, my mother asked me if I would come and help her to establish some businesses, which I agreed. And we came down in 2009, and she had kind of established a home, a one-bedroom flat, a chalet, and I rented a house at Pihankra and stayed there till a dwelling was established for myself. And from there, we then began to create some businesses. I would say in 2010, we started with a block factory that serviced the community, developing community, Afrithiopia, which we are located in the eastern region, by the way, eastern region of Ghana, just adjacent the Volta River and the Akosombo Dam, or the Volta Lake, Akosombo Dam, Adomi Bridge, all is very close proximity to where we are located. So we established there at Afrithiopia, and my mother built 3 dwellings, one for my sister, one for herself, one for myself, one for me. So we all have a place there, and from there, like I said, we kind of moved into starting a business. Instead, first being the block factory, and then we kind of expanded into a computer training school. We had some computers that we brought down with us. We shipped over, and we were able to establish a computer training school. But where Afrithiopia is located is kind of a one road. So the larger community asked us to move our business into the community. So we obliged them, and we rented a place in the community here called Atampoku, which happens to be the capital city of the Asojuman district. And we established the first computer training school in this particular community. With that, with the added space, we added in a internet cafe, business center, computer game room, and as well as a sports bar. We partnered with a brother named Kojo Apia, who was a good friend of ours and a business associate, and he was the IT expert on those things and helped us to establish that business. And we ran it from 2010 until roughly 2012 when our lease expired, and we developed some great relationships within the community, which led to us to have the opportunity to get the land that we are where we are now at Born Again Africa. At that time, our business was called the Atampoku Media Center. And you can find some of that information online. Even at that time, we were hosting African American tours and other tours that would come in, and we would just kind of show them what we were doing or trying to do, making a life here in Ghana. Through that process of establishing the business in Atampoku and helping educate the community, we were, they kind of put their arms around us, and when we looked for land, they gave me a great opportunity, land right next to a national landmark and on the Volta Riverside. So since 2013, we've been establishing this place, and we changed it from the computer training school and those things, and then began to establish a soul food restaurant. I married my wife, Jeanette Agbanyo, in 2015, excuse me, and we began to we had started a kind of a food establishment, went into food services, and then expanded into hospitality. And the business has been kind of developing gradually, and we've been, we are not just a restaurant, but we also expanded into a rest stop where we added public toilets, approximately 14 public toilets, and we have about four and a half acres. Excuse me. We have about 1 acre, about 4.5 plots from the roadside to the river, and we've been able to establish some commercial property to rent as well to those that in the community, as well as those that are coming to the community. So we've been able to expand on the restaurant with which we started. We also have a beautiful venue, a beautiful garden area where we host weddings, wedding receptions, birthday parties, African Unity Day, and different other type of events that we've hosted in the past. So, today we are, since this COVID has come into disturb the world, it greatly affected the hospitality industry in in Ghana. So the president came on TV and asked many of us to close our doors and respect the restrictions. So last year in 2020, we were expecting to, be a big upswing for our business, and it turned out to be a disaster for most people in the world. We're very grateful and thankful that we've been able to survive through this difficult time. Now, through that, in 2019, I was able to attain my citizenship along with 125 other people. And after I received my citizenship, give thanks to Ministry of the Future and Dr. Hamid Malana, who assisted not just myself but several others in getting the citizenship. And when I got the citizenship early in 2019, the COVID restrictions came in and we had to close down. So I tried to establish a new online business, which is called Real Repatriation Consultations. When I got my citizenship, it really felt as if it was an approval by the state, the way that they kind of made a big deal out of it. And it's a big deal to become a citizen of Ghana, a naturalized citizen of Ghana, and I greatly appreciate the acknowledgement. My mother, who's now deceased, and an ancestor, that is Yah Brenda Karima Muhammad, here in the future, and working toward so many people to get their citizenship. And my mother passed on in 2018, that is 2nd February of 2018, and we are carrying on our legacy, not just myself, but my sister Miss and my brother Michael and my wife Jeanette. We are carrying on her legacy of what she has been able to establish here in Ghana. Essentially, we wanted to create an edutainment center, with our recreational park, as well as our food services and hospitality services that we're growing into. And our business has kind of been evolving into different things. I have been kind of keeping an online diary about my life since I moved to Ghana in 2019. In 2009. You can follow me on my Facebook page, which is Yazid Muhammad. And if you're interested to follow also Born Again Africa, Ghana Soul Food is our other Facebook page. And I also keep a blog on a WordPress blog called Born Again Africa. You can also follow my blog and see some of the day-to-day life, my life in Ghana. I also have a YouTube channel, which is also called Born Again Africa, where you can see some of the videos that we've created. And my wife, Jeanette Agbanyo Muhammad, she teaches how to create great, delicious Ghanaian soul food, some of the traditional dishes. When we had the mind to establish Born Again Africa, I thought of a fusion between some of our soul food and some of the Ghanaian soul food. And so far it's been working out pretty well. Ghanaians are learning the new palate. And, I think it's a slow process. Many of us that diasporans that repatriate, some of the things we miss first is food. And, so when we created it, a lot of people were very happy and pleased to have a place where they can also feel at home. And we are working very hard to create and make Born Again Africa the hub of the Eastern and Volta region for diasporans on their tours. And when they're coming by, that they will come by and bless us with their patronage. We also need you all's patronage to continue a successful repatriation. Yes, so with that, Real Repatriation Consultations, when I created it last year, it was in the spirit of assisting others to come through and make it out of Babylon, if you will, or those that just wanted to have an adventure and take a different approach and make it in Africa or make it in Ghana specifically. So really, I use my experience and my mother's plan of building and establishing herself, and I wanted to share it with others as a model that they can follow. excuse me, a model that they can also follow. A big hero of mine is another ancestor, Harriet Tubman, and she talked about the amount of people she was able to help assist to get free, and that she could have helped a lot more if only they knew they were slaves. You know, through my consultant business, I've been able to help several people. They call me. It's a 1-hour consultation on the phone where they ask me questions anywhere from how to meet a woman or how to meet a man, where to meet somebody, to how to establish a business, how to establish a registered business, how to, you know, the gamut is so many, even from shipping, all kind of things, and even to trying to buy land. And a lot of people don't know there's a process to acquiring land. So a lot of that you won't get unless you're on the ground, and then you know how to cross your T's and dot your I's so that you can avoid some of the pitfalls that are out there when dealing with some of the things that are foreign to us as we are trying to acclimate ourselves back into the fabric of Africa. You know, we also have to find a way to humble ourselves and talk. And a big part of tradition here is having somebody to bring you and introduce you. That's a big part of what, in my opinion, what Ghanaian culture is about, is having somebody speak up for you, not just Ghanaian culture, but African culture is a way to check, also as a check and balances so that you can hold somebody's leg maybe when they don't do the right thing. And for me, my experience with repatriation has been you have to have a great network. And when you have a great network of people to link you into the other good people, you know, you can avoid some unnecessary expenditures as well as headaches. You know, we all want, I definitely want to see as many diasporans come and make a life here as possible. And if I can be a beacon light to anybody, it's like a living a dream of mine. It's definitely living a dream of mine and my mother's. And I feel like right now I'm just living a dream. As I stated, we established some commercial property. We have a 40-foot container right here also along the roadside adjacent to our restaurant, Born Again Africa, which we rented out to also Ghanaian business people in the community. But recently, we extended ourselves and reached out to an African American reached out to us and rented this place and is coming also to establish his business, their family business. Not only that, but the property that my mother created with the intent of using it as transitional housing for repatriates. So those that are interested in wanting to come down to Ghana, specifically the eastern region or the Volta region, this is a great place. Afrithiopia was a very quiet, beautiful, pristine area, and it's still a developing community. But this is a great area to have a base to then get your feet wet, get your beak wet, and find out how living in Ghana is. Maybe you're building in the Volta region or the eastern region, and you want to be in close proximity to see how things are going. You know, living in Ghana, you know, I've learned that you have to kind of be a hustler and have multiple streams of income, and I think that applies anywhere you are living. But you know, when you're here in Ghana, you know, you want to, as a diasporan, when you begin to sever your ties, not necessarily sever your ties, but establish yourself, establish a life in Africa or Ghana specifically, you want to create revenue streams. You know, the way everybody's predicting the fiat money and the dollar to fall out, it's very important that when you're here, the true freedom for all of us will be to establish ourselves outside the currency of dollars and begin to rely on the currency of African nations and build up the value in the natural resources and be a part of the controlling of the resources. That's a great part of what we are doing, what we are trying to do and be a part of here as a diaspora. You know, I'm very happy to have a venue here where we can choose to highlight the programs and holidays that we want. One of the specific holidays that we have been working on consistently over the few years was since 2016 is African Unity Day, which is 25th May and it's also coming up. And we want to all continue in the spirit of African unity and African liberation and try to host programs and bring people on board to want to be in support of such programs. So, and also bring it in at the grassroots level. So one of the things that we were able to do was establish an African study group. We have a WhatsApp group, Born Again African Study Group, where we share information with also Ghanaian youth and other diasporans as a collective, so that we can, begin to work collectively together and establish an education base or an African conscious center here in the Eastern and Volta region. So we've been desperately working hard on that, and we meet once a month, and we're here at Born Again Africa, and we also meet when we can't meet, we meet online. And through that, we've been able to have a series of programs. This year, we hosted a few programs here. We had to cancel one because of the COVID restrictions, but we're looking forward to 25th May, and that we can also continue to on with our program and have a good program for African Unity Day. So we look forward to having all that go on. Another thing that we were able to establish last year was a Facebook page, which is called the Born Again African Boutique. You can go there if you want to support some of the things that Born Again Africa is doing. We ask you to go to our Teespring and order some of the shirts from our online store and do drop shipping directly to you. It's a great way to support what we're doing, and if you're not able to make it to us. We also have Brenda's African Angels, which is a program that we started where in our garden we have a playground for children. The youth come trampoline, volleyball, football, slip and slide, scooters, hula hoops, jump ropes, so many things that the youth can come in and just have at it and have a good time. So I wanted to create some way to honor my mother, who was a part of, who established it all, and it was her vision. We also have some small rubber swimming pools, and she used to always be in the playground and took that on as her responsibility to make sure nobody was hurt. So we established, Brenda, my sister and myself, we established Brenda's African Angels, and we have a GoFundMe page that you can also go to, and I urge anybody to donate $1.
Could you share the GoFundMe page, or I can share it for you? What is the name of it so viewers know?
YAA Brenda's BRENDAS African AFRIKAN Angels ANGELS at GoFundMe. So what we've been doing is organizing the children in the community here once a month, that they will come in and have access to the park for free, so that the diasporans or those that are outside that want to make a contribution, we use those funds to open up the gate and allow the youth to come in and have a good time for the day. It's quite unfortunate because of the COVID restrictions that it has kind of prevented us from gathering too much, so we've been kind of holding it. But when the restrictions are lightened up, right now the way the education system is here in Ghana, they go in phases, almost like a part will go and then another part will go. So we haven't had a great participation, but we anticipate more youth to be a part and come in and have a good time right here at Born Again Africa. And we encourage everybody outside that's watching what we're doing. We are legitimate business. We are not just a business, but the type of business we've created here is one that is an outreach into the community that also assists with the health of the community. I'll tell you, sister, the public toilet that we created here is most patronized by young women and children. And it's a lot of gratitude to see the appreciation in a lot of the community members their face when they think, "Oh my God, you saved my life." It's quite a something to know that you are providing a great service to the community, and we look to be building on that and extending those type of services, not just here, but I think what we're doing here can be franchised not just all over Ghana, but all over Africa. The thing is to have a great concept, work it out well, and I think in any community you go to, they all need, who doesn't need a clean public toilet, wash, showers, and also a place to have good food in a nice environment. And essentially, that's what we are selling ourselves as a rest stop. And gradually, we are becoming more known and recognized as the community is learning about our place. Uh, Being directly next to the national landmark is helping us tremendously. And as we are expanding on our commercial property and establishing more space for people to come and join us, we're bringing more business to our area. I look forward to seeing more African Americans in the eastern region in my district, so that we, know everybody know that we have a place here, right here, that you can come and be a part, and also invite our Ghanaian friends and family to feel some of our culture. That is our food, our music, and those sorts of things. And that's what we wanted to do. Actually, soul food was not what we had planned to come and do. Not food business at all, and it just kind of worked out that way. My grandmother, Rose Stallings, she was a caterer and so many other things, and it kind of skipped my mother's generation, and then now we have picked it up and are making a life off of it. And I feel so proud to be doing the things that my ancestors were doing. Now that I have not just married, but also I have 2 children here with my wife. She's from the Volta region, Mapi Kumasi, and we have 2 children, Akosua Rose McVenya Mohammed, who will be 3 years of age next week on the 8th. And we have a 1-year-old named Kojo Selakem Michael Mohammed, and his birthday will be on the 6th of April. And next week we have a busy week. We're going to be celebrating 2 birthdays. I'm so excited. My sister Mist Mohammed, she's come down from New York to also be a part of the celebration and of our children.
That's awesome.
Also to continue and build upon the legacy that my mother left for us to continue on.
Awesome. And what languages do you know so far? I know you've been practicing. I know you've been getting it.
Yes. Well, it's language by force. And my wife, she's in Ewe. She speaks Ewe. And the community, Tree is the national language as well as English. But in my area, there's Chi, Ewe, Probo, then there's Akopim Tree. Also, the Guans, they also speak a different type of language. And also, we have the Muslims who speak Hausa. I myself have been learning Tree and Ewe. I've had an Ewe teacher and I've had a Tree teacher. And I would say I speak about 0.9%, 0.09%. I speak, I have the greetings
That's
down.
something.
And I think, yes, and I think what you're doing with the language aspect of it is such a great thing, truly making your repatriation grounded is in being accepted into the communities when you can speak the language, when there's free communication between us. I mean, when you learn the language, you're able to speak Ewe out because of my wife, you gain a whole family. It's like you become part of the ethnic group. And, to witness my children growing up in it, it's gratifying. Also, I wish I had grown up with it myself, because at the age of 35 when I got here, it was very hard it's been very challenging for me to get it down well. But maybe I'll be able to join your platform and learn it better.
Yeah, so one of the things we plan to do is have hubs in not every country, but maybe one day, who knows, the sky's the limit, is to have those hubs on top of the virtual platform. I actually brought our tree professor on stage so she can talk to you a little bit. Say hi to Rebecca.
Okay. Yo.
What's it mean?
That's my small. Yo, thank you. But that's it. That's how I'm doing my best. That she put all my words out right there.
Well, you always have a seat at the table, brother, at Resplendence Language Arts, for sure. You've been putting in so much work with your mom, and then you just bringing it upon yourself to continue the work. Again, you thanked me, but I'm thanking you. Thank you for everything you've done to show people there's a way, there's a way to connect back. There's a way to get back, and you can have successful businesses. For everyone that's tuning in, I actually put his, a couple of things, his GoFundMe, as well as his restaurant information down. So when I go, I'm definitely visiting. You already know that. And I want your best.
Also, the Real Repatriation.
Say it again.
I was saying also the Real Repatriation consultations are also available. 1 hour consultation. You can also, anybody that wants to.
That's right. I did it.
Yes, thank you very much. Sister did
a while ago.
It was a while ago, but yeah, I appreciate it when people extend themselves and we all try to support each other doing the same thing. I think essentially what we want to do is help as many people as we can. One thing I want to share about languages that I think many of us growing up in the United States, maybe we don't know because of the one monolithic language there, is that in Africa, languages, sometimes they become weaponized. With languages, when you don't hear, it can be used against you. So it's good that you learn a sharp ear to pick up the languages fast, not just the languages, but also body language. That's really been helpful to me in my communication, and also, when your daily movement and negotiations at the market, or everything. You really need to know how to put on tune your ears, and if you don't hear, fake it till you make it.
That's right. Well, thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I know your time. Again, you're a business owner, so your time is always valuable. We appreciate you, and we salute you, brother. And we'll see you on the continent very soon. Okay.
All right, Dave.
Thank you, brother. Okay, Rebecca. Who do we have next? We're gonna bring up. Who are we bringing up? We're gonna bring up Veronica too. Where's Veronica? And by the way, guys, so we've now moved out of the successful repatriated African Americans, and now we're moving into something like, well, all of it was great information. All right. Now we're moving into the last and final stage. The last and final segment. It's the final hour. So we are moving into our tour operators, and I'm just so excited to tell you about this next person who's coming up here on the stage is Miss Jolie. Hi, Miss Jolie. She's from Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. How are you?
I'm well. Can you hear me? This is my first time using this. Hi.
Oh, yes, we can hear you. And let me tell you this. When you go to Cape Verde, like, everyone knows her name. It's like that song, Everyone Knows Your Name. That is Jolie. That is Jolie. All right. Everyone knows her name. She has so much stuff going on, so I was just privileged to get her on the live today. It's one of the upcoming places that people are going to and wanting to stay, right? It's beautiful. So tell us, Jolie, I'm going to give you your flowers like I have been.
Oh,
there
that's
you go, your flowers. And tell us your name, tell us about what you do, and then tell us anything else you want to know, or anything else we want to know, excuse me.
Okay, no problem. I'm sorry about the boring backdrop, by the way. I wanted to be outside. I'm actually on another island until tomorrow.
Which
So I'm
island are
not
you on?
home.
Where are
Say that
you?
again?
Where
I'm in
are you?
Seoul. I live in
Okay,
Santiago
okay.
Island, the main island, in the capital city of Kaya, but I'm currently in Seoul Island, which is one of the northern islands and the most
Nice
touristic.
though. It's
So I
very
wanted to be
nice.
like, by the
It's a little
pool
bougie,
or
but it's
something.
it's very nice. I don't even know if you know what that means, bougie. Do you know that? It's very like what's the
I
word?
didn't hear you. You said, what's bougie?
Bougie is like Saul Island.
No, I
is
know
like,
what bougie is.
yeah, okay. So
I'm saying, what did you say?
some
Is bougie
vernacular
mean?
is no, not you, sister girl. No, I'm talking
It's
about
okay. I
the
have bougie
island.
ways.
The island is like really nice and a lot of like luxurious. You know what I mean.
No,
That's
I
what I
know.
mean.
I
Not
know.
you. You're down to earth.
Okay. Every once in a while, I might have a tendency or two. That's okay. But anyway,
let me get your flowers. Hold on. Let me get your flowers. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're on. You can continue talking.
Okay. So I'm a third generation Cape Verdean American, actually, who grew up in Connecticut and New York as well, but mostly Connecticut. And I was raised by two parents who grew up in a Cape Verdean American community in Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island, where I actually was born. And so I grew up with a strong connection to the culture within the household. But I did not live in a Cape Verdean community at all. So I grew up feeling this sadadi, which is a Cape Verdean word. I felt like I was missing something. I always missed the culture. I wanted to be near my people. And so I'm fortunate, like Brother Muhammad, how he talked a lot about his mom. My parents brought us back at a young age. I was 15 when I took my first trip to Cabo Verde, and it changed everything for me. I didn't want to leave. I fell in love with the country, even more so than I had been. And every time after that, when I'd come for vacations, it never was enough. So I'd be sad when it was time to go. And I would always say, one day I'm going to do a 3-month sabbatical or maybe a summer there, 6-month stay to learn what I was missing, which is the language. And I know language is very big for you. So, because growing up, with second generation parents, we had certain words and phrases in the household, but not an actual literacy. And so I kept saying one day, one day, one day. And into my 10 years into my second career, I was ready for change. And a few things happened that made me decide like I didn't want to stay in New York any longer. And so I decided to move to Cabo Verde, the home of my heritage, for just 1 year. And now it's been 8.5 years. And so I always tease people, you can't just come and visit. You're going to fall in love and want to stay. And it happens to people all the time. So I'm warning anyone who was considering visiting. And so in that first year, several months in, I'd already had many visitors, friends and family who would come to visit, thinking that I was only going to be here for a year. They better take advantage, And one of my friends from high school came, and it was her second visit within 2 months because she loved it that much. She mentioned to me, you clearly love showing off this country. You love, showing hospitality. You make me feel so comfortable. I have a ball with you. You've shown me the culture, etc. You should be doing this for work. And she planted that seed, and I thank her to this day for that. And made me realize, well, I already knew that I didn't want to leave. I already knew that I couldn't imagine going back to the States and that this is where I wanted to be. And so it was time to figure out, okay, what are you going to do? And she made me see clearly this could be a career. This could be work, And so I started that spring of 2013. I had moved here 2012. So 2013, I founded Aventari Tours. And the whole focus of Aventari Tours is local tourism, so supporting locally owned, Cape Verdean owned businesses as much as possible. My whole team is Cape Verdean, all my guides, drivers, hosts, administrative assistant, director of client experiences, everyone is Cabo Verdean. I wanted to provide authentic, historic, and cultural experiences. So to give people the real feel of Cabo Verde, not the cliche things, but like lots of hands-on activities, really getting to know the community and the people. And I wanted to focus on personalized tourism. So again, not just the typical tours that I give everyone. I take the time to get to know what the client is looking for, what kind of experience they want to get, the type of traveler they are, et cetera, and then put together a custom package just for them. And I just love it. My team is amazing. We work with all 9 of the inhabited islands. And yeah, it's been a dream. It's been a dream. It was slow in the beginning, of course, but it slowly but surely built over the years, thanks in the most part to social media. I'm sorry, no, and more so word of mouth, positive word of mouth, but also social media didn't hurt. And so yeah, it's been what, 7.5 years now. And amazing. I still love every second of it. I have client here with me right now. I don't always island hop with them anymore. I can't do that. I often will send a team member, or they'll go on their own because they get picked up at the airport by my island coordinator. They have all their activities taken care of. But I was being selfish and just wanted to get away a little bit and have fun with her. Because she's also a childhood friend, this one.
Well, tell me, and I mean it in the most lovingly way, tell me about my quote-unquote bougie Sao Island.
Okay.
It's fabulous. So tell me about this fabulous island.
It is fabulous. Let's see.
I mean, it's a lot.
But it's not for every traveler. I think it's for most, though. Fantastic beaches, see-through water, tons of activities. You can go.
It's the one with the pink sand. It's the one with the pink sand, yeah?
It is. You're good. Well, not sand, not pink sand, but pink water. Yep.
Yeah.
So it has a salt crater. It's the only, I just remembered this yesterday. It's the only volcanic crater with a salt mine, a salt bed in it in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, the water is pinkish, a pinkish hue. It's gorgeous. It's great for the skin, of course. So bougie girls can go, or guys can go and do natural, skincare and all of that. Mud bath, and then jump in the acidic water and, let the saline solution cleanse you. But yeah, like really high end resorts are here. I'm actually staying right now in the Hilton. It's fabulous. And it's not an easy country to get all of these high quality products to. But Hilton pulled it off. But they also like to support local as much as possible.
Oh, that's good.
So they, in their spa, they have products made by a woman in Praia, a friend of mine Badia, and she creates locally, soaps and things like that. So they do what they can for the community as well. But yeah, you can do any kind of activity. You can have nightlife, great restaurants, sailing. There's a new yacht here. So you can get that type of experience that you can get.
And that's why I said bougie. It is luxe.
Yeah, they call it the African Caribbean.
Yeah.
Well, Cabo Verde in general. Yeah. So you can get a luxe experience for sure. But we also have, I love about Cabo Verde that we offer every type of tourism. So if you're the type of tourist who wants nature and adventure, you want to go mountain hiking, mountain biking, climb a live volcano, scuba dive, you can do that. Depending on, I'll steer you to the right islands for that. You want like real culture and cuisine and history, there are islands for that. You want nightlife, every island's for that. Cape Verdeans love to party. You want utter relaxation, peace of mind, hardly any movement, there are islands for that. So it's a country, and the terrain, I'm sorry, I have to say, the variety is incredible. So mountainous islands, flat islands, see-through water, white sand beaches, black sand beaches. Live volcano I mentioned, rock formations that'll blow your mind. You name it, we have it. And so it blows my mind that we're still like, a lot of people don't know of us.
I know.
And so we're also a gem, a little known gem, especially to American, Caribbean, African travelers. And that's my focus.
Yes.
Yeah. So
now, our teacher is from Santiago
Yes.
So we teach the Criollo Santiago way, because apparently there's like Bravo way and all
Oh,
these
every
other-
island.
I'm
And
learning, trust me.
nice. And it's complicated. And even
Yes,
per
yeah,
island,
I
there are
know.
different dialects, of course.
And then it's like the history part that's a little complicated too. And I'm like,
Oh,
okay. But tell me about Santiago. You know, that's where a lot of people are at. Praia and that little, you know, tell me about that.
It's the business hub, of course, the capital city. So a lot of action and movement. It's people will say it. Well, the island itself feels like an African island, an African nation, as well it should. And I love that about it. It's mountainous, like very steep mountains. To me, Santiago offers everything. So again, like that business environment. We get people who come in for conventions, people from the continent, people from Europe, people from the States, everything. You know, it's a great hub in the middle of 4 continents, right? So ideal for business. It offers amazing nightlife. You can hear live music every night somewhere. You can find dancing, food off the hook, like restaurants everywhere now. This is not Cabo Verde that I visited a long time ago when I was 15, where there were like 3 hotels, maybe 2 hotels, and like, I don't know, a handful of restaurants. It's a different world now. So good food everywhere, new restaurants popping up all
You
the
got
time.
the other song stuck in my head. I sung one song for you. Now I got "It's a Different World." It's a different world. It's a different world. No.
It really is. And construction happening all over the place now. So you see the movement and the growth. It's growing quickly.
By the way, it is quick. It's a very quick growth right now. Just even from like a language standpoint, it's one of our most popular classes.
Interesting.
I mean, not just that. Yeah, that part was interesting for us. We were like, whoa, like what? You know,
it's a little country, yeah.
Yes, and it's interesting because like I kind of work in both areas, like in terms of understanding, you know, contacts in the repatriation. I'm a part of several other organizations, and I'm watching kind of how these chess pieces are moving.
Okay,
you know, and it's a beautiful thing, how this mastery of this board is being moved by us, right?
Sure.
Again, that's why we are celebrating global African excellence today. Because you know, first it started with Ghana, and you know, everyone would say, "Hey, come home," and it was the easiest way to get citizenship. But now, like everyone, they're going to Senegal, they're going to Uganda, they're going to Tanzania, they're going to Kenya. And guess what? Oh my gosh, it's Zanzibar, there's Cape Verde, like there's Madagascar. Like, you know, this
the biggest continent, the richest continent. So many options.
Yes, I 100% agree with you, sister.
Yeah.
So tell me, and I guess if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But what is your favorite island?
Woo! Okay.
I know. I don't want to get you in trouble.
If there were Cape Verdeans in the room here, I'd have to play with you. I could get in trouble. People don't. They take it seriously. It's very competitive.
I know. That's what I'm like.
And people always say the island they're from, but my family was from 3 islands. We originated from Brava, Fogo, and Santo Antão. So it's complicated for me. But honestly, I truly love each island for different reasons. They're all special and beautiful. But my personal favorite is probably Santo Antão, where, you know, part of my dad's family.
I'm curious. Why?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not someplace I would want to live.
More like it feels like home. Like it's like, you know, you could just take your shoes off, and it's very, you know, it has that good feeling. Is it that?
Yeah, it's an energy thing. It's again, I would not want to live there personally because I need more activity. I need access to a city. But to go for some time, absolutely, it's magical. It's nature at its highest, its purest. I mean, the steepest mountains are there. It's so dramatic. There's this one valley, and actually where my family was from, called Paul. And even in the dry season, and Cabo Verde is a dry country, right? It's an arid country, but it's always green. It gets greener after the rainy season if it's been a healthy rainy season. But even in the dry years, after 3 years of dry, whatever, it stays green. It's incredible. And you just keep going around these curves, and every curve I come around, I feel like I'm overwhelmed by the beauty. And it just gets more and more gorgeous. I get overwhelmed there. And I've been there so many times, and it just hits me every single time, and it's hard to explain. And that, I think it's the visual beauty.
I think I
It's also
understand
the
what you
energy.
mean.
Yeah. And the people there they tend to be, you know, agriculturally based. So they're humble farming type people. Not all, but a lot. They're beautiful. They're just kind and honest and hardworking and just,
So
I don't
I
know.
felt that way in Jambiani.
I was like the old world Cabo Verde.
I felt so. I was talking to James earlier. He was in my favorite place. It was a secret. I don't think it's a secret no more. But it's Jambiani. Zanzibar is like one of my personal favorites. I've done a lot of Caribbean travel, and I mean, I literally dropped to my knees. I mean, it is that like it's a moment. It's definitely an iconic moment where you feel like this is literally heaven. Like literally. The ancestors' God is like right here, you know, and you don't want to share it with anyone else. You're like, oh my God, I really want to see this. That's how I felt. So I can kind of understand where you're coming from, for sure.
Yeah. Oh,
anything?
Trust
me, I gotta get back. I can't do all. I cannot hear. I gotta get back. But if you can, and I'm kind of stuck in like which country am I going to next? So
you're coming to Cabo Verde.
It's definitely on my list, and I'll be working with you. You know that, so because you're like the number one person to go to. Like everyone knows your name. Again, the cheers song.
Thank you. That means so much to me. And just quickly, I know you have other people to talk to, but I several months ago launched my second company, Avantati Services. So there's Avantati Tours for tourism, and also promoting I design and sell coisas de Cabo Verde, so crafts that are made here by hand, anything to call positive attention to the country and to support local businesses. But I just founded Avantati Services because over the years, as people would come to visit Cabo Verde, they'd fall in love with it, like me. And they would want to stay. They'd ask, well, how hard is it to move here, to buy property, to become a dual citizen, things like that. So, you know, I would work on that for them on the side, but I wanted to create a new umbrella because it really doesn't fall under tourism. It's its own beast. And so I created Avantati, you know, services for this reason. So again, for relocation services, real estate investment and other investments, help becoming dual citizen, things like that, translation work.
Oh, great.
Yeah, even language classes, but now I can send them your way. One less thing for me. So,
we'll talk.
Seriously.
We actually have to talk about a bigger thing. Just wait a little bit later. I told you we're doing hubs and things and such, and so there's going to be that connection, certainly with tour operators and things of that caliber. So we have a lot to talk about. But in the interim, I want you to drop your all of your social media, all of that in the chat.
Okay.
You know,
I hope say it right off the top.
Oh yeah, say it. So say it, and then hopefully you can drop it. Do you want to say it?
Okay.
Like your Facebook, your Instagram.
Well, it's all the same. I just don't remember which one has capital A. I don't know, but Facebook, it's Avantati Tours. And
spell it out.
Okay.
You roll them tongues.
Good point. And people never know how to pronounce it. Capital A as in apple. Avantati, which means Avantati means to be welcome, to feel at home, to feel comfortable. And that's how we want our clients to feel. So A as in apple, V as in Victor, O as in Oscar, N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, A as in apple, D as in dog, E as in elephant. Avantati Tours is the Facebook. Avantati Tours is also the Instagram, all lowercase. What else? I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on some other things that I can't keep track of.
You're on Instagram too. What's your Instagram handle?
Instagram. Avantati Tours on Instagram as well. All lowercase, I believe, on Instagram with capitals on Facebook. Easy.
Excellent. Obrigada, sister.
De nada. Obrigada a mim.
And so I hope everyone connects with Jolie. Again, she is the person, like literally, her name kept coming up. I was talking to different people. It was like literally just kept coming up. So I'm just happy to give you your flowers because you saw the love of your ancestral country. And then you said, you know what, this is where I'm going to be. And you executed. So technically you're repatriated too.
I am. I technically am.
Yes.
And the best decision I ever made in my life.
I've heard that time and time again, where people go back to the continent, go back to mother, as they say. As RJ said earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
nothing
home.
better than that.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you so much. I'm giving you
Thank
flowers.
you.
Also,
Thank
I
you.
keep saying to all the guests, make sure I already posted it to you, but go to Hopin to network with other people.
Okay.
So everyone's on Hopin. Again, that's a private ticket that you have now. And I'll see you next time.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I love what you're doing. It's a brilliant concept, and it's much needed.
Thank you. It's been honestly a lot of work, but it's like what
imagine.
we want to do because it's necessary. Like
It
what
is
you do is
absolutely.
necessary. What we do is necessary. Everyone that we brought on the stage today is completely necessary.
Oh,
so I just thank you
beautiful.
so much for joining us
Thank
today.
you so
sister.
much. Congratulations. Good luck with everything.
So we're going to bring up Rebecca, Veronica. Here they come. So I want you guys to again tell everyone about your classes one more time.
Oh, yes.
You're there?
Our classes. So it's Swahili time, Hamjambo. So I teach Swahili. Our classes are soon on April the 17th. So make sure you join us. Let's learn together. Let's help you break language barriers in the whole of East Africa. So come join us. We learn this one very interesting language. Spoken, I think it's the most spoken, widely spoken language in Africa. That is if I'm not wrong. So join us. I am also going to teach Kikamba. That is what sometimes will manifest when I'm speaking English, because yes, there are some words that my mother won't let me pronounce smoothly because yes, that runs in my bloodstream. So yes, Kikamba and Swahili. And we also have a Swahili professor based in Tanzania, Professor Hamisi. So I'm sure you like our classes. Come and see what we have for you. You know, if you want to talk to my hair, please learn some little Swahili or some little Kikamba. You will win it. And so it's the same to the other languages. So, Professor Rebecca.
Thank you. So, Akwaba to you all to join my class, and we'll be so much excited to learn about the Ghanaian culture, you know, to learn about Chi in its entirety. So come join my class. We also have other languages such as Ga and Ewe, you know, coming up. So you can also come and join us to learn all these languages. We are more than excited to have you join our class, which is on April the 17th. So if you haven't yet, you know, filled the forms or anything, just please do so. You're so welcome. Thank you.
Excellent. So now we're bringing up our final guest, and hopefully he's on audio. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see him. Samuel, are you there? Brother Samuel? Oh. Are you there, Samuel? Let me see. Hold on, guys. You're live. Like you're live. Brother Samuel, are you there? I would hate for you to miss this and tell everyone who you are. I may have to speak for him. So he is the owner of Gold Star Premier Tour Company. And hopefully, I'm just so mad he can't see us. Let me try. Oh, wait, I can hear you.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Hi, We can hear you. Samuel? Oh my gosh, we can hear you. All you gotta do is just talk. You may not hear us. So I'll just put just talk. We can hear you.
Hello, good evening. Can you all hear me? Hello, good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm telling him like just talk. Yeah, it's like I don't know. So he's the owner of Gold Star Premier Tour Company. It is highly, highly rated on TripAdvisor. Matter of fact, he won an award last year. I'm gonna post it in the chat. So he tours. Let me see here. I post it here. He sorry, I'm trying to get it in here. I'm so mad that it's not working for you. We heard you. But anyway, so he's highly rated on TripAdvisor. I mean, literally the moment I started wanting to know more about Ghana and things of that caliber, he like stepped up. He immediately called me sister, but really meant it. So like, you know, I would bend over backwards for Samuel. And I know he would do it for me too. So Samuel was just an overall great human being. Yes. So he's just an overall great human being. He offers so many different type of tours that's available for those
Okay,
on the
great. So
continent.
let me just go straight to the point. Since you all can hear me, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. My network have been poor, I think, for the past 2 hours over here in Kumasi.
So he's in Kumasi, if you heard that part. He's in Kumasi. That's where he lives. But he does like he takes all his clients anywhere they want to go. So I know he currently runs tours in Nigeria too. He'll pick you up from the airport. It's whatever you need. Total 100% Gold Star service, just like the name of the organization, his touring company. You can find him. I just posted it in the chat on TripAdvisor. He's also on Facebook too under the same name. So you can find him. Just unfortunate that it's not going too well. And I know he's so excited to talk to you guys. But if you have questions or concerns or anything like that you need from him as it pertains to touring, I think he's talking to me now. Oh, okay, that's right. He has his actual website. I'm gonna post his website in the chat. So it's Gold Star Premier Tour.com. And so you guys can go to his website and request tours. Again, every part, I'm sharing it. He's asking me, are you sharing my website? I just shared it. He can tour you at any part of Ghana. He will literally take the shirt off of his back. Like, he's just an amazing human being again. So I'm just so happy to help him. He said as soon as I hit the ground in Ghana, that he'll be the first one to pick me up at the airport. And I can't wait because I know I'm in for a treat. And he's just an amazing human being. He said he's still breaking and came outside my. Oh, are you able to talk now? We can hear you. So probably not. I'm going to remove him because I don't want, much distraction, but still breaking. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. I'm going to remove you from the stream just because, But everyone has your contact information. And, I'm always posting. You'll see us post things on the Instagram feed. He said he's sorry for the inconvenience. Please don't apologize. That's like the network in Ghana. Like, we know how this goes on the continent. We all experience it. I mean, I experienced like a internet shutdown when I was on the continent. So we get it. It is not a big deal. everyone knows you're wonderful. You know, I always talk highly about you everywhere I go. So yeah, we're gonna wrap up the show. We kind of talked about a lot of things today. And I'm gonna just go around the horn really quickly. And Veronica, did you have any last things you want to tell everyone about Kenya, maybe, or just in general? And likewise with you, Rebecca. I'm gonna shut up now and let you guys speak. Veronica, did you want to say any last minute words? Veryl?
Oh, yes. So to everyone watching us live, we are so happy that you're able to view this. And for everyone that joined us, I'm so happy at a personal level and us at Tribe. Here at Rest, we live and work as a tribe. So we pass the same spirit to you, that in this cause of making Africa great again, we pray and wish that we work on the same course with the same determination and hope for a better Africa, because everyone has an input, whichever level that you're working at. Here we are helping you break the language barriers and all the walls that are built by language. But now what do you have to do to make Africa great again? What do you have to make us celebrate Africa more and more? So Resplendence Language Arts wishes you, oh my goodness, what did I just say? That was wishes you success in everything that you do, and we are happy to have everyone working with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Rebecca, any final thoughts? What's your Jerry Springer final thought? That's a United States thing.
My sister Veronica has said everything. She said it all. So we are excited to, have you all in our classes. So come on and us make Africa great. So she said it all. Thank you, Veronica Magafuli.
Team Magafuli. By the way, so let me mention that one more time. We play Jeopardy with our students sometimes, and Rebecca was Team Magafuli, and Veronica was Team the Black Panthers. So they still are yeah. You have to understand. You have to know.
The Black Panther.
You have to join us to know. But it's just been a great time today, and I'm so thankful for those who stuck around for the entire program. What we're hoping to do in Laquita, I'll probably do that, which is just show each line where each person dropped in. We're so happy that Mr. Maya, Mr. Ghana Baby, stopped by. He saw how important this is. He stopped by when he was in the airport, took down his mask and talked to us, right? Dynast stopped by, Chief Foday, Sister Ya, RJ, Brother Yazid, Miss Beck, Miss Jolie, Samuel. It was just so many people. Natasha, Baba. It was so many people who came in and talked with us today. We've dropped all of their information to include James from Zanzibar Remax. But thank you all for attending today. Again, the website is up. We are going to remix it. So it's up, but we're just going to remix it a little bit. So classes aren't for sale, but you can, just kind of glance and have a glance at resplendencela.com, and we're going to be remixing it. So classes should be starting on April 17th, roughly. And what happened to Rebecca? But classes should start on April 17th. And we're just so excited. We're offering a la carte classes. Oh, here comes Rebecca. I don't know what happened. I put you back, though. I see you. This is weird. But anyway, so we're starting classes up again on April 17th. And what we'll do is notify you guys all of when the classes are starting. The a la carte classes, like I was mentioning, is really neat. So we'll have classes regarding Orisha gods, Bobe spirituality, Swahili noun classes. That's really important. We're just doing a lot. So we're right now currently in a group setting. We offer Yoruba, Swahili, Tree, Ga, French from Republic of Benin, Creole, Bobe from Bioko Islands, and we're adding more languages as we expand. As we expand and as we see a need on the continent. So without further ado, we're all going to bless you guys and say goodbye in different languages. I can say obrigado. Veronica, would you like to say goodbye to everybody out in YouTube land?
And Yibishia, you know, the
and let me
true way.
There you go, Rebecca. How would you like to say goodbye, Rebecca? Aww. Oh, there you are. Say goodbye, Rebecca. Do I ever mute it? I probably ever mute it. But, oh, there she is. Just wave and say bye. There you go. So we thank you all for coming and spending the day with us. We want to thank you so much for everything that you guys have allowed us to do and expand and show these great people on and off the continent. So indeed today, can we all say that we truly did celebrate global African excellence? I think we can. So with that, we bid you all adieu, and we thank you so much for your time and your energy. So goodbye. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye, ladies. Bye-bye. See you in our classes.